Hailey is a villain in the original novel, despised by all, who was abandoned by the very people she wholeheartedly protected. Our protagonist accidentally transmigrated into the body of this villain, just as she was being thrown into a river in the polluted forest. Fortunately, Hailey grabbed a tree root and quickly climbed ashore, accompanied by an elf she had just purified from the demonic energy. From then on, she discovered she had the ability to purify people, animals, and the surrounding plants, and the two of them went to live in Marin. Time flew by, and they had lived there for a whole year. This year of peaceful life was shattered by the appearance of the male lead, Raykart. From then on, the two walked side by side, creating an unexpected story. To see how they navigate this journey, please follow along with Nezuko. When was it exactly? Was it when I was bathed in the sunset, feeling utterly dejected on the road? I remember seeing pigs being loaded onto a small truck, headed for the slaughterhouse. Whenever the truck turned, they would squeal and tumble over each other. Seeing that, I burst into tears. Thinking back now, that kind of thought was a luxury. I never thought I would one day be in a more miserable situation than those pigs, watching people gleefully look at a person locked in a cage. Maybe that made me cry for the pigs, or maybe it was because the villain in the novel I read was too pitiful. The villainess Hailey, a character too tragic and heartbroken. Hailey was immediately met with angry curses from the crowd. "You vicious woman, go die. Go die, Hailey. May you rot in hell forever. Someone like you should disappear from this world forever. Go to Marin and die, you trash." Some even threw eggs at her, cursing, "You damn vicious woman. People like you should be thrown into a garbage heap." Hailey could only endure it and ask herself, Hailey, why did she end up living a life like this? Even if it was for others, seeing those evil deeds, did she really not know what her life would become? To put someone on the throne, she killed people. For someone, she cursed others, all while shouldering a notorious reputation. Then, those someones became the protagonists of this world. They abandoned her, betrayed her, and killed her. It was a sad side story told from the villain's perspective. As a result, I stopped reading that novel because I lost sympathy for the protagonists and the abandoned villain. I became her, the Hailey in the novel, feeling a bit uncomfortable from the long journey in the cage. "Hey, when we go to arrive? But it's going to be bruised if this keeps up." Hearing her speak, a knight immediately shouted, "Shut up." But Hailey didn't pay much attention and started talking to herself. "This is the Casamatura border, right? I am Hailey Marin." The knight, hearing her username as a threat, sneered, "Stop playing dumb. Do you think that will change anything?" Seeing his subordinate still in the mood to talk to Hailey, the older knight reminded him, "Hey, stop talking to that woman. You'll get cursed." Seeing herself labeled like this, she was stunned for a moment, then pondered, "That a curse? If I were really Hailey, I wouldn't feel wronged at all. Just you wait and see what a madwoman can do." So, Hailey decided not to behave, grabbing the cloak of the nearest knight, making him uncomfortable. He pulled back, "Let go. I told you to let go." But she didn't care what he said, focused only on her own desire. "I'm cold. Give me your cloak, or I'll curse you." The older knight witnessed this and could only sigh, truly evil by nature. Then he ordered the knight, "That's enough. Give her the cloak and make her shut up." After getting the cloak, Hailey sat quietly in a corner, contemplating her life. This life is so unfortunate. Sigh. Transmigrating into a novel is one thing, but why did I have to transmigrate into a villainess who's about to die? The villainess in the novel, Marin Hailey, was a mage who only yearned for love. She both craved affection and tried hard to appear strong, which made me feel sorry for her. That Hailey was ruthlessly used by others, turning into a money-grubbing person, an enemy of the three kingdoms, a threat to the nobility, and then she was accused by those who used her of being a murderer who used forbidden magic to plunge countless people into suffering. Take her to Marin and let her die alone. Sentenced to a punishment more terrifying than death, Hailey became the most infamous villain of that era. All three kingdoms wanted to behead Hailey, but the clergy strongly opposed it. They said that with the forbidden magic Hailey used, beheading might not kill her. So they sent me to a remote place called Marin. If you take people to land polluted by demonic energy and make them breathe the air there, they will turn into walking dead who have forgotten themselves. Criminals like me, who are hard to kill, are branded with the name of Marin and abandoned in that place. Just thinking about this unverified information made Hailey very curious, and she asked the older knight, "Hey sir, That kingdom with 2 words in its name. Did the king there die? She hadn't done such an evil deed, so she explained to the older knight, that gentleman's death wasn't my fault. Can you say he was poisoned by his wife? I don't want to be wrongly accused like this. The older knight found this ridiculous and asked what. Then he strode forward and warned, it's useless to try to confuse us like that, because we are protected by the clergy. Seeing the older knight didn't believe her, she took the opportunity to beg, all right, before you dump me there, give me some money. The older knight found this more absurd than ever. I heard the money you made from your evil deeds is enough to build a kingdom. Hailey quickly explained, people are just spouting nonsense. Actually, I don't know where Hailey hid the money either. She's gonna die in a year anyway. After a difficult journey, the knight announced, we're here. In front of them, inexplicably, was just a turbulent river. Hailey was in disbelief. This place doesn't look like Marin. Something's not right. So she asked the knights, hey, are we there yet? She seemed to sense something was very strange. There wasn't even a path for people to walk on. The original story began after Hailey was abandoned in Marin, so I know nothing about this part. Is this how Hailey reached Marin? At this moment, the older knight emphasized her name, Hailey Marin, repent on this cursed land until the last moment of your life. The vehicle that held Hailey like a cage was brought to the edge of a cliff. The older knight emphasized again, the gods will always be watching you. This sudden turn of events made her panic. What's going on? And she quickly realized, no way. Are they planning to just throw me off the cliff like this? As the vehicle plummeted, it was immediately accompanied by Hailey's resentful scream. Hey, you damn bastards. The knights stood on the cliff, watching the cage fall, relieved of their burden. Go to hell, you filthy murderer. As the cage completely submerged, she endured a sudden, painful suffocation that I can't breathe. This pain is horrible. Am I really going to die like this? Pushed to the brink, Hailey could only beg the original owner of this body. Hey Hailey, how on earth did you survive? Since you gave me your body, you have to give me your abilities too. I'm a transmigrator, after all. Please, anything. As soon as the words left her mouth, Hailey opened her eyes and saw a tree root in front of her. She reached out to grab it. Here, I have to grab it. Even if I die, I have to grab it. As Hailey grabbed the root, she seemed to see her surroundings become transparent. The water is gradually clearing up. The demonic energy is disappearing. Wait, is the demonic energy seeping into my body? What's happening? Just then, a hand reached out, grabbed hers, and pulled her ashore. After suffocating for a while, Hailey gasped for air, curious about what had just happened. What was that just now? It felt like I devoured the demonic energy. But Hailey's magic was stripped away. She can't use magic. Somehow, I survived. At the same time, a shout came from beside her. Ouch, that hurts. I thought I was going to die. Who would grab someone's hair so roughly? Seeing he was still intact, the little boy panicked. But how am I still alive? Who are you? How did you purify me? Huh? Then he quickly realized, you're a human, right? Are you here to purify this place? Now my people can survive. Hailey, having just escaped death, was confused by this strange boy next to her. What? This strange-looking kid. I don't understand what he's saying. At that moment, her body could no longer hold up, and she collapsed. I'm going to faint. Then she remembered what the boy had just said. That he said, I grabbed his hair. So the tree root I grabbed just now was this kid. The boy couldn't understand what Hailey had just said. Huh? What are you talking about? You grabbed me and purified me. I was about to die in that polluted lake. When she heard the word purify, she was curious and then recalled the sensation. Purify? Is he talking about absorbing the demonic energy? Just the thought of it made Hailey smile involuntarily. That's pretty good. The boy next to her found it a bit hard to understand. She didn't let the opportunity slip and immediately asked for help. All right, since I'm your benefactor now, I'd like to ask for a favor. Do you want to come with me? Hearing the offer, the boy didn't rush to answer but confirmed her name. Hey, is your name Hailey? Then he told her the way to Marin. You have to cross this polluted land for half a day to see Marin. The terrain is treacherous with no path for humans. But if you insist on going, I know a path that can take you there. Also, thank you for saving me when I was about to be killed by the demonic energy. Seeing Hailey's eyes were closed and she wasn't answering him, the boy was embarrassed. Still sleeping? So I've been talking to myself this whole time. That's strange. I could have sworn I felt her looking at me just now. Suddenly, the boy noticed something. Looking back, he saw a monster staring at him. How could I forget? This is a place where corpses or monsters can appear at any time. Seeing a monster flying towards him, the boy was terrified and begged for help. "No, please spare me. I'm going to die. I was just purified. Am I really going to die now?" But what the boy didn't expect was that the monster rushed towards Hailey. A pure light quickly appeared on her, purifying the rabbit, which confused the boy. A rabbit? Ha ha ha. That thing just now was a rabbit polluted by demonic energy? Because it touched the human's body, it was purified. It's not just me. The human has the ability to purify other polluted creatures. The boy looked at the sleeping Hailey, wondering who this person who could do this really was. Back from the brink of death, his parched survival instinct came to a conclusion. So the boy kept walking around her, sizing her up. Suspicious, very suspicious. But, alright, I've decided to survive until the very end. I will stick to this human at all costs. After Hailey woke up and learned she had purified the rabbit in her sleep, she was also surprised. "Oh, I purified that rabbit?" Even as she said it, she still didn't understand how she could do it. "Really, how did I do that?" This made the tree spirit helpless. "How can you not know anything? I thought we could leave this place as soon as you woke up." When Hailey learned the boy wanted to accompany her, she immediately scolded, "You bellflower root kid. I thought you were a loyal child, protecting me while I was unconscious. But it turns out you can't go anywhere without me." The boy didn't hide his true reason and urged, "Since you know, do something about it." "Bellflower root?" She quickly looked around and felt he was telling the truth. Because the weeds she was lying on were suspiciously lush. They should have been crushed, but they looked even more tender. Moreover, just holding that bellflower root had purified it. So out of curiosity, Hailey walked slowly, a conclusion forming in her mind. Does this mean that if I touch other living things? When she touched a tree, it was quickly purified, which allowed Hailey to verify her ability and feel happy. As expected, I can purify them. A body that automatically absorbs demonic energy with every touch. Seeing she had acquired such a great ability, she shouted happily, "Hailey, you're amazing. Yes, this is how it should be. I knew it. I knew I would have some kind of special, amazing, and super strong ability. This makes sense. How could I transmigrate to this world without any abilities?" The tree spirit, sitting bored in a corner, found her exclamations a bit hard to understand. What does super strong mean? Anyway, she's clearly a person with an ability I've never seen before. Thinking this, the boy naively and happily asked, "Outside, are you a very powerful person too? Then why are you here?" Hearing herself praised as a powerful person, Hailey couldn't help but answer, "Well, I'm not that powerful, just a bit famous. Come to think of it, I've committed quite a few crimes. I was supposed to be beheaded, but I was thrown here and survived like this." From these words, the tree spirit, who had never encountered humans, found it hard to understand what a criminal was. Unable to return to her original world, she quickly accepted her identity and reality. "Yes, I am the evil villainess Hailey Marin from the novel I once read. So, as the person who entered this body, I must hide on this land forever. In another year, I don't want to die a meaningless death like in the original story. As a transmigrator, my motto is to live a long and peaceful life." So she clenched her fists and made up her mind. "Let's go now." Just as they wanted Hailey to, I will live in the abandoned castle in the center of the polluted area. I don't need to be rich, and what does a little loneliness matter? Anyway, what's important is not to die. The protagonist will save the world, and this villain's body I've entered is hated by the whole world for various reasons. So self-isolation would be better for me. Because the journey was too difficult, Hailey lay exhausted on the ground and happened to see a flower polluted by demonic energy. So she touched it, and the flower was instantly purified, turning into a beautiful blossom. Seeing how magical her ability was, Hailey had an idea. On the way to the castle, should I just go around touching everything? Isn't it a good thing for things to be purified? The boy was speechless at this idea. I'm really speechless when it comes to humans. What if you run out of energy before we even get to the castle? Then he told her about the dangers of the forest. When the sun goes down, the temperature here drops. Do you want to sleep in the middle of the polluted forest in wet clothes? Hearing those dreadful things, she vehemently refused. What? I would hate sleeping in that situation. When are we going to get there? So, the tree spirit immediately gave a schedule. We have to walk for more than half a day, so hurry up. Let's go to Marin first, secure a place to live, and then start purifying from there. Realizing it was a smart idea, Hailey couldn't help but praise Bellflower Root. "You're so smart." Being praised as smart, the boy didn't hesitate to insult her right back, "And you're dumb." This made her extremely uncomfortable. Should I just stop purifying then? Seeing he was at a disadvantage, the boy immediately apologized. I'm sorry. Then they overcame the treacherous path full of polluted creatures, and finally, we're here. The place where we have to live from now on. This is Marin. Upon arriving, both of them were stunned and speechless. Suddenly, Hailey exclaimed happily, "We made it before sunset. Thank goodness, right?" But the tree spirit felt a bit uncomfortable with the surrounding air. More importantly, let's get inside quickly. The air around here is too thick. It's making me uncomfortable. She, however, didn't feel that way, really. I feel quite refreshed, maybe because there are a lot of trees. The boy immediately urged, "Let's go inside." Hailey obediently followed. "I know, but you look very pale." Opening the door, a fierce wave of demonic energy rushed out from inside, making the tree spirit scream, "Ah, ah, ah." Seeing that miasma, she thought, "It's Mandric." After the two went inside, Hailey felt the castle's interior was filled with pure demonic energy, completely different from the outside. The boy, however, was extremely uncomfortable with the miasma and refused. "I'd rather die than live here. If the air is this foul, what's the use of a root?" Perhaps because of this, the bellflower root was foaming at the mouth and struggling. But for someone who had to hide from the world's eyes and live in seclusion, this place was perhaps the best. From now on, I will use Hailey's ability. No, my ability to purify Marin and turn it into a comfortable place just for me until the end of my life. Time flew by. A year later, Marin, once tightly bound by demonic energy, had now become a lush and verdant place. Hailey was leisurely watering the plants here, saying, "What's there to be sad about? What's the point of offering a sacred flame?" Since there was nothing much to talk about, she made up some silly stories to tell the tree spirit. You know, if you get angry by clinging to the past, you'll ruin your future. That's a wise saying from an ancient sage. The boy didn't think it was a big deal. You don't need a sage for that. Everyone knows that, don't they? Hearing this, she felt, for 100-year-old bellflower root like you, that's true. But human lives are finite, so we often do foolish things. At this, the boy gave an example. So Miss Hailey also has a reason for repeating foolish actions. Asked this, Hailey changed the subject. "Oh, is this real?" It actually bore fruit. "Bellflower root, come quick. The strawberries have finally fruited," she said with a radiant smile. The tree spirit I picked up on the road a year ago has a talent for farming. I happily planted strawberries with the tree spirit. Seeing the strawberries were ready to eat, the tree spirit quickly picked one up to look at it. A cute little strawberry has appeared. Seeing the boy talk like that, she couldn't help but laugh and ask, "What do you plan to do with this food?" Happiness passed day by day like this, making Hailey not want to break her current life. You know, bellflower root, how happy we are to be able to live like this forever, right? Hearing this, the tree spirit immediately thought of the two of us, and then thought of something crazy. He was shocked. "What are you saying? That's so creepy. That's a dangerous statement." Seeing the boy's disgusted expression, she was hurt. "I get it, you evil thing." The tree spirit didn't want to talk about this living together thing anymore and demanded, instead of saying creepy things, "Give me the strawberry you're hiding behind your back. There isn't much purified land yet, so we don't have enough food. I've told you many times." But Hailey didn't want to give it, complaining, "I'm hungry." The boy insisted, "However, go eat demonic energy. The reason I haven't starved to death is thanks to this body that can eat demonic energy." But Hailey's beautiful, deep red hair, like a blooming rose, had turned completely black after purifying the demonic energy of Marin. Thinking of this, Hailey couldn't suppress her curiosity. Did the Hailey in the original story also survive by eating demonic energy instead of food? The novel skipped this part, so I don't know. After working hard every day, I managed to restore the backyard and part of the stone path. But now, to fill my stomach, I have to go to the border of the demonic pollution, which is so inconvenient. At this rate, I'll probably be able to purify that lake soon, right? I'm the type of person who plays farming games on my phone to the very end. If this were a game, I'd be watching ads every hour to frantically collect free coins. So Hailey had another small wish. It would be great if another spirit appeared. Bellflower root is good at farming. I hope this time it's a spirit who's good at cooking and cleaning. As she walked towards the lake, she suddenly heard a sound. What was that sound just now? In this vast Marian territory, I'm the only human. The rest are plants, monsters polluted by demonic energy, and the walking dead. Seeing a zombie, Hailey immediately screamed in terror. Ah, it's a zombie. Seeing the zombie rushing towards her, she quickly fled. Go away, go away. This is my territory. Unable to outrun the zombie, her hand was caught by it. I'm caught. Purify. If I purify, I can survive. A light immediately appeared between them, and the zombie suddenly asked, "Where is Hailey Marion?" Hailey Marion. Upon hearing these words, I realized this man. Who is he? He is one of the male leads from the original story who hated Hailey and killed Hailey, Ryker Winter. Seeing him collapse, Hailey was shocked. What? Why is he? Even though she knew he was the male lead from the original story who killed Hailey, she still did her best to drag him back to Marin. Because Winter was too heavy, she used all her strength to drag him, and the unwanted thing still happened. It's all Bellflower Root's fault for telling me to go purify. That's why I ran into this guy? No, more importantly, I'm a transmigrator. If my actions are different, shouldn't the original story change accordingly? The tree spirit saw Hailey purify and bring back a zombie and scolded. Are you crazy? Why did you bring a corpse back? Hearing this, she quickly explained he's not dead yet, but he does look like he's about to die. According to the original story, at that time, Hailey was hurt by the betrayal of the male leads. So she cursed everyone. I curse you. You trampled on my feelings and repaid my love and devotion with betrayal. The mountain of corpses I piled up for you. For the weight of that sin and the tears shed, may you be forever immersed in remorse and pain. It didn't matter if there were multiple husbands in the novel. Among them, the one responsible for creating demons was the Hailey abandoned in Marin. She spent a year cursing the world and then died at the hands of a man. Hailey's death was the final key to the appearance of the demons, turning Marin into a cradle for them. These demons were born and nurtured from Hailey's anger, fear, and sorrow. They ran out of the polluted area and committed all sorts of evil deeds. The female protagonist and the four male leads who fell in love with her stood up together to vanquish those demons. And the demon king-level male lead, after killing Hailey, left Marin in a dehumanized state and joined the female protagonist team. That was him, Ryker Winter. The tree spirit was surprised to see he was still alive. He's full of demonic energy. If we had found him any later, he would have become one of the walking dead. But this is incredible. Usually, when humans enter here, they lose their minds within a day. Yet this man retained his sanity and made it here. Hearing this, Hailey explained, because he's the male lead. The boy didn't understand what she was saying, but still replied, I see. At this, she quickly recounted Winter's situation in the novel, a tragic character who later awakens as a half-human, half-demon, neither living nor dead, lingering by the female protagonist's side, and finally committing suicide. The boy was again frustrated hearing her ramble on about incomprehensible things. There you go again. Stop talking nonsense and deal with this person. This man isn't completely polluted yet. If you purify him now, he'll wake up immediately. Or are you planning to abandon him in this polluted state? Knowing this, Hailey was still hesitant about something that concerned her life. That's the problem. The moment he wakes up, he might kill me. Seeing Hailey didn't answer, the tree spirit shouted angrily, Miss Hailey. Being called in such an uncomfortable tone, she replied wearily, I know, don't rush me. I was planning to save him from the start. I just hoped he wouldn't wake up in my front yard, but sigh. Despite the possibility of being killed, Hailey reached out her hand to purify Winter. The reason I'm saving Ryker, even though he came to kill me. His family was destroyed. He became the sole survivor and is steeped in hatred and thinks it's only natural to hate Hailey. While purifying him, Hailey sensed the demonic energy on him and was surprised. The amount of demonic energy on him is terrifying. I don't know how long he's been wandering in the polluted area. I'll only help this one time, then I'll quickly kick him out of here. This is a person who will get involved with the original protagonists. No matter how pitiful he is, I must refuse. But just as she finished the purification, Winter suddenly woke up, pinned her down, and demanded, What is this? Where did you bring me? Tell me. Seeing him being so rough with Hailey, his savior, the boy angrily bit and tore at him. You ungrateful human. Let go of Miss Hailey. It hurt being pinned down, so she answered Marin. I brought you to Marin. It hurts. Winter slowly grabbed the boy who was biting him, confused. This is Marin? What are you two doing here? Being asked this, Hailey, though very uncomfortable, answered, what else would we be doing? Can't you see people farming, cleaning, cooking, and doing laundry? He heard this with suspicion. You two live here? So she didn't hide it and answered hesitantly, yes. That's right. Finally, he seriously wanted to know. Then who are you? Seeing Winter didn't recognize her, Hailey was stunned. Why are you acting like you don't know me? No way. Ryker Winter doesn't recognize me. Thinking this, she suddenly remembered something. Wait, I remember now. In the original story, when he came to Marin to kill Hailey, he awakened as a half-human, half-demon, and lost all his memories. The reason for this amnesia, if it's not because of awakening as a half-human, half-demon, then it's a side effect of the demonic energy. The purification and the demonic energy mixed together, and this chaotic energy invaded his brain, so this man can't remember anything. He's really forgotten everything. After grasping the situation, she quickly sat up, extended her hand to Winter, and introduced herself. I'm Hailey, your savior. He remained completely unconvinced and asked Hailey skeptically, you healed me? Hearing this question, Hailey's suspicions were confirmed, and she was ecstatic. Yes, he's lost his memory. We're still alive. We won't die a horrible death at that man's hands, and it's all thanks to me. She also took the opportunity to confirm that she was indeed his savior. Moreover, I'll save you again tonight. Why? Because after the sun sets, without the permission of the homeowner, which is me, you'll be wandering in that polluted area. But don't worry, just stay here and rest well today. I don't have much food, but at least I can give you a peaceful and comfortable night's sleep. As she spoke, she suddenly saw something in the sky. Fireworks were blooming in the sky, as if celebrating my victory. What an unexpected and timely blessing. Without waiting any longer, Hailey urged, let's go inside. Rickett, this way. Seeing that she called him by his name, he was stunned. You know my name? Asked this, Hailey quickly made up an excuse. Well, you were talking in your sleep. She thought to herself, wow, my improvisation skills are so fast. A beautiful ancient castle stood in the center of the area polluted by demonic miasma. People said that for the past 100 years, no living creature could survive and leave this place, and even the level of pollution couldn't be measured. But after coming inside, Winter found that this place seemed very different from the rumors. Marin is very different from the rumors. Seeing his surprised look, she didn't find it strange. It's normal for first-timers to be surprised, so Hailey happily told him the reason this place became like this. Are you curious? It's nothing special. It's just because I have a super strong ability. I still remember how hard it was when I first set foot here. After many purifications, there are now no places in this castle that humans can't go. This demonic miasma that can be purified with a light touch is nothing to worry about. What we need most are fire and food, and neither of these problems has been solved yet. After arriving, a fire was started, but it went out immediately, making the tree spirit ask unhappily, Miss Hailey, why did the fire go out? Which of us was in charge of watching the fire? Seeing it was her fault, she quickly explained, I didn't expect it to rain, but the tree spirit couldn't accept it, that I can't live like this anymore. You can't do anything right. I asked you to watch the fire while I went to farm. Besides going out to purify the demonic miasma, what on earth are you doing? Miss Hailey. Finally, the tree spirit could no longer suppress his anger and scolded. I'm the only one doing chores every day. You can't watch the fire, you can't farm, you can't cook, you can't even tell what's edible, and you definitely can't fix the house either. Being scolded like this, Hailey could only apologize and beg for mercy. I'm sorry. I'll go start the fire again. Stop nagging. You're embarrassing me in front of our guest. But the boy insisted on not giving her any face that you want to talk. You're not planning on letting the guest sleep in a cold room, are you? Please start the fire before you go to sleep. Hearing this responsibility, she could only fall to her knees. Please, isn't that just telling me not to sleep? The tree spirit was as good as his word and immediately went to get firewood. I'll bring more dry wood. Don't slack off. Hurry up and start the fire. Being ordered around so directly, Hailey could only retort in her heart that she wasn't slacking off. He was just being too diligent. So after getting the firewood, she tried to start a fire with stones. Please, light up. Why isn't it working? Is it because the weather is damp? Seeing Hailey's strange actions, Winter couldn't help but ask, what are you doing? Hearing this, she said unhappily, starting a fire. Can't you tell? He was a bit skeptical. Are you really planning to start a fire with those 2 stones? Hailey immediately replied, so what? If you stare at it long enough, sometimes it just catches fire. Finally, he couldn't watch anymore, sat down beside her, and demanded, "Move aside." Then he took out a tool and immediately lit the fire. A cluster of flames appeared, leaving Hailey amazed. It lit up in one try. Unable to resist the temptation, her eyes lit up as she asked, "Where did you buy that?" Hearing the question, Winter immediately said, "This? A blacksmith's or a general store? I heard that inns where tourists stay sometimes sell them too." She asked about the price again. "Is it expensive?" But he replied that it wasn't. Then Hailey became curious. Magic? What kind of magic? Even though Winter had amnesia, he seemed to remember these things, replying, "If the item is enchanted with fire magic, it would be very expensive." Even after hearing this, she still wanted it. "Even without magic, this thing is so good for starting fires. I want it, I want it." At this, he found it strange that if the problem is fire, why don't you just buy a permanent magic fireplace? This is for travel, not for daily use. It was the first time Hailey had heard of such a thing, and she was very surprised. There's something like that? A magic fireplace. Oh, what a charming phrase. So there are modern items in this world after all. In this damn ancient castle, everything is broken and tattered. So I've been living like a primitive person, working at sunrise and resting at sunset. Just then, the tree spirit also brought back firewood. Seeing the boy, Hailey couldn't help but want to share her joy. "Bellflower Root, you're back just in time." "Just now, Rickett." But seeing the tree spirit's expression, she froze. "Hey, what's with that expression? It can't be Bellflower Root." Having lived together for a whole year, I've never seen Bellflower Root make that kind of expression. The boy ignored Hailey, noticed that Winter had successfully started the fire, and greeted him. "You're Rickett, right? Want a strawberry?" That night, the hearth fire burned brightly. But in bed, the two were huddled together, fighting over the blanket. "Miss Hailey, I'm cold." "I said I'm cold. You've taken all of my blanket." Hearing this, Hailey immediately shifted the blame to the tree spirit, that "You're the one who gave my blanket to that human first. And the strawberries, too. How many did you give him?" "I only ate one, and you kept nagging me." The boy, being scolded, immediately retorted, "What? Thanks to whom is Miss Hailey able to lie here like this? If it weren't for Mr. Rickett's help, you'd probably still be trying to start a fire with stones." She still disagreed, that I'm not being stingy, but to divide the food so unfairly. Do you know how hurt I was? Finally, the boy felt helpless against these reasons and had to accept. All right, I'll give Miss Hailey strawberries tomorrow. Now hurry up and sleep." She still didn't want to sleep and asked again, "How many will you give me?" Watching Hailey and the tree spirit happily talking, laughing, and bickering, Winter couldn't help but start paying attention to her. Who was that woman, really? A familiar face and appearance, but she couldn't be Hailey Marin. That evil mage couldn't possibly laugh like that. She looked unbelievably innocent and harmless, working with those slender wrists that looked like they could snap and living together with a tree spirit. Who was this woman? The way she looked so happy when she got strawberries, and those eyes without a trace of malice. She is not the evil mage Hailey. She's more like a Hailey who was framed and then imprisoned in Marin. The more he thought about it, the more confused he felt. And I am a doll created by the Winter family. Back then, Winter's father loudly instilled strange things into his brain. "Rickett Winter, do you think your life is your own? Wrong. The family is your everything. Don't forget, your existence is for the family. Don't trust anyone." For someone with the surname Winter, loneliness is the only friend. And he was the perfect heir created by the Duke of Winter's family, an Iron Man who acted only for the family. Rickett Winter, that is me, in Winter's daily life, there were always the words his father had said to him, that if you don't want to tarnish the family's reputation, you must become perfect. Emotions are something only the weak possess. What is making the doll hesitate? The word hesitation did not exist for a Winter because we always knew the answer. And so, I became the perfect heir just as the head of the family wished. At that time, the Winter family was completely burned down at the hands of Hailey. Before he died, his father did not forget to give him his final mission. The final mission: get revenge, Rickett, for the family, relatives, and brothers who died horribly. Take revenge on the mage Hailey who destroyed our family with her cunning tricks. Revenge is your responsibility. At that time, in the castle, Winter found Hailey and shouted her name, Hailey. At that moment, what drove me was not sadness or a sense of loss, but the responsibility and duty of revenge. I was willing to sacrifice my life, but at that time, Hailey let Winter go, leaving him unable to understand. Why did you save me? To this question, she was silent for a moment in thought, then made up a reason, because only if you live will what I've done not be forgotten. Covered in wounds, Winter couldn't understand this act. Are you pretending to feel guilty? Aren't those words all lies? Especially coming from the mouth of someone who wiped out an entire family. What's the reason? Have you already gotten what you wanted? Finally, faced with this question, Hailey just said calmly, "It's none of your business." The more he lost, the more that sense of responsibility for revenge suddenly faded. One day, all that was left in my heart was curiosity about her. The more he couldn't understand his own thoughts, the more absurd Winter found it. How absurd! For the first time, I wanted to understand a person simply because I was too obsessed with my enemy. A few days later, I heard an unbelievable piece of news. At that time, someone passed by and announced to the whole village that the evil mage Hailey had murdered the king of the Holt kingdom, that she had been captured by Holt's crown prince and was exiled to Marin. Receiving that news, he couldn't believe it was true. Hailey was captured by someone like the crown prince of Holt, and she willingly accepted exile? A woman who seemed impossible to kill had ended up being exiled. My fight was in vain. I no longer had a goal in life, nor any responsibility to bear. At first, I tried to forget her and live on. I changed everything from my name and profession to my environment in order to forget my family, in order to live a normal life. A day passed, then a month, then a year, until then. I realized I had nothing left. A life without challenging Hailey was meaningless. I, a person created to be the family heir, was no longer myself. After realizing the truth, I had only one choice. I had to complete my unfinished revenge. I would go to Marin, kill Hailey, and then kill myself. Seeing Winter unhitch a horse from the carriage and run off, his travel companion shouted angrily, "Catch that guy." The guard stole a horse and ran off. The next morning, just as the sky was beginning to lighten, Winter rolled up his sleeves and went to chop wood. Seeing this, Hailey could hardly believe it, exclaiming, "Rickett, oh my God, he's up chopping wood so early in the morning. To make a guest work, that evil bellflower root." Hearing her scolding the tree spirit, Winter immediately defended him. I said I wanted to work. Staying in one place without moving makes the body sluggish. Hearing this, she had an idea. If you feel restless, you can go for a walk. Knowing this might be the case, even he himself found his current behavior difficult to understand. What am I doing right now? Seeing Winter working so diligently, Hailey kindly took out the strawberries she had promised the tree spirit and offered them to him. More importantly, "Rickett, don't you want to eat strawberries? If you still have any jerky left from yesterday, I can share some with you." Yesterday, when she and the boy tasted that jerky, they both couldn't help but cry, "I've never eaten anything so delicious." This is called beef jerky. Winter wasn't stingy either and took out his last 2 pieces of jerky. Then he secretly watched Hailey. With that body that had lost its magic, she was still openly purifying the demonic miasma. I had suspected that this evil mage was pretending to have lost her magic to deceive me, but the more I observed, the more certain I became of one thing. Hailey Marin had lost her memory. She had even forgotten magic and common sense. This wasn't partial amnesia. Can I treat this woman as the target of my revenge, to pass judgment on past mistakes? Is it right to do this to someone who remembers nothing? And to a woman who cries just from eating meat? No less. My life's purpose has disappeared, as if such a person never existed in the first place. Thinking of this, Winter now didn't know how to go on living. What should I do now? Is it right to continue staying here with this woman? If I want to sort out these tangled feelings, first I must follow her, experience things for myself, and then make my judgment. Perhaps this is an opportunity for me to determine what my true feelings are, and whether the rumors about Hailey are true or false. After finishing the strawberries, he praised them without hesitation. "They're delicious." Rickett's appearance brought a huge change to our lives. Like the god in the myths who first brought fire to mankind, he gifted our miserable lives with an item that could start a fire instantly, and also meat marinated in sweet and salty spices. In this land of sinners where there was only salt, this was the first time I had tasted such sweetness. It was nothing short of a revolution for the taste buds. And we were like sinners who had eaten the forbidden fruit. We could never go back to a time when we didn't know this taste. We couldn't stand it. So after some discussion, Hailey slammed the table and made a decision. "We need civilization, Rickett." As soon as she finished speaking, the 3 of them looked at each other, speechless. Seeing everyone's silence, Hailey became unhappy. "If you have mouths, say something. You came on horseback or by carriage, so there must be a road, right? You didn't just arrive in the blink of an eye, did you?" But Winter seemed a loss. "There is no road," She still didn't believe he had no way to, don't you have companions? Or did you hide a carriage and horse somewhere outside? But Winter confirmed again, I came alone. This time, it was the tree spirit's turn to be disbelieving. Liar. There must be a shortcut. This human was found without being completely polluted by the demonic miasma. If we purify that shortcut, we can get into the city. Seeing how stubborn the two were, he immediately spoke again, sternly. There is no shortcut. Hailey simply couldn't accept it. Even after I gave a moving speech, he refuses to cooperate. So she immediately brought up the life-saving favor to demand repayment. Oh, you think we'll just let it go because you have amnesia? You just ate several strawberries, and I saved you from the brink of death. Is this how you repay us? If we starved to death before the potato harvest because of you, can you take responsibility? Hearing this, the boy turned and accused her. The one who wanted to trade strawberries for sugar is Miss Hailey. Suddenly being backstabbed by her teammate made Hailey flustered. Whose side are you on? Suddenly, Winter pointed to a spot, making Hailey curious. What's this? He didn't hide it, pointing out the three of them's location on a map. Do you see this symbol here? I think this is the castle you live in. Without waiting, she grabbed the map to look. Quick, let me see. The tree spirit felt Hailey's behavior was a bit rude and was very embarrassed. I'm sorry. Miss Hailey hasn't eaten flowers in a long time, so she's not in her right mind. But Winter didn't seem to mind and said it was okay. Then the boy chatted a bit more. Look at her biceps, they're so thin, right? Meanwhile, Hailey seemed to have discovered something, her expression extremely serious. Bellflower root, none of that is important right now. This made the tree spirit both confused and worried. What's wrong, Miss Hailey? Finally, she dejectedly revealed the reason for her seriousness. I don't know. I can't read it. Hearing this, the tree spirit couldn't help but be shocked. Then what about the flowers and meat? Not being able to read a map is no different from not being able to start a fire. At this moment, Winter spoke up, pointing to himself. I can read it. The boy couldn't believe it. Hearing this, he said, You can? He immediately confirmed again, yes. Then Hailey got curious about something else. Then can you also ride a horse and drive a carriage? The sudden mention of a carriage made Winter a bit suspicious. How much does she plan to buy? So he was at a loss for words. That thing. Suddenly, he couldn't help but smile. I've never driven a carriage, but I can. Seeing that bright, sunny smile made Hailey a little embarrassed. He's laughing at me for thinking I could do everything. Marin had originally maintained a policy of isolation, but because it had fallen into a crisis, it decided to accept help from outsiders. The primitive era was over. To put it dramatically, it was time to bring civilization to Marin. After considering everything, Hailey quickly set off with Winter. Before they left, the tree spirit didn't forget to give them a few instructions that be careful on the road. Don't eat random things. Don't randomly help people, and don't follow anyone. Being instructed so carefully made her very confused. Am I a child? But the boy didn't argue and instead apologized. I'm sorry. This made Hailey unable to believe it, shocked. So Bellflower Root has been seeing me as a child all this time. Winter didn't seem to give her time to be shocked, reminding her if the goodbyes are over, then let's hurry. Seeing him set off so quickly, she hurriedly followed. He almost died yesterday. How can he be so reckless now? With that body polluted by demonic miasma, he walked as if nothing was wrong. And I felt it from the beginning. His strides are too big. Because she couldn't keep up, she ran to catch up, not forgetting to call out to him, Wait, let's walk together. What she worried about came true. Luckily, Winter caught her in time, preventing her from falling to the ground. Be careful not to fall. Being held like this, she shamelessly blamed him. It's all your fault for walking too fast. After helping her stand steady, Winter couldn't help but complain. I thought we should shorten our exposure to the demonic miasma. If the amount of miasma you can purify in a day is limited, then it's impossible to clear a path as we walk. This time we should just buy the necessities and slowly clear the path as we use them. That would be more reasonable. Knowing he was making the best choice, Hailey was still worried. Then what about you? At this rate, before we even finish looking around the village, you'll turn into a walking corpse. But he didn't seem to care what would happen to him, as long as they didn't fall into the worst-case scenario. It's okay. Hearing those words, Hailey couldn't help but think Winter was crazy. You mean if you're about to die, I save you, and then if you're about to die again, I save you again? Do you think I'm sick? Being told he was sick left him confused. What's that? But then Hailey had no choice but to accept the condition, though she didn't care too much anymore. Sigh, I don't want to hold this man's hand either, but this is a special situation, so there's no other way. After thinking for a moment, she held out her hand and suggested, "Here, hold my hand. I'll purify as we walk, so you won't be polluted by the demonic miasma." Seeing the hand extended towards him, Winter was genuinely surprised, but he walked straight ahead, refusing, "It's okay," leaving Hailey stunned in place. Is he really not going to hold my hand? He reiterated, "It's okay." She felt that this situation seemed very wrong. This situation? Why does it feel like I'm begging him to hold my hand? So she stopped overthinking it and walked on cheerfully. All right, try moving forward without relying on me then. Walking in the polluted area could hardly be called a romantic journey. We had to step on the dry tree trunks under our feet. Even so, it wasn't too bad because the sky was blue and the clouds were still white, as if at the end of this road, flowers and sugar were waiting for me. Seeing Hailey walking while looking at the sky really worried Winter, who was walking ahead. He reminded her, "Watch the road, Hailey. You're going to fall." But the polluted area was wider than I imagined. We walked and walked, and it was still a forest. We walked and walked, and it was still a road. After walking for a while, without seeing the end, Hailey's mood became extremely foul. "How much longer do we have to walk? I don't want to walk anymore." But Winter quickly encouraged her. "We're already halfway there." This walk made her feel very bored. "Only halfway? How do you know?" Hearing this question, Winter proposed, "Where you could try learning to read the map." Hearing this, Hailey's brain immediately slowed down. Learning? I was studying all the time before I entered this body, and now I have to study again? So after it registered, she vehemently refused. "I hate studying." Seeing that she had misunderstood his meaning, Winter quickly clarified the scope. "Who said that? It's just, you should at least know how to read a map, right?" Then he patiently pointed at the map and instructed, "Look, we are here. If we walk in this direction for another day." Seeing that Hailey wasn't listening to him and had even turned away, Winter was confused. "Hey, are you not listening to me?" Just then, he seemed to sense something. He saw her walk dazedly towards the lake in front of them. Hailey. She stared blankly up at the entire lake. I can see the whole black lake from the top of Marin's Mountain. I've only ever stayed in the castle, so this is the first time I've seen it this close. Looking again, there was nothing in the black lake. Even so, one day I'll be able to turn the black lake into a clear, blue lake, right? If that's really the case. While Hailey was lost in her thoughts, Winter, afraid she might get a rash idea, walked closer and called out, "What are you spacing out for? Don't look down at the water. It's bad luck." Seeing Winter's concern, Hailey quickly told him her earlier thought. "Rickett, I think that lake would be beautiful if it were purified. We can see the whole lake from the top of Marin's Mountain. It's very cold here in winter, so the lake will freeze, but as the water gradually becomes clear, that would also be a magnificent sight. My dream is to live a peaceful life in Marin. I'll farm with bellflower root, raise livestock, and I want to have a beautiful lake. That scene would be wonderful. If the lake water were as blue as your eyes, we could go boating in the summer." Hearing himself mentioned in Hailey's dream, he became embarrassed. "What are you talking about now?" She didn't seem to care much and continued with her dreamlike thoughts. "Every morning, the forest will be filled with the sound of birdsong, and deer will come over like in Snow White. I'll ride a horse along the lake." The more Winter listened, the more impossible it sounded, so he turned away, incredulous. Seeing him turn away so heartlessly, Hailey got angry. "Hey, are you looking down on me? It could be possible in about 10 years. Are you looking down on me because I can't do anything right? Are you acting high and mighty because you're the protagonist? Is this how you treat your savior?" Winter couldn't understand what Hailey was saying and grew more and more confused that I said I know. "Protagonist? What nonsense are you spouting?" It was strange. Even with amnesia, she was still certain of what she wanted to do, of what she longed for. Wishes and confidence that I do not have. It has been 3 days since we left Marin. After a few days of nothing but mountains and forests, a wide road appeared. We encountered some people who had been polluted within a day. Pale skin, surrounded by black miasma, light gray eyes like zombies. They were mostly rebels who had suffered from a plague, heretics, and criminals abandoned by the 3 kingdoms or the clergy. Winter was very confused seeing the way the zombies attacked him. "Strange, they only attack me and don't harm you. Have you purified them before?" But Hailey actively denied it. Of course not. What if they turn back into humans after being purified? Even if the zombies don't harm me, the thought of them turning back into humans scares me even more. The more I think about it, the more scared I get. No purification, absolutely not. If I don't purify them properly, they might hurt me, and I don't like them turning back into humans. But as she said this so firmly, right beside her was a person who had once harmed her, but was purified. Now, Winter felt how lucky he was. Is that so? I'm really lucky. Hailey heard that sigh and grew suspicious. Huh, what? What does he mean? Is he hurt because he thinks he might end up like that? Thinking this, she opened her mouth to ask, should I try to purify them? But she was immediately refused by Winter and oh. What's the point? If zombies appear on our journey, Ryykart will kill them, and then when he gets polluted by the demonic miasma, I'll step up and purify him. Winter noticed another zombie approaching and picked up his sword. Here comes another one. I'll handle it. You wait here and close your eyes. Being asked to close her eyes in this situation left Hailey stunned. Why close my eyes? Shouldn't I keep my eyes wide open in a dangerous situation? Sigh, the fact that he has to suffer like that is probably because of me, so I can't help but feel sorry in my heart. Even so, it was fortunate that he hadn't forgotten how to wield a sword. If he had even forgotten the swordsmanship he trained for so long, it would be hard to go on living. It wasn't something I caused, yet it became my fault. What a strange person. He came here to kill Hailey, yet he's willing to suffer to help a fake Hailey like me. Even though his body was weak, Ryykart kept walking without rest. He should have been very tired, yet he still moved forward without any sign of fatigue. He gave me the small, nutritious portion of fruit, while he himself chewed on tasteless tree roots without complaint. I didn't tell Ryykart that in this polluted area, I can't eat or sleep. The more she thought about it, the more she doubted herself. Is this body really human? Just then, Winter called out Hailey. Then he asked about her past. Do you know who you are, or what you've done in the past? I mean, why do you live alone in Marin? To these questions, Hailey's answer was actually a bit honest. Never. She was extremely confused and bewildered in her heart. What's he talking about? You're the one with amnesia. Before they reached a populated area, Winter didn't forget to give a few instructions. Listen, Hailey, when we enter a residential area, don't tell anyone that you are Hailey. Even so, she still didn't seem to understand what was happening. You say that, but I know nothing about the real Hailey. More importantly, why won't you let me say I'm Hailey? Hasn't he lost his memory? Let's just go along with him for now. Over here, Hailey quickly sat up and began her story. Actually, I don't know who I am either. When I opened my eyes, I found myself locked behind iron bars, then thrown into a valley. To survive, I struggled my way to Marin. After telling her story, she asked about Winter's situation. What about you? Do you know who you are? To this question, Winter did not hide anything and answered truthfully, I am the heir to the ducal house of Winter. But they are all dead. I have no family left, only me. Ben Dijon has probably put me on the wanted list. Realizing he remembered things so clearly, she panicked a little. What's with this guy? He remembered everything. Then, Winter continued his story. Ever since I came to the contaminated zone, everything has been a mess. I can't explain why I risked my life to come here. I used to think that everything that happened in the past was fake, and even felt that the place I once lived might have just been a castle made of sand. Hailey could finally draw a conclusion. So his memory is hazy. Winter was still talking. Therefore, suddenly, he collapsed completely, making Hailey extremely worried. Are you okay? Seeing the demonic energy coiling around Winter, she grew even more concerned. This is not good. He's contaminated to this extent. He should have told me sooner. Why did you suddenly stop talking? Why do you always have to wait for me to purify you? Like a fool, there's a limit to how stupid you can be. If you were Platycode en route, you would have rolled over and died by now. While thinking this, Hailey gripped Winter's hand tightly, chanting in her mind, purify, purify, get better quickly. Recalling Winter's attitude and the way he treated her, Hailey came to a few conclusions. Kind, considerate, and sometimes even delicate. Why is someone like this a character who represents misfortune in the original story? Anyway, Ryykart is also a protagonist, so what's the harm in giving him a happy ending? After the demonic energy was purified, Hailey felt even more sorry for him. Even his sleeping face looks pitiful. What should I do? I feel so much sympathy for him, but I'm glad I found him before it was too late. He didn't turn into a demon. He still has some of his memories, and I can still purify him. How fortunate. So, you should find your own life too. I will take you away from this land polluted by demonic energy, and you can live a truly happy life outside. Confess to the heroine, have the romance of the century, and reach the pinnacle with your swordsmanship. Conquer the world, and stop being a tragic protagonist who always suffers and endures pain. Soon, the next morning arrived, and Winter had also recovered. The two set off together, and after walking for just a short while, Hailey started to feel tired and complained, "Raykart, how much longer?" He observed for a moment and quickly explained the current situation. "We are here. See that warning sign? If we cross that border, getting out from here will lead us to our target, the production city of Selbon. Finally, we can go to the shopping mall." No, the production city. Seeing houses and people living there, Hailey truly couldn't hide her joy. Civilization. There really is a way out. But after walking a bit further, she was stunned. "But you call this a city? Why is the scenery so terrible? Isn't this just a small village?" So, this place called Selbon has heaters, right? And a general store, a bakery, and a clothing store. Winter didn't seem too sure that I'm not sure about a clothing store, but the others are there. "Oh, one more thing, Hailey. I warned you before, from now on, you are forbidden from saying your name. People will be afraid. You're my younger sister." Hailey was skeptical of this identity. Oh, you think that will work? We don't look alike at all. Then she remembered that Winter was also a wanted man and reminded him, "You're a wanted man too, so don't you go saying you're Ryker Winter either." He ignored her words and opened the door. Be careful going in. "All right, before we buy things, let's fill our stomachs first." As soon as they entered the restaurant, the owner greeted them. "Welcome." Seeing the meat in the owner's hands, Hailey couldn't help but drool at the food. It's been so long since I've seen food from the civilized world. The owner looked at her expression and asked with concern, "Are you all right? You're drooling." After Winter came in, he said politely, "We have been hungry for a long time. Please prepare something easy to digest for us." After hearing this, the owner went to prepare it. "I'll bring you something delicious right away." Shortly after, extremely tempting food was served, making Hailey unable to resist her hunger. A steaming hot stew and a large piece of spiced meat. A meat broth simmered with vegetables and meat. Oh, it's wonderful. Even a single piece of carrot must be savored carefully. Winter stood up after eating for only a short while I'm done. This startled Hailey. "What? You're already done?" "I've only just started." Seeing that she wasn't finished, he didn't rush her and suggested, "All right, I'll go out and buy some necessities. You take your time eating. It'll be more convenient for me to shop alone. In exchange, when we get back to the castle, you'll have to start learning to read." Hailey did not refuse this request, that I understand. "I'm sorry for being illiterate. It seemed everything was going according to plan. I told Raykart I can't read. But the truth is, it only took me a year to master the language of this damn world. Perhaps every book in a Marin library has my fingerprints on it. However, the reason I lied to deceive that kind boy is because, while she was eating, the restaurant owner came over and asked curiously, "Where did your older brother go?" Hearing the owner call Winter her older brother, she got angry. "Older brother? What older brother? I'm older than him." The owner didn't seem to pay much mind and brought her another dish to tea. Or why I asked that so? "More importantly, I brought a little side dish. Have a taste. Or I can make something else. Is there anything you'd like to eat? It's all in the house." Hailey was curious when she heard the word side dish. Then she thought the side dish was a dessert, and that dessert meant candy. The moment she put it in her mouth, Hailey's eyes lit up because of the dish. They even make dessert for customers. What a caring restaurant. It tastes like sweet, sticky rice. If I want to eat something, she'll bring it out. Has she seen me somewhere before? Why is she being so nice to me? Suddenly, the owner smiled brightly. "A lot of terrible things have been happening lately. So I've been worried, but I didn't expect there to be a child as hungry as you." She finally understood why the owner was so nice to her. She thinks I'm a beggar. That's why she's giving me food. Given my appearance, it's understandable that she'd misunderstand. To be clear, I'm not short on money. On the contrary, I have nothing but money. In the process of purifying Marin over the past year, I found a treasury full of gold bars and treasures, but there was no food or necessary clothing inside. Currently, I only have 2 sets of clothes. One is a patchwork dress made from a cloak I stole from a guard when I was locked behind iron bars and taken away by Platycode en route. The second set is the one I'm wearing now, made by Platycode en route from wood fibers. By the way, the original dress I wore broke in less than a month. Although I've entrusted the other supplies to Rickett, I have to buy the clothes myself. So Hailey asked the owner where to buy clothes.um. Ma'am, I like to buy clothes. Which clothing store should I go to? The owner was a bit confused hearing clothes, but she quickly understood and said, there are no clothing stores here. Everyone makes their own clothes. Hearing that everyone makes their own, she panicked at I have to make them myself. If I make them myself, Platycodon Roots craftsmanship will surely improve greatly. There are no ready-made clothes either. So Hailey asked where she could buy fabric. Then, how do you buy fabric? The owner said without hesitation, when merchants from the big cities come, I buy a little extra to stock up. As soon as she heard that, she understood it meant the owner had a supply. So she pleaded, ma'am, if you have some in stock, could you sell some to me? The owner was unexpectedly very kind and agreed without hesitation. Of course, follow me. We run in, so we have a lot of fabric. Then, while leading Hailey upstairs, the owner asked curiously, but didn't your older brother buy you any clothes? To this question, she reiterated, I told you before, he's not my brother. He's the one who saved me in front of the forest entrance. Before we part ways, I want to repay him, so I'm thinking about what I should do. Upon hearing what happened between the two, the owner smiled and advised, oh, my dear little sister, in this world, there is nothing better than money. Seeing the owner's foresight, Hailey couldn't help but admire her. What a wise person to realize such a great truth. Then she took out gold from her hand to pay the owner. Here, this is for the rest of the fabric. The moment she saw the real gold, the owner was stunned. This real gold? It looks a bit different. Fearing the owner wouldn't believe her, she confirmed again, it's real. It was used 100 years ago. These gold coins are found in the treasure I discovered in Marin. They are gold coins minted in the old era, so their shape is different from the current currency, and gold can be used anywhere. After biting it to confirm it was real gold, the owner beamed, becoming extremely polite and enthusiastic. Oh my, it's real gold. It seems you're quite wealthy, so different from your appearance. So the owner became even more enthusiastic, attentive, and considerate. This won't do. You said you needed fabric, right? Wait here a moment. I'll bring you everything I don't wear. By the way, my name is Fatima. Call me anytime. Just after buying the fabric from Fatima, Winter returned. So Hailey asked, you're back? Was it tiring to shop alone? He felt what he did was no big deal. Something like this doesn't tire me out. I could feel that he had carefully selected the necessities for my primitive life. As soon as Winter entered the room, he laid out the pile of things he bought today. Food and seeds. Like we said before, I couldn't find a magic heater this time, but I bought multi-purpose oil to make it easier to start a fire. Hailey was even happier to see seeds among the pile. Beet seeds. This is a necessity. He also bought a pile of flour. I don't know if he can carry it all back. Seeing her concern, Winter immediately reassured her. You worry too much. I can carry it. Suddenly, Hailey called his name, Raykart. This made Winter anticipate what she was going to say. But what he didn't expect was for Hailey to ask innocently, you should go to bed early. You've been standing guard all night, so you haven't slept well. I'll help you pack up. Even so, he realized something, that I'm not the only one standing guard at night. You didn't say that I planned to rest today. Tomorrow, we'll go to the market together. We need to buy a horse there. Hearing about buying a horse, she was curious. What are you buying a horse for? What she didn't expect was that Winter would remember what Hailey had said before. You said you wanted to ride a horse along the lake. If we have a horse, won't you be able to purify it faster? Previously, Hailey thought he wouldn't believe her, but now she was truly surprised. He really believes I'm going to purify the entire lake. In fact, this trip was a plan to bring him out, and then for me to return alone. Pretending not to be able to read was also part of the plan. You two can meet somewhere and fall in love. So Hailey quickly slipped out of her room, snuck into Winter's room, and placed a necklace on his pillow, hoping in her heart. So, forget about me and live well. Ryker Winter, a pitiful protagonist. Forget everything that has happened from the beginning. Seeing Hailey leaving with heavy luggage at this hour, the owner asked with concern, little sister, where are you going so late carrying such heavy things? To this question, she quickly gave a reason. I have to go home. Hearing this, the owner suggested, why don't you wait for that brother of yours to wake up and let him help you carry it? But she was refused by Hailey, not a brother. From now on, he has to walk his own path. The more the owner looked at her, the more she seemed to like her. This child is so strong, but I'm still so worried. Out of concern for her, the owner called out, little sister, wait a minute. She ran over friendly and gave her a bottle of the shop's secret spice. Here, take this with you. This is the shop's special spice. You ate with such gusto every time, so I'm giving this to you. Knowing that secret spices were hard to come by, and that the owner was willing to share it just like that, warmed Hailey's heart even more, sharing the shop's secret spice with me. Is that okay? Just because I ate well. So she said, thank you. This seemed to be an emotion I hadn't felt in a long time. The joy that comes from the unrequited kindness of a stranger. It's really troublesome to have such emotions, because from now on, I have to go back to the lonely life with only me and platycodon root. Before leaving, Hailey gave the owner another gold coin as thanks. Thank you for always being so kind to me, Fatima. Please take it. The owner accepted it, while reminding Hailey not to take out gold so easily. But she didn't refuse. Little sister, you can't just give away gold so easily, but I won't refuse it. Especially for a girl like you walking on the street alone. Bad people might rob you, and seeing a shiny gold coin can turn an ordinary person into a bad person. Although she was reminded and lectured a lot, Hailey only felt happy that I expressed my gratitude as Fatima taught me. I ended up getting scolded, but I was still happy inside, the emotions welling up in my heart. So I can't escape the nature of a social creature, either. Those things are impossible. At least at home, there's platycodon root waiting for me every day. Although he abuses me every day, platycodon root is a child who doesn't like to be lonely. I have to hurry back to platycodon root. Just then, some strange sounds echoed in the forest. At the same time, a group of burly men appeared. Hey, why are you walking alone so late? Seeing the group that appeared, Hailey answered fearfully, I'm going home. She was confused in her heart. What is it? A robbery? Then I'm doomed, my gold coins. I can't just get all my money robbed. Platycodon root is still waiting for me at home. But Hailey didn't expect the two men were just passing by, and they didn't forget to remind her, walking on the streets at such a dangerous time. Remember to be careful. Only walk on a main road. If you take a wrong turn, you'll be caught by the evil sorcerer who lives in that forest. Being reminded like this, she was truly grateful. Yes. Then she didn't forget to look back at the two men and judged they looked like neighborhood uncles who just got off work and are heading home. Suddenly, the man turned his head. Wait, are you going far? Should I ask my wife to walk you to the intersection? Knowing the man meant well, but his face was too scary, so Hailey was terrified and refused. It's okay. I'm really fine. The man didn't mind being rejected and even praised her. Is that so? You're very brave to walk alone, little girl, and kindly gave Hailey something to take with her. Take this, it's an insect-repelling herb. The forest mosquitoes here are big and poisonous. According to the usual trope, shouldn't bandits or robbers appear and take all my money, or I get caught by slave traders and sold to some pervert? Is this novel favoring me? Or is it because I'm not the heroine, or is it because I'm Hailey, the villain of this novel? Meanwhile, Winter had somehow followed her. Then he shouted her name loudly in the night, Hailey, being called out so suddenly. Hailey panicked at what's wrong with you? Are you crazy? Why did you follow me here? He was stunned by this sentence. What? Unexpectedly, Hailey calmly said words that pierced the heart that I left you behind on purpose. From now on, go your own way, Raykart. Don't interfere with my peaceful life. It seems that what Hailey revealed that night was overheard by Winter, but I'm glad I found him before it was too late. So, you should find your own life too. I will take you away from here to live happily. When he heard those words, he wondered if this was also a dream. An evil sorceress who is said to hate humans and worship demons is holding an enemy's hand and wishing him happiness. The sound of chirping insects in the silence. The scent of the forest at the tip of my nose. A vivid and real dream. Thanks to her holding my hand every night, the anxiety in my heart gradually subsided, and I could sleep peacefully, even if only for a moment. Even if I die now, I will never admit it. She even appears in other people's dreams as she pleases. After sleeping for who knows how long, Winter woke up in bed that I've decided I'll go buy a horse in the morning. The sun hasn't risen yet. Should I sleep a little longer? But when he saw the necklace next to him, he seemed to realize something and ran out, causing the owner to see this and anxiously remind him, oh my, where are you going? You have to take your luggage too. While running, Winter hoped that everything was a lie to put his mind at ease. At that time, the owner repeated everything she had said. She said a child was waiting at home, so she had to hurry back. She looks so young, but she already has a child. I heard she expressed her thanks. Haven't you two already said your goodbyes? The more he ran, the less he understood. The countless conversations while crossing the contaminated zone, even asking if I could ride a horse or drive a carriage, as if she really needed me, were all lies so she could abandon me and leave alone. At that time, Hailey even held out her hand to him. Here, hold my hand, because I'll purify as we walk, so you won't be contaminated by the demonic energy. Recalling that moment, I felt that if I held that small hand, I would never be able to turn back. I tried to refuse, but it seemed that everything, including the last bit of doubt in my heart, was about to disappear. Everything I did became useless. Hailey didn't need Raykart. When Winter realized this, it was also when Hailey bluntly said, "Don't you know? I left you behind on purpose, Raykart." At that time, Winter just had a look of anger, at a loss for what to do. Left me behind on purpose. Seeing him appear before her, Hailey couldn't understand. But what do you want me to do now? I've already given the character with the unfortunate fate in the novel all the grace I could. I saved his life, stopped him from turning into a half-zombie, and I even brought him to a village with people. I also left money because I was afraid he'd have none after the fall of the Winter family. That should be enough, right? When Hailey turned around again, she was stopped by Winter. "Wait, Hailey. Are you planning to live a secluded life alone in the demonic energy-contaminated zone forever after this? I know your constitution is special, but that's just an abandoned castle, not a place for humans to live." Hearing these words, she retorted without hesitation. "That place is my home. I don't need you to understand my way of life. From now on, go your own way, Raykart." Hailey became the public enemy of the entire kingdom because of her karma, but Raykart is completely a victim, wanted by only one kingdom. He has many other ways to live. Hailey tried to say what was on her mind. "We were strangers to begin with, so it's no different if we part like this." But Winter seemed very insistent on knowing one thing. "From the very beginning, you were always planning to abandon me." His face seemed filled with despair as he said these words. This made Hailey unable to understand. That thing, abandoning. When did you ever mind that you said I abandoned you? Winter seemed to have realized all the lies Hailey had told him. The fact that you can't read was also a lie. She didn't know how he knew, but she quickly confirmed, yes. After getting this answer, Winter's mood suddenly soured. At this moment, Hailey carefully explained the reason. "This is my last act of kindness towards you. Return to the path you came from immediately after purification." But Winter immediately refused. "No, don't do that." This made Hailey still not understand why he was so stubborn. This worth you being so stubborn. "If you keep this up, you'll be in big trouble." But when Hailey reached out to touch him to purify him, he stopped her. "That it's fine for you to leave me behind. Just don't mind me being contaminated by the demonic energy. Go back." The more Hailey listened, the more helpless she felt, and she still wanted to explain. "It seems you haven't realized the seriousness of your situation." But she was met with Winter's stubborn refusal to listen. "Don't try to convince me. You don't need to purify me, and you don't need to feel guilty. Just like you said, we're just strangers. There's no reason to be together." Hailey still couldn't stand by and do nothing, and stopped him. "No, you'll die. Your body will die from being contaminated by the demonic energy." Winter finally said everything on his mind from the beginning. "This is what I came for. I wanted to die, but you saved me. That's right. So many times you could have killed me, but you didn't. Now, I don't know if this life is even mine anymore. Hailey, you should have just killed me back then." After the intense storm, we walked in silence until dawn. Sometimes when I look back, I saw Raykart was still normal, but after walking a bit further and turning my head, I saw Raykart gradually becoming more contaminated. It's no use doing anything. Just give up and go back quickly. I hoped my coldness would convey my wish to him. But while worrying about Winter, Hailey heard the sound of falling into a river, so she quickly ran over to help him up. "See, I told you you'd die if you kept this up." But even if he died, Winter didn't care to. "Don't worry, I know how to follow." The more she saw that stubbornness, the more she couldn't understand. "You're crazy. What's wrong with you?" She couldn't help but feel frustrated in her heart. Why did doing a good deed with all my heart turn into such a disaster? It's just that Raykart doesn't know that even if his revenge fails, another kind of happiness will soon find him. This time, he will meet the heroine, get rid of the shackles of being a half-zombie, and experience a truly romantic love. She couldn't stand by and watch the male lead continue to neglect his duties. So Hailey decided she had to save him, but Winter avoided her again. "Leave me alone." She seemed unable to hold it in any longer and shouted, "How can I leave you alone when you look like you're about to die? I'm not kidding. I'm not taking you to the village again." Raykart, hearing her say his name, Winter became suspicious. How do you know my name? You knew my name from the beginning. The amnesia was a lie, right? Not knowing the map was a lie, and not knowing anything about me was also a lie, right? But in fact, only half of it was a lie. No, I really don't know about things like magic heaters because they weren't mentioned in the novel. As for how to read a map, what's the point of knowing? It's not like I'm the one with amnesia. But since I'm not the real Hailey, how am I supposed to explain this to you? If I explain it, will you believe me? The more she thought about it, the more her head ached. So Hailey didn't want to explain anymore and turned away to, I don't know, think for yourself, judge for yourself. Because I don't intend to make anyone understand me, and I don't want to be understood. Meanwhile, Winter followed behind and called out to her. Hey, Hailey, are you just leaving like this? Actually, I don't know how to answer, and from the beginning, how could I abandon you? Because you are not mine. But what Hailey didn't expect was for Winter to kneel on the ground and beg, don't abandon me. Seeing this, she was stunned. What? Kneeling? He's the main character. Why is he kneeling to someone so easily? Or has the demonic energy already invaded his brain? Seeing that the demonic energy seemed to have invaded to the point where Winter was about to lose his mind, Hailey also understood that, so he's about to break. In the end, her heart softened and she sighed deeply. Really, how did it come to this? I don't know if it was because of that soft-heartedness, but Hailey held out her hand. Then she introduced herself again. I am Hailey Marion, the evil sorceress who destroyed your family and the public enemy of the three kingdoms. Winter's eyes confirmed without hesitation, I know. Hearing this answer, she couldn't believe it, you know? And you still want to come with me? Even so. Hearing this question, Winter unconsciously showed a gentle smile. Then he placed his hand on Hailey's, smiled brightly, and answered firmly yes. That smile seemed too dazzling for a face-con like her to escape. Ricardo is smiling. In the end, Hailey had to admit defeat in front of the handsome man. Sigh, I lose. In the eastern suburban village of the Casmatura Kingdom, the people here were discussing the young cardinal they had just met. That I heard soldiers have been dispatched to the border of the demonic energy contaminated zone. Is it because the clergy has neglected it for hundreds of years and now suddenly sent an investigation team? It seems the newly appointed young cardinal is very enthusiastic. People say he personally toured the borders of the three kingdoms to care for the remote and desolate areas. And this is Eugene Widemart, one of the 5 cardinals of the clergy. As Eugene was distributing food to the people, a priest ran in to stop him. Your Eminence, Eugene, you should leave these matters to the priests. Your Eminence should focus your energy on more important matters. Faced with this reprimand, he just smiled gently and said, it's all right. The news I'm waiting for hasn't arrived yet, so I'm a bit bored. Upon hearing this, the priest quickly apologized. I'm sorry. I am not qualified to be your assistant for making the one I serve wait like this. Even for your Eminence, Eugene, caring for these remote areas is not the duty of a cardinal. This is the clergy's assessment of His Excellency Eugene's behavior, believing he was promoted too quickly at a young age and is trying to do things unbefitting of his position and responsibilities. Once a position changes, the person should change with it. He is still young and full of passion, but as his aide, I know clearly that His Excellency Eugene is capable of great things. Because his dream is to purify the lands tainted by demonic energy and prevent people from being unjustly abandoned. After entering the empty room, Eugene asked about the canyon. Jenna, what is the status of the investigation into the canyon? Hearing this question, Jenna quickly reported what she knew. I have surveyed all the terrain where a human could have drifted, but because too much time has passed, nothing remains. Additionally, I have checked the list of individuals corrupted by demonic energy on the northern border over the past year, but there was no one named Hailey among them. Hearing this news, he seemed very disappointed. Is that so? Suddenly, she knelt before Eugene and pleaded, Your Excellency Eugene, please do not worry too much. Even if that wicked woman is an archmage, it's impossible for her to have survived in a place like that. At the same time, someone ran in, shouting, Your Excellency Eugene, Your Excellency Eugene. Seeing the man run in such a hurry made him wonder what had happened. The man quickly reported the news he had received. It seems we've found the whereabouts of Ryker, the sole survivor of the Duke of Winter's family. He was spotted entering the forest within the corrupted zone. Hearing the name, Eugene remembered. Wasn't the Winter family the one that Hailey annihilated? He was like a wild beast, vowing revenge on Hailey. Then, the man reported something else. They said he looked extremely anxious, as if on urgent business. The place is Selborne Village. It takes 2 days to reach the village by horse from here. Eugene immediately understood. You mean to say the man who holds a grudge against Hailey entered the land tainted by demonic energy, risking his life? He no longer hesitated and gave the order, summon the knights. The 2 clerics immediately replied, yes, sir. Eugene quickly named the destination. This time, we must go to Selborne. Back with Hailey, life was currently very poor. It was hard enough to feed 2 mouths, but now the number of mouths to feed had increased to 3. So she introduced him with a smile. Sorry, I couldn't bring myself to drive him away, so I ended up bringing back another mouth to feed. She felt awkward, having acted on her own without first asking the Dryad's opinion. I brought Ryker back on my own whim. I'll probably get an earful. But unexpectedly, the child was concerned about something else. Where are the flowers? The flowers, sugar, and butter? Give me those first. Do you have any idea how worried I was that the strawberries would spoil while you 2 were gone? Seeing that the child didn't care about the extra person and was only focused on food, Hailey felt helpless. Truly my spirit. An extra mouth to feed wasn't the primary issue. After demanding the things he needed, the Dryad also spoke to comfort her. Don't worry too much. If we have a strong human, there's a lot he can do, and this person looks especially healthy. Maybe life will get better than when it was just the 2 of us. Just as she was putting her trust in Ryker's strength, he collapsed again, causing the Dryad to take back his previous words. No way. If he's just a weak parasite, I'm kicking him out. After getting the things he needed, the child didn't know how to plant them, so he blamed Hailey. How is this supposed to work? Why didn't you ask how to plant them? We're spring wheat and winter wheat. She didn't care about that, only thinking about how to make food. Even if we successfully plant and harvest it, the problem is how to turn it into flour. What dishes can you make with whole wheat? The child didn't seem to know anything about cooking either. I don't know. Now Hailey was filled with regret. There's no mill or thresher here. I should have bought corn. The Dryad wasn't too concerned about the food situation. What's the use of regretting it now? All that's left is to wait for everyone to starve to death one by one. The first to die will be that big human, then Miss Hailey, and finally, I'll be the only one left in this gloomy castle. Hearing this, she didn't understand why she had to die. Wait, why do I have to die first? If I absorb demonic energy, I can at least sustain myself. At this, the child explained the reason. I am a spirit who has lived for hundreds of years in that canyon tainted by demonic energy. She quickly understood. That would explain why bellflower root was a medicinal ingredient. Just as the 2 were talking, Ryker woke up and walked into the kitchen. As soon as he entered, he heard Hailey worrying about him eating the bellflower roots. I'm worried. There's so little food, and Ryker isn't like you and me. Once he recovers and starts eating normally, what are we going to do? Ryker was speechless when he heard this. Then he quickly walked in and said, I'll find my own food. His sudden appearance startled Hailey. You're already awake? Seeing her talking nonsense, the Dryad reminded her from the side. He was unconscious for 3 days before waking up. You can't say already, Miss Hailey. Afraid Ryker would think she was being stingy with food, Hailey handed him a piece of bread and explained, what I said just now was because I'm worried about the future. Here, eat this. How could you possibly find food in this land tainted by demonic energy? But he didn't say much, simply asserting, I think I'm better at this than you are. This made Hailey unhappily reiterate the fact that she had just saved him. What did you just say? Are you planning to get corrupted by demonic energy and collapse again? Who's going to purify you then? Have you ever heard the term being a burden? Ryker didn't say much, only stating, I'll just hunt in the purified areas. The more Hailey listened, the more she couldn't help but laugh mockingly. Hunting? You're going hunting? Hey, you think we haven't tried? There's nothing here but rats. What could you possibly hunt? She even provoked him. Go on, try. Let's see what fine thing you can catch. An hour later, Ryker shot down another duck, and this one was quite large. Seeing this, Hailey couldn't believe her eyes. He shot down 3 with that toy slingshot? Is that even possible? The more he watched, the more the Dryad began to doubt himself. What have Miss Hailey and I been doing all this time? Back to an hour ago, no matter how much I mocked him, Ryker was still diligently trimming a branch. At first, his posture with the slingshot was clumsy, but after adjusting the force and direction a few times, he immediately brought back the dinner menu at an astonishing speed. The more he looked at Ryker, the more satisfied he became. If we have a strong human, there's a lot he can do. Among humans, he seems to be very strong. Taking the down duck. The Dryad's eyes lit up as he confirmed again. Are you really the same weak human from before? Ryker didn't say much and asked about the next step. What's next? The child quickly replied, keep catching more. Stockpile some meat. This completely changed Ryker's once pitiful status. Then he began to command Hailey, start purifying from over there tomorrow. Hailey didn't understand why that demonically infected area was the old road. Why there? That's the way to Selborne. But Ryker didn't seem to care, replying, we need to clear a path wide enough for at least a carriage to pass through. She had to go buy ingredients to eat her favorite butter and flour, right? She knew that, but she still had a reason not to do it. No, I can't. If everyone finds out I'm still alive, I'll be sent to the gallows. If I need anything, I'll go buy it myself. I can't open up a road that anyone can come and go on. Then she seriously reiterated her past again. Ryker, have you forgotten? Remember, I am the public enemy of 3 kingdoms, a person who is already dead. Hearing these words, Ryker fell silent for a moment. Then he spoke, directly asking the question that had long been on his mind. There's something I want to ask. Why did you do such a thing? What was bound to come had come. This was the question I had anticipated Ryker would ask one day. After learning he hadn't lost his memory, I knew what he wanted to ask. We had no quarrel, so why did you annihilate the Winter family? And what was the reason for poisoning the king of the Holt Kingdom? Even if the real Hailey were a ghost, I wish you were here to answer these questions. All I can do now is convey the emotions of the Hailey I read about. So, based on the original story from the book, Hailey gave a reason. Because your family was the sworn enemy of the family of the man I love, Marquis Benediction. Cyril wanted to become the family heir. However, because he was an illegitimate son, he was looked down upon by the head of the family and the vassals. To make him the heir, Hailey decided to help him achieve an unprecedented feat, which was to defeat the sworn enemy of the Benediction family, the ducal family of Winter. Although Hailey didn't want to die here, she had to do this. I really don't want to be shot dead by a slingshot, but there's no other way. I can't describe what happened according to my own will, and the real Hailey truly did love that scumbag. What else can I say? Before she could even state the reason, Ryker seemed to have already guessed it. It's related to Cyril Benediction. Then he asked something else. What about Eugene Weidmar and Mitchell Lynn? Did you love them too? These were all familiar names I had read in the novel, but it always felt a bit strange when Ryker mentioned them. Although Hailey didn't share the original Hailey's feelings, she tried her best to answer. Eugene was a friend from the orphanage. I considered him my only family. As for Mitchell, I believed he was my true friend, like one soul dwelling in 2 bodies. These are Hailey's feelings, not mine. The more Ryker listened, the more he couldn't help but laugh. Haha, family? Friends? That doesn't sound right, does it? Those people not only captured her, tried her, and sentenced her to the gallows, but they also threw her into the corrupted zone. Faced with this mockery, Hailey couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. I get it now. You don't have to remind me. Ryker ignored her, turning away and cursing. What an idiot, unworthy of the title of genius. If you remember everything, why pretend you don't? I actually thought you had amnesia. Faced with this accusation, Hailey angrily explained why she had to do it. I want to live, so what else could I do? Because there's someone who, even with me, in a half-dead state, still has a strong intention to kill me. Hearing this, he seemed to realize, right, there was that too. After talking about herself, Hailey grew curious about Ryker's situation too. Then why did you pretend to have amnesia? You came here to kill me, yet you were suddenly so kind, even telling me to leave, and you didn't want to listen. In the end, he just answered calmly, to survive. After speaking, Ryker released the stone from his slingshot. It hit a bird on a branch. I also just want to survive, that's why. In what way? By pretending to forget everything and living happily beside the person you plan to get revenge on? I can't do that right now. That's something I can't comprehend. But if you're feeling anxious, like you could die at any moment, I just want to say that no one will kill you here. I suppose someone like me, who is just borrowing Hailey's body, has no right to say such things. Seeing Hailey lost in thought made Ryker suspect. She was reminiscing about her old lover. HM? What's wrong? Do you still love him? Hailey was troubled by this question. Huh? Love what? Who are you talking about? First of all, I'm not the real Hailey. I've never even spoken a word to him. Seeing that she didn't answer, Ryker assumed she was affirming it in her heart and said with pity, how pitiful. Seeing his detestable face made Hailey panic. What? Then she quickly stopped him, trying to explain. Wait, you seem to have misunderstood something, hey? But Ryker didn't stop to listen, only reminding her, stop acting pitiful. Just keep being an evil witch. That suits you better. Being called an evil, which made Hailey angry. What are you pitying me for now? I didn't even do those things. I told you it's a misunderstanding. That night, Hailey sat by the fire, frustrated because no one believed her explanation from the morning. The situation is that no one believes my explanation. Instead, even the dryad is looking at her with pitiful eyes. After hearing the story, the child immediately came to a conclusion. So, Miss Hailey was rejected by 3 men in a row and then jumped off a cliff? Being misunderstood like this, she unhappily denied it. No, not a single thing is right. But the more she thought about it, the more annoyed she got. So she gave up explaining. Fine, think whatever you want. There are more urgent matters right now, which is that Bellflower Root and Ryker are getting along great. Bellflower Root can farm and do chores. Ryker is good at hunting and knows the way to the market. Then Hailey realized the danger was approaching. If this keeps up, the most useless person in the castle will be me. If only I had some life-related skills, or if my purification ability were more useful than it is now. As she was thinking, she heard a sound. HM? What was that just now? Looking up, she saw something like a butterfly, but it was exceptionally strange, startling Hailey. The moment she met its eyes, she froze and assessed the creature. It looks like an ordinary moth, but at this size, you'd have to call a bird. I remember the people at the military camp talking about seeing little green sprites, but this one is brown. It seemed this was not an opponent she could face head-on. Between the two options of fighting and fleeing, Hailey chose to flee without hesitation. Then she quickly scrambled into another room. It's a bit cold, but I'll probably have to sleep in a different room tonight. Seeing her intention to escape, the butterfly flew over as well. It sent a chill down Hailey's spine, and she turned around. Then she saw that the butterfly had already flown right in front of her, giving her a bad feeling, a premonition that had never been wrong. Because she was so scared, Hailey shouted for Bellflower Root. Hearing her call, the dryad quickly ran over. What's wrong, Miss Hailey? Even Ryker rushed over. What's wrong, Hailey? Suddenly, she called out to the two of them. Bellflower Root, Ryker, look at this. Seeing the encircled butterfly, the child was surprised. A moth? Miss Hailey, did you catch it yourself? Hailey quickly confirmed before the question was out. Yes. But more importantly, purify. The moment she spoke, the area was swiftly purified. After encountering that moth, my abilities developed tremendously. Now, even without directly touching a corrupted area, I can absorb demonic energy, and I can purify a much larger area at once. As Hailey was walking around purifying the demonic energy, the dryad ran over from somewhere and called out, Miss Hailey. Then he began to mock her. Do you really have to shout some grand-sounding words every time you absorb demonic energy? Embarrassed at being mocked like this, she retorted, so what? Shouting like that makes me feel like I'm doing something cool. Ryker also walked over and added, I didn't expect you to care so much about formalities and such. Hearing this, Hailey became even more confident, but the really cool part hasn't even started. If I extract the demonic power stored in my body, I can control it as if it were my own limbs. Looks amazing, right? Seeing the scene, the dryad commented with resignation, Hailey, do you know you look just like a demon right now? But Ryker was only focused on the function, the ability Hailey demonstrated. This is a very flexible and useful ability. So he was curious and wanted to know what else she could do. Do you have any other abilities? Hearing this question, Hailey looked around happily. Besides this, there's an even more amazing ability I can use. Just as she spotted a spider on a tree, she needed that very thing. The dryad thought Hailey was going crazy and warned, Are you insane? Now you want to purify insects too? She didn't say much, quickly demanding, Watch closely. When you pass through a corrupted zone, you often encounter creatures that have died from being eroded by demonic energy. They've lost all vitality and just wander aimlessly like soulless objects. This spider is the same. It no longer spins webs or hunts. If I directly inject concentrated demonic energy, its exoskeleton will thicken like the armor of a crustacean. Its teeth will grow out like fangs, and then it can be resurrected like this. And so, the spider quickly transformed into a monster and sprayed a web at Ryker's face. Witnessing the scene, the dryad was aghast. Miss Hailey, are you really a demon lord? She denied it without hesitation. No, but the child didn't seem to mind, marveling, You can even resurrect corrupted things? I didn't know you had that kind of ability. Hearing that, Hailey immediately reminded them, It's not like that. I just happened to discover it while trying to drive away insects with demonic power. Ryker then removed the spider web and asked her, Can you do that to a bear or a wolf? What about humans? Hearing these words let Hailey know it was theoretically possible. Hearing that he wanted her to experiment on him, he said, "Then try it on me. I'll be more useful than an insect. My body will be enhanced, and I'll be able to move within the corrupted zone without fear of death. That way, I can go to the market for us." Hearing this, Hailey felt like it was all a dream. Wow, that sounds convenient. But then she realized the problem with it and refused. Are you crazy? No matter how much we like progress, we can't do that. You want to become a demon just to go to the market. The Dryad also agreed with Hailey. That's not right. But Ryker seemed stubborn, thinking, isn't it a good idea? But she didn't think so. Good? What's good about it? Are you protesting because I won't clear the road for you? Even if your wish is to become a zombie, I will never inject demonic energy into a human. Suddenly, the Dryad had an idea. What about those who are ambiguous, who you don't know if they count as human or not? Hailey still didn't understand what the child meant. What do you mean? The Dryad quickly stated the subject he had in mind. I'm talking about the corrupted people. If they were demonized like that spider just now, wouldn't they be resurrected instead of dying? Hailey had a breakthrough upon hearing this idea. Oh, I never thought of it that way, but it makes sense. Ryker immediately agreed. That's right. There are many humans and creatures who died unjustly in this forest. If it's possible, isn't this a way to save them? Hailey tried to resist both of them. Wait, most of the people thrown into this forest are criminals as determined by the clergy. If I accidentally transform a serial killer, who will bear the consequences? Ryker offered a solution without hesitation. If that happens, I'll deal with them. But she still couldn't accept it. But how do we distinguish who was wronged and who wasn't? Even if they are fortunate enough to be resurrected, they'll no longer be considered human. They'll be called demons. Not to mention, they'll be resented by people. Is that considered fortunate? We can't ask for their consent. What if they just wanted to die as humans? This would turn their lives into an irreversible tragedy. What right do we have to decide for them? Ryker also understood Hailey's concerns, but still had another thought. But what if they want to live even like that? Hearing these words, she was left speechless. This guy, Ryker, is he comparing himself to those people? Not wanting the two to clash again, the Dryad stepped in to mediate. All right, stop. That's enough. What's the point of arguing about human uniqueness and dignity? What's important is that we still have to live in this forest from now on. First of all, it's a good thing that Miss Hailey's abilities are improving. Let's continue this discussion when we get back to the castle. For now, let's focus on finishing the purification work. Okay, thanks to Bellflower Root's mediation, that conversation ended, but doubts remained. Would people really be willing to live on even if it means becoming demons? If that's true, then for those who were wrongly accused, this could be a second chance. But at the same time, another certainty emerged. In the original story, it was this very power that turned the Marin forest into a cradle of demons. Among the villains in the original story, the most terrifying and despicable demons were all humanoid. What if the real Hailey had chosen corrupted criminals and turned them into demons? Even if those demons gained their freedom because of Hailey's death, it would only lead to a terrifyingly chaotic ending. I've decided this power must never be used on humans. I didn't know it then, but at that very moment, a zombie appeared. Less than an hour later, that decision and conviction. Seeing the zombies appear here, Ryker stood up, ready to fight. You get back. But Hailey seemed to see something and stopped him. Wait, don't cut them down, Ryker. Those zombies are the lumberjacks from Selborne. When Hailey had entered the forest before, these men had kindly warned her. It's dangerous, so be careful and stick to the path. It's dangerous if you take the wrong path because there's an evil witch in the forest who will snatch you away. They were the kind people who gave me herbs. Why would they appear here in this state? These lumberjacks, who knew the dangers of the corrupted zone better than anyone, why would they suddenly be corrupted en masse? Something was strange, and she realized something was wrong. Ryker, something might have happened in Selborne. Over at the innkeeper's, when the guests arrived, the owner immediately greeted them. Welcome. Are you looking for lodging or just a meal? Upon arriving, Eugene asked, Excuse me, I'm looking for someone. One of our clergy is being pursued, and I heard they passed through here. The person has blonde hair, is tall, uses a sword, and has a noble air. Have you seen anyone like that recently? His aura was too intimidating. It made the innkeeper hesitate, not daring to reveal information about her guests. Sir, although this is just a small country inn, I cannot carelessly reveal information about my guests without knowing the reason. Seeing the innkeeper refuse to disclose the information, Jenna angrily drew her sword. How rude. Do you know who this gentleman is? He is one of the 5 pillars who serve God. Cardinal Eugene Widemark. Seeing her rudeness, Eugene immediately stopped her. That's enough, Jenna. We're here to ask for help. I hope you weren't frightened. The person we're looking for is Ryker Winter, who is wanted by Neve. Because it concerns a dangerous matter, I cannot disclose the details. We just need the information he possesses. After asking for the information, he left quickly. Jenna, walking beside him, ran up and asked doubtfully, Your Excellency Eugene, can you trust the innkeeper's words? Perhaps she is hiding Ryker. But he didn't seem to know if it was right or wrong either. Only a thorough interrogation will reveal the truth. She was taken aback by this. Yes? What do you mean by interrogation? Eugene turned to Jenna without hesitation and said, Lock down all of Selborne. Anyone who has seen Ryker and his companion, do not miss a single clue. If they're hiding anything, dig it out. She worried that she couldn't do it. Locking down the entire area requires a just cause. I'm afraid the villagers will resist strongly. But he didn't care about that. Any reason will do. Any who object are to be taken directly to the corrupted zone and dealt with on the spot. We cannot let a little resistance hinder us. After receiving the order, she immediately ran off to carry it out. Back to before, the innkeeper had recounted everything honestly. In the forest, he was with a girl he happened to meet and save. The girl came back alone late at night, and he hurriedly followed after her. After listening, Eugene asked about the girl with Ryker. Do you remember what that girl looked like? The answer he got was, yes, long black hair and a build similar to mine. As soon as he heard this description, he confirmed everything. That's right, it must be Hailey. I don't know why her red hair turned black. But Ryker Winter is not the kind of person who has the leisure to help others. The fact that he rushed so eagerly deep into the corrupted zone means Hailey is living somewhere inside. I heard they threw the iron cage down the canyon, but that wasn't enough to kill Hailey. She must have survived and gone deeper into the corrupted zone. I just didn't expect that she wouldn't come to me for the past year. Perhaps she misunderstood my feelings and holds a grudge, or her situation is so bad that she couldn't come for help. Just wait a little longer, Hailey. As children in the orphanage, Eugene had once asked Hailey, if we grow up and leave the orphanage, will you still be my friend forever? At the time, she just thought it was a silly question and replied, Why are you saying something so foolish? Do you think I won't see you after we leave? Here, we are family, and family must always be together. Only then can we always protect each other, no matter the circumstances. Hearing this, he smiled in relief. Yes, I'll protect Hailey too. She confirmed again. Really? Then let's make rings out of these with chips and exchange them. Not as ordinary toys, but as real rings, as proof of our vow to be together forever. Let's live together in this cold world, just like before, just as we endured back then with only each other's warmth. Hailey and Eugene, forever. 3 days after Selborne was locked down, on the lands near Marin Castle, Hailey immediately realized the situation in Selborne. Something seems to have happened in Selborne. I have to go and check the situation. Seeing those people locked in cages made Ryker very worried. Are you planning to abandon these people and leave? You said they were good to you. Why not try to purify them? Even so, she remained hesitant. This isn't something to be used for reckless experiments. What if they die from a careless purification? Their vital organs, which use magical power as an energy source, might stop functioning, but I don't want to turn them into monsters either. Winter seemed to understand how those people felt. If I could only wander like this, I'd rather become a monster or just die. But Hailey still wanted to confirm what had happened, that I need to understand the situation before I can make a decision. Let's go to Salben first. Seeing that she wanted to leave immediately, the Dryad was surprised. Huh? We're leaving now? Then he crossed his arms and shook his head. Sigh, so impatient. It's at least a 5-day trip from here. I have to take care of the crops, so it's better if you two go. Before they left, the young man didn't forget to give a warning that something's definitely wrong. You two be careful and come back soon. On the 3rd day of their journey to Salben, unlike last time, we saw that the border of the contaminated zone was crowded with people. Winter noticed it immediately. Over there, that's the banner of the clergy. Hailey heard him but couldn't see and tried to sit up to get a look, but he pushed her back down. Take a quick look and get down. She really didn't understand why the clergy would come here. That wouldn't the temple be more convenient? Why are they setting up camp in a place like this? Winter didn't seem to know the situation either and wanted to investigate. We'll have to investigate to find out. Let's wait until nightfall to make our move. Seeing that Hailey wasn't following, he was confused. Hailey, why aren't you coming? What are you doing over there? He turned back and saw her still staring down below. Hailey's eyes were wide with astonishment, fixed on the scene below. I couldn't help but recognize him. Could it be because I'm in Hailey's body? Winter suddenly remembered what Hailey had said before. Eugene was a friend from the orphanage. I once thought he was the only family I had in this world. So he stood up, ready to charge in as expected. Let's charge in right now. But he was hastily stopped by Hailey. Are you crazy? You were the one who said we should wait until night. This time, he revealed his reason that if the leader here is the kind of guy who just leeches off women, then that changes everything. But she couldn't let Winter risk his life alone, so she quickly stopped him. Calm down. Are you planning to leave me behind again? If we're waiting, you need to lie down too. Just then, from a small hill, quite a distance away, I felt a distinct gaze directed this way. Just as she looked over, Eugene had already spotted Hailey. Realizing she'd been exposed, Hailey jumped up. Damn it, I've been spotted. She then turned to leave. We have to go back right now. Seeing her panic, Winter was confused that what's wrong. She suddenly urged him on. Didn't you see him over there? Let's go quickly. Don't you know we can't let them know I'm still alive? Seeing her panic, Winter quickly tried to calm her down. Hailey, calm down. But just then, someone below spotted them. Hailey? How is she still alive? Who's that man next to her? Hearing those voices, Winter knew they had been exposed and pulled her along. That we've been spotted. Run, Hailey, run. At that moment, I couldn't help but laugh. I had tried so hard to avoid him. So why was Eugene Widemark so close? Because the original story began from the heroine's perspective, it was impossible to know Eugene's whereabouts before that. It turned out he had already come here looking for Hailey at this time. The others immediately raised their bows. Shoot over there. Release the arrows. Fortunately, Winter safely shielded Hailey. The others still wouldn't let her go. That's the witch who uses evil magic. We absolutely cannot let her live. Don't let them escape into the contaminated zone. Hailey was truly terrified at this point. At this rate, they'll catch us. So she shouted, Richika. Hearing his name, he froze for a moment. What? She suddenly grabbed him and pleaded, carry me and run. Without hesitation, Winter scooped Hailey up and held her tightly in his arms. Then he quickly ran into the contaminated forest. As long as we cross this contaminated zone, we can shake them off. Once we're there, they won't be able to follow us, no matter what they do. Just as Richika's foot was about to cross the border of the contaminated zone, a voice that could not be ignored rang out. At that moment, an accusatory voice echoed through the air. The innkeeper and villagers of Salben will face an inquisition. Hailey, this is all because of you. Those who helped you for profit, and you, who dared to defy the judgment of the clergy and chose to cling to life, God will pass judgment. Look at the price this woman paid for taking your gold coins. The innkeeper was tortured beyond recognition. This was something Hailey couldn't comprehend. Why is this happening? She was just a greedy, meddlesome innkeeper who loved gold coins. The accusations continued to echo. Hailey, you are a harbinger of disaster. Because of you, those fallen humans must atone with their lives. In that situation, Fatima gestured with her eyes for me to run. But Hailey couldn't just ignore the fate of a kind villager who had helped her so enthusiastically. I had tried so hard to live in seclusion. So why did this happen? Just because I came out this one time, I couldn't even clearly hear what Eugene's assistant was saying. She demanded resentfully, Richika, bring Fatima back. The contamination in the forest spread, causing panic among those who wanted to hunt Hailey down. Get down the mountain. The contamination is spreading. The priestess didn't seem to believe the contamination could spread, and she looked back. Don't be ridiculous. The contamination has never expanded or shrunk. After looking, she immediately confirmed one thing. Hailey Marin is controlling the demonic energy. But how is she doing it? At the same time, Eugene rode over on his horse, trying to stop her. Wait, Hailey, talk to me. The priestess blocked him, seeing her master about to rush into danger. Lord Eugene. But he wouldn't listen, even saying arrogantly, I know you're angry with me. Just for a moment, I want to talk to you, please. But those earnest pleases only made Hailey feel sick. Talk? How ridiculous. If you really think that, then stop torturing the innkeeper, stop torturing those innocent men, and stop turning them into those walking dead. The thought of everything Eugene had done extinguished any positive feeling she had for him. So she cursed him directly, you hypocritical bastard. How much had Hailey suffered because of him? If it was for Hailey's sake, Eugene should have given up his clerical position. But it was because of him that Hailey, who already hated the clergy, couldn't face them, and could only run. Yet he was no different from those bastards, stepping forward to testify that she was an evil person. He had said that her magical power must be taken away so she could do no more evil. The more Hailey thought about it, the more she couldn't forgive what Eugene had done. Even if you are representatives of God, it has nothing to do with me. But if you do this, then it's a different story. I don't care if this is just me being angry on Hailey's behalf. Since you call me Hailey Marin, if you dare cross the line, I'll kill every last one of you. In the end, fearing the further spread of the contamination, the Holy Knights released Fatima and left. For 4 days with nowhere to go, Fatima and I returned to Marin Castle. She would just cry, and then cry some more. Fatima would only cling to Hailey, crying pitifully, "Thank you for saving me. I was so scared. I thought you were just a wandering girl who knew you were such a terrifying magician." Hailey couldn't stand her clinging like that and handed her over to Winter. It's just a little further to our home. We can figure things out once we get there. What do you think? Ryker, support her. Fatima seemed unable to believe this was real, panicking, an evil magician and the heir to Duke Winter. I feel like I've suddenly been dragged into something terrible. Knowing she wouldn't accept it easily, Hailey spoke with resignation. All right, let's just go back first and talk later. She needed time to accept the reality that had changed in just one night. If I could heal her trauma, I would do anything, really anything at all. Time passed quickly, and 3 days later, at Marin Castle. The moment she saw Marin Castle, Fatima couldn't contain her joy and surprise. So, I'm going to live here with everyone now, right? We're a family from now on. I hope you can help me out. Seeing her decide everything on her own, Hailey panicked. Wait, hold on a second. She felt utterly helpless about the situation. I did say I'd do anything to help, but not this. Thinking this, she confirmed again. What did you just say? Why are you living here? Fatima didn't hide anything and answered immediately. How can I go back to Sal Ben in this situation? That cardinal was terrifying. When he was looking for the magician, he looked like he wouldn't stop until he got what he wanted. Unsure about letting her stay, Hailey proposed another solution. You can go to another region and start over. I'll give you some gold coins. Take them and find a job. But Fatima told her bluntly, what if I get discovered? I escaped from an inquisition. If I'm caught again, I'll definitely be executed. She hadn't expected the consequences of being discovered to be so severe. Executed? Then she rattled off a list of things she could do. Besides, doesn't a castle this big need people to do work? I heard magicians don't do anything. The young master from the ducal family is only good at hunting. I heard that noble little dryad is about to die from overwork. The more Hailey listened, the more helpless she felt. I could also guess who she'd heard all this from. Finally, the two sat down for a serious talk. You're Fatima, right? Do you know how hard it is to live in hiding, like a criminal? Do you still want to live here? Faced with Hailey's sincere concern, Fatima nodded quickly in affirmation. Yes, I'm serious. My house, my shop, my hometown, everything is gone. Starting over in a strange place is really scary, and I don't know what to do on my own. Hearing these words, she truly sympathized with Fatima. In Fatima's heart, she couldn't help but have some thoughts. I hadn't thought about that. She really is living all alone. But in Sal Ben, at least she had neighbors next door. In any case, she no longer cared about the outside rumors about Hailey. To be honest, I don't pay much attention to worldly affairs, so I don't really know what kind of person you are. All I know is that you're the benefactor who saved my life. And you were so cool when you declared your territory. Hailey was confused by this. Declare my territory? Fatima couldn't help but quickly repeat what Hailey had said at the time. From here on, this is my land. Anyone who dares to invade will meet their death. She still couldn't believe she had said those words. Huh? Did I really say that? Fatima looked at her with admiration and affirmed again, you certainly did. Hailey tried to explain that was because the contamination started from there. But Fatima wouldn't listen and came to a conclusion. Then you're the Lord, right? Meanwhile, the wild ducks Winter had caught and released were furious. They kept attacking Fatima, but she paid them no mind, even grabbing one to show off to Hailey. My Lord, look, Lord Ryker just caught a wild duck, and it's laying eggs. Seeing this, she felt a bit helpless and reminded Fatima, "You're stressing out the pet ducks you made me keep, you know?" Being reminded of this, Fatima didn't seem to care much and said happily, "I'm stressing out the Lord's beloved ducks." But that duck was still cursing nonstop. Seeing that she wasn't leaving, it didn't take long for Fatima to adapt to the life of the people in the territory. For the first few days, she would still cry secretly at night. Being a strong and hard-working person, Fatima quickly pulled herself together, and now she had become an indispensable member of the castle. After finishing the cooking, Fatima quickly served the prepared food. My lord, little dryad, please eat. It was the first time the dryad had eaten such delicious food, and he was truly moved at, "Oh my goodness, Fatima, this is the first time I've ever eaten something so delicious. Don't you go anywhere. Just live with us here for the rest of your life." Seeing the young man change his tune faster than flipping a book, Hailey got angry. Who was it that said they'd live with me for a lifetime? You traitor. But as soon as she took a bite, she had the same thought as the dryad. I hope Fatima stays here forever and never leaves. Suddenly, while eating, Winter curiously asked about the contaminated forest. "Hailey, what do you know about the history of the contaminated zone?" Being asked this, Hailey felt uncomfortable. Why are we talking about studying while we're eating, honestly? How would I know? Seeing that she didn't understand the importance of knowledge, he immediately gave a reason. "As the Lord, it's good to know some basic information, right?" Before Hailey could agree, Winter had already started sharing his knowledge of the area. First, the first master of Marin Castle was Marcus Marin. There are many different accounts of his true identity. Some say he was a scholar immersed in magical research, while others rumor that he was the first dark magician to successfully summon a demon. Therefore, if the only people left alive in this contaminated zone are from the Marin family, then this towering castle, the lake, the forest, this canyon, all of it could be considered your territory. Hearing his declaration, Hailey could hardly believe, this vast, ownerless land is all my territory, but she immediately recoiled, resisting the desire. "Wait, how is that possible? Are you trying to sweet-talk me?" I'm not that easily convinced. But as he said, I could temporarily acknowledge this as my land. Because right now, no one wanted to set foot in the contaminated zone. It was just a deserted wasteland. But what if the three kingdoms find out I've purified this area? If this land in the center of the three kingdoms becomes habitable, people from all over will flock here to fight and plunder. These jokes will no longer have any meaning. Winter agreed with Hailey. That's right. And that's precisely why the three kingdoms don't dare to approach this place easily. This gave her more different ideas. In retrospect, it was the same in the original story. The three kingdoms were like mortal enemies. Holt, Nide, and Kazmatura, three kingdoms of equal strength, constantly kept each other in check even in the original story, engaging in countless secret plots. Now I understood why this place could still maintain its status as Marin's private land. Because if one side interfered, the other two would surely be furious. Winter affirmed Hailey's thoughts exactly. A single misstep could trigger a war. To avoid that, the three kingdoms signed a treaty. The contaminated zone belongs to Marin, and no one may claim sovereignty over it. The clergy also stepped up to notarize it, so no side dares to break it. Hearing this for the first time, she was puzzled by something else. Wait, then why do the clergy dare to just dump criminals on someone else's land? Why not just send them to meet their God and be done with it? He immediately gave the hypocritical, external reason, that is to maintain the facade that God loves all creatures equally, as representatives of God. The clergy of the church cannot kill with their own hands. The more she thought about it, the more she admired the thinking of the people here. Wow, should I thank them or curse them for this? But in reality, thanks to that custom of illegal dumping, I was able to survive until now. And thanks to that strange help, I've now even picked up a title and a territory. So Hailey no longer hesitated and smiled smugly. That's right, I'm a Marquis now too. Seeing her expression, the dryad began to mock her. Hey, what kind of Marquis has no tenant farmers, no maids, and no soldiers? At this, she couldn't help but retort. What are you talking about? You're my tenant farmer, aren't you? The young man was stunned to hear this. Hailey didn't say more, looking confidently at Winter, and he is the soldier. He didn't seem to object and nodded. Meanwhile, Fatima stood up to clear the table and volunteered. Then I'll be the cook. She didn't refuse, remarking, all right, Fatima is really ambitious. She felt like a real female entrepreneur now. Although the situation hadn't changed, she still felt that something was different. She felt very happy. Even though there were only 4 of them, so much had happened. It's like playing house. It's so much fun. Hailey agreed with Fatima's words. Playing house. It's a bit rushed and pieced together, but all of this, what am I seeing? She wasn't sure. So Winter spoke up to explain the declaration of the head of house. In noble families of the past, when the head of the house passed away or stepped down, the heir would gather all the subordinates and declare themselves the new head. It's a traditional ceremony, and the older the family, the more they value it. Hailey was pleased to hear the name of the event. It's called the Declaration of the Head of House. Having been chosen as the head of the house, Hailey no longer hesitated and began to lead. Ahem, now I'm going to say something important, so everyone listen carefully. Seeing that she was about to announce something seemingly important, Fatima cheered her on excitedly. Go on, future lord. But the dryad next to her covered his face, embarrassed for Hailey. Please, Miss Hailey, aren't you ashamed? Hearing the young man criticize her like that, Hailey couldn't help but argue to oh, you have any idea how titles and land are acquired? You're so out of touch with the real world. Seeing the dryad fall silent, she cleared her throat and announced, Ahem, listen up. On this land, the only person with the surname Marin is me, so I am the sole heir to the Marin line. Therefore, from this day forward, soon, early summer arrived. Every morning, Fatima practiced with the wild ducks. Forward, forward. Not that way. Come over here. Seeing that they wouldn't listen, she threatened. Whoever ruins the fields will be caught and eaten. Meanwhile, Hailey sipped her water and thought leisurely. Why is it like this? No matter how enthusiastically you train and shout, ducks don't understand human language. Ryker was in charge of providing protein for the table, and the dryad was busy repairing the fields destroyed by the ducks. It seemed the dryad was solely focused on farming, so he was very happy. Since you've joined our family and become one of us, you must repay us with bountiful potato vines. Understand? Seeing the young man treating the potatoes like that, Hailey thought he was like a mother-in-law from the Josian era, and she just walked around, soaking in the atmosphere. A gentle breeze on my face, the warm sun, and a piece of bread in my hand. That's right, bread made from the last of our flour. Now, we had to choose, either return to a life of poor, primitive austerity, or risk danger and go to the mortal market to buy things. So later, all 3 of them chose to risk danger to get food. Despite living that life, Hailey's stamina was still too weak to keep up with the other 2. Huff, wait a minute. Winter, who seemed famished from the lack of food, urged her on. Hurry up. You're the only one among us who can survive without eating. Fatima also frequently updated them on news from the surrounding countries. Recently, I heard that the atmosphere between Nide and Holt is unusually tense. So in any case, this is an opportunity. I heard Nide's border guards are arresting and imprisoning anyone from Holt. Thanks to that, people from Holt don't dare to go near that area. For us, the conflict with Holt is a good thing. The fewer people from Holt there are, the less likely we are to be recognized. Hailey reached out and took her hand, affirming, that's right. After all, I caused quite a stir before. After the conflict in Sal Ben, the Kingdom of Holt had tightened control over the border of the contaminated zone. Why? Because an evil which had appeared in a border village of Holt. According to Ryker, who had gone to scout the situation, stories about me had spread throughout Holt. A demon resurrected from the dead is invading the Kingdom of Holt. The first to realize the witch Hailey's resurrection was the great Cardinal Eugene Widemark. He led the knights to stop Hailey's evil plans, but unfortunately, in the process, many Salben villagers sacrificed themselves. They died without a complete corpse and are still wandering the contaminated zone. That's how the story was told. In reality, the clergy had just staged this show to cover up the fact that they had directly killed the villagers. But who would believe the words of an evil witch? While walking, Winter heard the roar of the walking dead and warned Fatima. There are 2 walking dead ahead. They don't look like they're from Salben. See if you recognize any of them. But when she saw the clothes on the walking dead, Fatima confirmed they're wearing clothes from over 100 years ago. They must be from the previous generation of magicians. So Winter no longer hesitated and drew his sword in that case. Even if they die now, it would be considered a natural death. But he was stopped by Hailey from killing them. Wait, I can exorcise them. Don't harm them so easily. Even if they're from 100 years ago, they might not have been bad people. So Winter obediently listened, had her create a cage to trap the two walking dead, and then they left together. I really wish a solution would just fall from the sky. When the three of them reached the border, ready to enter the city, they were quickly stopped by the gate guards. You three up front, halt. What's your business in Grandis? Don't tell me you're from the Kingdom of Holt. Being asked this, Fatima quickly denied, no, we're just here looking for someone. Our Lady's husband had an affair and ran off to this place with his lover. Our Lady said she couldn't stand it anymore, so she came to catch him in the act herself. Seeing Hailey's beautiful and delicate face, the gate guard lamented, "What? Cheating on such a young and beautiful wife? What a shameless man." Our poor lady, witnessing her performance, she marveled inwardly. Fatima's acting is amazing. Nide was very strict about monogamy. Exploiting this sense of pride was a method the original heroine had also used, and it had clearly been proven to be very effective. The two of them finished their act and were allowed to pass, leaving only Winter. Seeing him, everyone could immediately tell he was a powerful noble. At this point, the gate guard asked, "Who's the man behind you?" Hailey knew he would be asked sooner or later, so she was troubled. "See, I knew he'd be asked. If anyone among us looks like a noble, it's definitely not me, but him." She tried to come up with an excuse. This person is... But suddenly, Winter placed a hand on her shoulder. Then he pulled Hailey into a tight embrace to prove their close relationship. Under Fatima's explanation, he's Our Lady's lover. After confirming that her husband really cheated, Our Lady will immediately get a divorce and then remarry him. She also rambled on, explaining why all three of them had to go find Hailey's ex-husband. Nide is also monogamous, right? In my country, you have to get a divorce before you can remarry. Please let us in. We have to confirm it. The more she listened, the more she couldn't believe this was happening. What the hell? I didn't expect this to happen. This plot is no different from melodrama. The gate guard was finally convinced and burst out laughing. Haha. Then he agreed to let the three of them in. That's right. You have to get a divorce to remarry. Hey, open the gate, let them pass. Hailey was surprised to see the gate open so easily. It opened, they just let us through like that. The gate guard kindly wished them a safe journey. Have a safe trip, and remember to catch that husband. Once inside the city, she no longer cared about the ridiculous reasons Fatima had made up. As long as they could get in, it was fine. After entering, she was ecstatic. That was amazing. We got through just as the Lord planned. Hailey thought Fatima had done a great job and kept praising her. You did an amazing job, Fatima. The praise made her smile shyly. It was nothing. So, oh no, my lord, shall we go shopping? She agreed. All right, let's go. The bustling crowds, the lively atmosphere unique to the commercial city of Grandis. Every street seemed to invite you to spend money, bringing a sense of familiarity as if returning home. The clanging sound from the blacksmith shop, the sweet aroma that filled the entire street, the irresistible high-end dishes and various delicacies. These were things that were absolutely unseen in the remote mountains before. Before she knew it, time had passed and the sun had set. Being able to rest in a 5-star and made Hailey ecstatic that a luxury inn. This is amazing. The food is delicious and expensive. I'm so happy, While she was lying in bed in a good mood, Fatima asked curiously from outside, "Miss Hailey, I can't find Raykart anywhere. Do you know where he is?" She didn't seem to know either, only that Winter had gone out. So she replied, "He said he had something to do and went out for a bit. He's so diligent." Just then, a scream came from outside. "Doctor! Someone get a doctor." This made Hailey too curious to rest peacefully. Why is it so noisy outside? In front of the inn, 3 injured people were lying on the ground, crying for help. Someone's hurt. Why are you all just standing there watching? Someone's dying. Get a doctor, quickly. A person coming out from inside saw the scene and asked curiously what happened. Seeing that the people weren't reacting, this person continued to press down on the wound, pleading, "What's wrong?" "Someone's hurt. We were bitten by wolves. Please help us. I'm begging you. Someone please treat our wounds." But to everyone's surprise, what awaited the injured were stones and curses from the surrounding crowd. "Get lost, you filthy poachers from Holt. No doctor in Grandis has time to treat thieves like you. That's right, just wait to die in the mountains and become food for the wolves." Witnessing this, Fatima couldn't understand why the people here were so cruel. The men were on the verge of death. How could they be so heartless? Why do they hate people from Holt so much? Hailey didn't seem to know the reason either, thinking that perhaps the injured men below had committed some crime. Well, you could say they're getting what they deserve. I really shouldn't be in a place of such trouble. Actually, I knew exactly why Nive hated Holt so much. Because this was the background of the original story. In the border region of the Holt Kingdom, which bordered Nive, the border count here often purchased the pelts of snow beasts from the Nive Mountains as a side income. Then one day, he was discovered having an affair and faced the risk of being divorced by his wife. Terrified of losing face, he hired hunters to capture many of the snow beasts his wife loved to please her. Money poured in like crazy, and the hunters immediately crossed the border into Nive, becoming poachers. The number of snow beasts plummeted, forcing Nive to send out an investigation team. So until now, everyone from the Holt Kingdom was tied up and interrogated. That border count, who was like an enemy, must have slaughtered another country's precious creatures just because he was afraid of being beaten by his wife. How could they not be angry? How could they not be angry? Fatima couldn't believe Hailey knew so much. But Miss Hailey, you've never even taken a single step out of the castle. How do you know all this so clearly? Being looked at with admiring eyes made her a little smug. Even so, I have to have my sources of information. Meanwhile, heartfelt pleas rose from the injured men below. Please, save us. We can't even hunt wild boars, let alone wolves. The man clutching his leg couldn't help but find it amusing and presented the evidence. Hide the wolf fong hanging from your waist before you speak. Fatima seemed to be a compassionate person, so she was worried that no one would step up to help. What should we do? Not a single person in the crowd is willing to help. At this rate, they'll really die. But Hailey reassured her. Don't worry, because that guy is about to appear. Just then, someone stepped forward and stopped their actions with noble words. Stop. God teaches us to love even the sinners. Even if these men have committed crimes, we cannot just let them die. I will help treat you. Thank you, sir. Those who had been watching the injured men get cursed retorted. But sir, those men are the ones who slaughtered the treasured snow beasts of our Nive Kingdom. But he replied bluntly, I know. So there is no need for anyone to help. I only ask for your permission to take them back to the inn so that I may treat their wounds. Please grant me this. Faced with this plea, the people were at a loss. Witnessing this, Fatima praised his kind heart. As expected of someone who serves God, his character is noble. If a clergyman were to come to our village, I'd wish for a priest like him. But she was contradicted by Hailey. He's not a real priest. Hearing his true identity, she was shocked. Huh? An assassin? I know exactly who he is. Snow Beast Rango, the most brutal assassin raised by wolves. Among those poachers, there was a child who was abandoned when he was too young to remember his parents' faces. That child was named Snow Beast Rango. He grew up in the embrace of a white wolf pack and later became Nive's most notorious assassin. In human eyes, it might have been a savage life, but for Rango, the memories of galloping through the snowy mountains with the wolf pack were his fondest childhood memories. Parents, siblings, friends, everyone was always by his side. The alpha wolf, who was like a parent to Rango, was killed by a human. That hunter mistakenly thought Rango was a child kidnapped by wolves. Despite his fierce resistance, the boy was dragged back to the human world. He soon realized one thing. He could never return to the wolf pack. In the end, he came to hate humans. Rango couldn't fit into human society either. He fled into the underworld and became an assassin named Rango. 10 years later, when he heard the news of the white wolf pack slaughter, it was only natural for Rango to enter the Grandis region for revenge. But that was just a story in a novel. It had nothing to do with me, really. Rango, feared by the whole world, would later meet his heroine, be saved, defeat the hunters, and earn the loyalty of the ferocious snow beasts. Well, I'm only staying here for one night, and tomorrow I'll return to my territory. This has nothing to do with me. That's how it was supposed to be, but the next day, she ran into Rango. He greeted her. So you're the guest, the one who needs the list of the abandoned from the contaminated zone. Seeing that he was the one she was supposed to trade with left Hailey speechless with shock. Why is he here? And why with me? But Winter, standing beside her, quickly said it was his request. It was my request. If you kill those poachers, they will give you the list of the abandoned from the contaminated zone. Rango unhesitatingly laid out the exchange of benefits. That's right, but in return, you must cooperate in eliminating all the poachers from Holt. I'll get the list myself. After finishing his talk with him, he turned to Hailey. The one looking for the innocent people abandoned in the contaminated zone. Isn't that you? This happened so fast, it caught her completely off guard. Raykart, I know you're in a hurry, but what are we going to do? You made the decision yourself, and even dragged Rango into this. The decision to look for the list of the abandoned was made on our way to Grandis. Even during that short journey, we encountered countless contaminated people. If those zombie-like people were truly innocent victims like the lumberjack, was it right to purify them? But what if they were truly evil criminals? While hesitating like this, Raykart gave his opinion. A list of the abandoned. Investigate who was abandoned, and then decide whether to purify them. I also agreed with Rickart's opinion and said I would find that list. But seeing Hailey still disagree, Winter tried to persuade her. This was something you were concerned about all along. It's convenient and good, isn't it? We can also save the poor snow beasts. She still wanted to explain something. No, that's not what I meant. We'll focus on finding food here and continue the investigation after we go back. His involvement was completely unplanned. Rango seemed to have an idea. Then he pointed at Winter and said bluntly, "What's there to worry about? I heard he's your subordinate, right? Lend him to me to deal with those poachers. I can tell he's a good fighter." Even so, Hailey still had some reservations. Raykart, wait a minute. To think that the situation would turn out to be Rango unintentionally meeting the villain before the heroine. Time quickly passed to the next morning. Hailey tried to persuade Fatima to go with her. Think about it again. It's better if Fatima comes with us. But she was flatly refused. No, because someone still needs to watch the luggage. Then be careful on the road, Miss Hailey. Seeing Fatima not coming along made Hailey shed tears of frustration. Fatima is my vitamin. So, except for Fatima, the three of us set off towards the wolf pack's habitat before sunrise. Only then could we arrive on time. The three of them entered the forest together. Fearing Hailey would get tired, Winter immediately taught her the most energy-saving way to move. If you're going to climb a mountain for a long time, don't step lightly. Use your ankles with force, Hailey. If you're going to climb a mountain for a long time, protecting your ankles is the most important thing. Hearing this advice, she obediently replied, "Okay, thank you." Seeing that Hailey's expression was a bit off, he seemed a little worried. "You look a bit tired," and received a reply, "A little. I had a nightmare last night, so I didn't sleep well." In the dream, everyone was gathered in one place, but the heroine was nowhere to be seen. Even Rango had joined in, surrounding her and blaming her. Rango, walking ahead, saw Hailey following so slowly and complained unhappily, "You only talk nonsense like nightmares. We've only reached the foot of the mountain, and you're already complaining. What a pain. You should have just let me your subordinate from the start. Why follow all the way here?" Knowing that she was following also because she was afraid the two of them would cause some trouble together. Because if she let the two of them go alone, she didn't know what would happen, nor what excuse to use to explain it. She cleared her throat. "Ahem. Anyway, I'm the leader. I have to lead the team. What's written on that list?" Hearing the question, he didn't get angry and answered. "There are names, crimes, evidence, location of abandonment, and the manager's signature." Unexpectedly, everything was surprisingly detailed. How detailed? She still felt guilty in her heart, as if she had stolen the heroine's opportunity. But honestly, how many chances like this would she get? The chance to save Rango in place of the heroine, and thus obtain the list of the contaminated. So after making up her mind, Hailey quickly spoke up to confirm. "All right, I will cooperate seriously now. Tell me your plan. Even if you dispose of all the poachers in the mountains, there's no guarantee Holt won't continue to send people." Suddenly, Rango's face darkened, revealing a threatening smile. "Then we'll have to make them feel fear." Hailey heard this and felt it wasn't feasible. How? He didn't say much, offering an extremely cruel method. Skin them and send the skins to their families. Just like that. Hearing this method was too barbaric, she couldn't accept it. "Hey, that's too cruel." Rango explained why he would do it. "They captured my family, skinned them, and sold them for money. What's the difference?" But even knowing that, Hailey still wanted to say more. Even so, he warned her with a murderous look in his eyes. "Too noisy. If you want to preach, get lost." Faced with this look, Hailey was quickly scared into silence. What a terrifying look. She secretly rejoiced in her heart. Thank goodness Raykart is stronger than Rango. After walking a bit further, Hailey grew more and more tired. She was panting like a dog, hugging a tree. Why am I so tired? In the demonic, energy-filled Malin territory, I could climb mountains like this every day. Seeing her still trying to persevere to reach the planned location really made Rango look at her in a new light. "Wow, you're not half bad. I thought you'd give up halfway and cancel your request to follow us all the way." Impressive, guest. Although she received praise, the price she paid was too high, so Hailey had little energy. Thanks for the compliment. Rango quickly became arrogant in the face of these words. I'm not one to be stingy with praise. Then he looked in one direction, pointing out that the poachers mainly came from the other side, closest to the Holt border. There's also a path on the other side of the valley that herb gatherers often stand on. This made it hard for Hailey to believe. In this vast mountain, how can you block all those poachers by yourself? But it seemed Rango couldn't do it either. How can I block them? I'm not a werewolf. If I try, and it doesn't work, then I plan to go kill that Holt border count scumbag. Since he's a noble, the bounty must be quite high. But what can I do? Her face quickly turned pale, reevaluating the bounty amount. The bounty isn't just a little, it'll be a lot. In reality, one person can't win. Because in the original novel, the heroine met a seriously injured Rango as soon as she arrived in Grandis. During the treatment, our heroine heard the story about the snow beasts. In fact, she was a member of an investigation team sent by King Michelin of Holt. When the two countries were on the brink of war over the poachers, she was sent to solve that problem. Thanks to meeting Rango, the heroine found the cause of the war. She successfully brought that philandering border count to a court co-hosted by both countries. In the end, the snow beast was chosen as a symbol of reconciliation between the two nations and was designated as a species in need of protection. After that incident, Rango turned over a new leaf and became a true clergyman, a priest. He wanted to do something for the heroine, so he volunteered to be a servant. But to fit the tragic development of the work, he became a side character who died a sacrificial death. Actually, no matter what ending this guy has, my principle is not to let him get involved with the heroine. Since we're already cooperating, let's try to take action this time. Because of that decision, Hailey decided to lend a hand and said to Winter, Raykart, can you capture 2 poachers alive and bring them here? Remember not to injure them too badly, and they can't be too old or too young. Receiving this request, he replied calmly, that's not difficult. But in return, you must stay here and not go anywhere. Protect her well. Don't let any harm come to my master. Entrusting her safety to Rango made Hailey a bit helpless. Entrusting protection to an assassin, he really has no tact at all. Thinking about being alone with this dangerous guy, her face quickly turned pale. Rango still didn't understand why Hailey had Winter do this, so he asked curiously, hey, guest, why do you want to capture the poachers alive? They're not afraid of being intimidated. As long as they get 1 adult snow beast pelt, it's enough for them to live comfortably for 3 years. She still wanted to explain, isn't life more important than money? But Rango didn't think that was always the case. That's only temporary. Standing in front of someone who wasn't on the same wavelength, Hailey felt helpless. This guy, he's keeping his own identity a secret while constantly hinting at revealing others' plans. In the end, she couldn't persuade him anymore and said everything bluntly. Shut up and just watch. Anyway, if we fail, you've probably already planned to kill us all, right? Seeing Hailey speak so plainly made Rango realize she knew everything about him. You know a thing or two about me. I thought you were just a useless young lady. Were you sent from above? You don't look like one of the clergy. Then you must be some noble. Being praised as a noble made Hailey unable to resist a happy smile. Do I look like a noble in your eyes? Did I reveal my weakness so quickly? Just as she got this title, he launched an attack, splitting the hat on her head in 2 and exposing her. Then with you wearing such a ridiculous hat, what else could you be but a noble? Being threatened like this made Hailey unable to sit still. Look at this guy. He said he'd help me, but then he turns around and threatens me. Snow Beast Rango. Suddenly, Rango saw the demonic energy pouring out of Hailey, and his eyes darkened. He confirmed, I know everything about you. Rango, faced with the demonic energy and his identity discovered, Rango panicked. What is this? It was already suspicious that she knew his identity so clearly. It's truly creepy. He couldn't let himself get involved. After calming down, he stood up arrogantly and said dismissively, so what if you know so much about me? She shouldn't have let her subordinate get so far away. After speaking, Rango tried to make a move, but he was completely suppressed by the demonic energy from Hailey, while she just leisurely looked at the hat that had fallen to the ground. My hut. Hailey seemed to find it a bit ridiculous. An assassin who threatens people instead of assassinating them. In the end, faced with this demonic energy, Rango could only surrender like a dog. All right, isurinner. So please put away. Now, the ranking was clear. Winning the previous battle so easily made Hailey more smug than ever. That's what I'm saying. You picked a fight with the wrong person. While the hunters trembled in fear, we were enjoying a camping trip in the mountains. Raykart had captured 2 poachers as I ordered. Seeing the hunters being brought over, Rango showed an expression like he wanted to swallow them whole. Oh, how clever. Daring to use a cub to lure the mother wolf. Do you even deserve to be called human? Looking at the blood-soaked, dying wolf cub on the ground, Hailey couldn't help but feel sad. This wolf cub hasn't been dead for long. Its leg is also broken. If it was tied by that broken leg and dragged around, how much pain must it have endured? It must have been calling for its mother in desperation. The wolf pack couldn't leave the poachers because they heard the cub's cries for help. Finally, Rango figured out these hunters' plan. I was wondering how you trash could catch such a smart wolf. It turns out you targeted the cubs because it was difficult to track the adults. Seeing that they were caught by these people, the hunters asked in fear, "Who on earth are you?" His voice was extremely low at this point. If the wolf cubs die, you make them into souvenir specimens. If they're alive, you capture them to raise or sell, right? The hunters still didn't know what was going on and wanted to figure out Rango's identity. Who on earth ordered you to do this to us? He didn't hide his true identity and introduced himself, Snow Beast Rango, the human left from the wolf pack you killed. After introducing himself, Rango picked up his sword, lifted one man up, and was about to run him through, but his hand was tightly gripped by Winter and stopped him before things got worse. Wait, being stopped like this, he struggled. Let go. These bastards all deserve to die. He wanted to clarify everything, but he also knew that killing them like this wasn't the best solution. Even so, Rango didn't care at all and canceled his previous request. So what? Fine. Then I canceled the request. I was wrong. I'll just live in seclusion here and make hunting these bastards my life's hobby. Oh, right. I'll capture all their families, break their legs, and drag them around. That would be fair, right? The situation was already a mess, and Rango was roaring in anger. Hailey seemed unable to take it anymore and stopped him. Enough, Rango. I said I have my own plan, so let's try it. He didn't believe in the ridiculous plan she came up with. What plan? You're just like them. Hailey didn't want to explain further and scolded. So talkative. Just watch how your big sister handles this. Then Hailey stepped forward and began to negotiate. Do you want to live? There's only one way. What way? The hunters asked curiously. She unhesitatingly created a ball of demonic energy and demanded, "It's simple. As long as one of you eats this, I'll spare your lives." Now, who wants to survive and go back? Faced with that warning, the hunters' faces turned pale, and they begged in fear. I have a wife and kids at home. My child is still young. If I die like this, they won't remember their father's face. The hunter next to him denied all these words. It's all lies. He was abandoned by his wife and lives alone. Besides, my mother is very ill. If I don't go back, she'll have no one to rely on. Hailey heard this and asked curiously, "Is that so? Your mother is very ill?" The hunter frantically affirmed, Yes. So she spoke up with a request. "Then you should hurry home. Raykart, release him." Then Winter did as she said and cut the ropes on the hunter's hands. Okay. Hailey's expression was extremely threatening as she instructed, "Go back to Holt immediately." The one who ordered you to poach was the border count of Holt, right? Because of you, things turned out like this. Go back and beg him to cure you. Then a scream that echoed through the sky rang out. Hailey didn't want to wait and asked the remaining hunter, "How long does it take to get home?" He judged based on the old hunter's speed. If he goes at that speed, it'll probably take a day or two. At that speed, it'll probably take a day. After speaking, the hunter questioned her in fear. "What did you give him to drink? Is it contamination?" "No, it's demonic energy." Hailey, seeing that he knew the thing she had just made the old hunter swallow was demonic energy, teased him. Do you know what happens when you're injected with demonic energy? Knowing the consequences of swallowing demonic energy, he loudly questioned those present. "Who on earth are you people? What did you just do? What if he goes home and goes crazy and attacks people?" She didn't say much and told the hunter her exact purpose. "That's my purpose." The hunter didn't expect to hear this. What? After saying everything, Hailey took out some gold and bribed this hunter to be an informant and act according to her plan. Now you go and say that the guy who just ran away was trying to secretly hunt snow beasts, but was invaded by demonic energy. Say that the contaminated zone is spreading towards the Grandis mountains. This is your payment. Say that just by getting close, everyone will become one of the infected. He didn't understand why she would go to this extent. Faced with this plan, Hailey didn't want to say more and showed a threatening smile. If you don't report the news properly, that terrifying assassin will appear and chop off your head. The hunter, until the very end, still wanted to know her true identity. Why are you causing all this? Who on earth are you? Hearing him ask about her identity, she showed a blank expression. Me? Then she confidently introduced herself to him, the Marchioness of Malin. After receiving the instructions and a pile of money to be an informant, the hunter finally ran off to report the news. Seeing that she had resolved everything perfectly, Hailey turned to the stunned Rango and asked, "Is this enough, Rango?" Time quickly passed for a few days. We stayed at the Grand Hotel for a few more days because I needed to confirm that the poachers I let go had done their job properly. Then Rango became afraid of Hailey since then, hiding behind Winter for safety. That scary woman, that terrifying woman, being alienated like this annoyed her a little, and she shouted, "Hey, eat your food." Maybe because my threat was too effective, even Rango didn't dare to get close to me. Because he was so scared, he constantly watched what she said and did. "Why are you paying attention to my food? Did you put demonic energy in the food too?" Being misunderstood like this made her uncomfortable, and she explained I wouldn't do that. I've already explained. When the second poacher went back, I attached more demonic energy to him. The first one will only take a day or two to be contaminated and lose all reason. The second one will probably take twice as long. Let the rumors spread like that. Because this matter involves demonic energy, the border count of Holt must report it to the clergy. By then, everyone will naturally know that this is a case related to poaching, and they will be sent to court. Poaching is a serious crime. Because of poaching, Nive and Holt are almost at war, you know? Since there are paladins here, which kingdom would dare to send troops? Even poachers won't dare to come near. What's no beasts? I can't even hunt a rabbit. After explaining for a while, Rango had completely understood and exclaimed, "Ah, so that's how it is." Seeing that everything was successful made Hailey sigh in frustration. So tired. If this plan succeeds, the only one who suffers is me, the one who can never set foot in Grandis again. Damn it. Anyway, I wasn't planning on living a noble life in the first place. Meanwhile, Fatima brought the food she had bought and reported what she had just seen. "My lady, the border count of Holt just sent an envoy to Grandis. They said they have reported the spread of contamination to the mountains, to the clergy, and requested support." After hearing this news, Hailey couldn't help but be curious about the Lord's reaction here. How did the Lord of Grandis respond? She quickly recounted what the Lord had said. He replied, "Go to hell." Hearing this, she could only exclaim, "What a temper." The words of the Lord of Grandis can be understood this way. If you want to cooperate, confess the poaching first. That bastard. Now the border count of Holt can't move. Up to this point, the mission is considered complete. As for what happens after, it has nothing to do with me, whether the two countries go to war or the paladins are dispatched. Hailey, seeing that the matter she had traded for was resolved, demanded from Rango, "Hey, go get the list. If you don't keep your promise, you'll end up like those poachers." Faced with this threat, he pondered for a moment, then affirmed, "I keep my promises. Just wait." From that day on, time gradually passed. That very night, Rango brought back the personnel information Hailey needed. "Take it." Seeing the documents brought back so quickly, she was very surprised. "What? You brought it back so quickly? Honestly, did you have it ready from the start? Or is the clergy's guard so lax?" Faced with this suspicion, he quickly retorted with an extremely confident attitude. "It's not like that. Do you think it's easy to infiltrate the clergy? This is all thanks to my outstanding abilities." Since the deal was successful, Hailey couldn't be bothered to press further. "All right, a good deal. Rango." As she said this, she extended her hand. Seeing the hand extended towards him, he quickly backed away in fear, keeping a safe distance. Are you planning to kill me too? Just to shut your mouth, right? What a scary woman." Seeing him being so useless, Hailey got angry. "That guy really. If my true identity is exposed, then I'm done for two. You too, Rango, you're also planning to kill me." "Shut up." Rango tried to explain his true motives. "No, I was just going to follow you secretly." But she unpleasantly demanded he get lost. Being driven away like that, he couldn't be bothered to stay any longer and left quickly. "Damn it, I'm leaving." Seeing the way he walked, not at all like a killer, surprised Hailey. He actually used the door. A killer should have gone through the window. That guy really isn't romantic. And so, the partnership with Rango came to an end. We had a spacious and sturdy carriage and all sorts of food. Life became more prosperous. After finishing our work, we also left Grandis. 3 days later, in the kitchen of Marin Castle, the Dryad shed tears of emotion upon seeing so much food and meat brought back. Thankfully, we're still alive. The sky clears after the rain. This phrase must be for times like these. Fatima was organizing things in the kitchen. Seeing the elf happy made me happy too. Hailey also bought many clothes to show off, dazzling the boy. But, Miss Hailey, what are you wearing? Why are you in that clown-like outfit? The clothes she thought were beautiful looked like a clown's to others, which made Hailey very uncomfortable. A clown? You talk just like Rango. What's wrong with this outfit? Fatima helped me pick it out. It's beautiful, but the dryad didn't think so. Beautiful? When I first saw it, I thought a devil doll had gotten out of the carriage. Being called a devil made her heart sink. Hurt. A devil? You dare call me a devil? I'm Hurt. What do you think you are? Some cute elf. Aren't you just a fallen druid addicted to meat? Fatima, afraid Hailey would be hurt by these words, whispered to the dryad, "Oh, just praise her." She went to the trouble of changing to look prettier for the elf, and also to show a different charm to Catkins. Even so, that boy still couldn't grasp its beauty. By human standards, is that considered beautiful? The words of their whispering hurt even more. I heard all of that. What are you two whispering about? Winter was helping unload food from the carriage. Seeing Hailey blocking the way, he requested, "Hailey, if you're just going to be in the way in the kitchen, then please help carry some sugar." Being asked like that, she refused. This lady is hurt. I'm in a bad mood and have no motivation to work. He tried to ask her to work again. "Hailey, please." "Wait, where are you going?" But Hailey insisted on not working and quickly ran away. How dare he ask this lady to work? Back in her room, Hailey sat down and sighed. Ugh. Although it was an excuse to escape, it's not a complete lie that I'm sad, because the list of personnel exiled to the contaminated zone came out earlier than I thought. The list is ready, but honestly, I don't have much confidence. Can I bring those contaminated people back intact? The human body is very fragile. The slightest mistake could lead to biological death, or they could turn into a demon like that spider. At that moment, I felt a heavy sense of responsibility and fear, afraid that I would make an irreversible mistake. Hailey decided to test it on herself first. I will extract the threads of demonic energy. I'll use my own body to practice. For some reason, the demonic energy was completely harmless to Hailey's body. It was very difficult at first. If I didn't concentrate, they would easily break or scatter, so I failed repeatedly many times. But then my stubbornness kicked in. I persistently tried again and again until I could create a long black thread, long enough to wrap around a major blood vessel. And back to me. This time, I tried to create many thin, long threads, imagining them like stretching tree branches so that I could control them freely, just like my own limbs. From that day on, thanks to focusing on purifying the demonic energy to the point of getting nosebleeds, I could control it more finely than before. One morning, Fatima saw Hailey going out and asked curiously, "Miss, where are you going again?" To this question, she just answered quickly and briefly, "To purify demonic energy." Seeing her run out again, the dryad hurriedly asked, "Why have you been acting like you're being chased these days? You'll collapse at this rate." But she didn't seem to care much, retorting, "I won't. I'll be back soon." Time passed like this, and summer arrived. The crops that Catkin had diligently tended began to bear fruit. Hailey put on her gear and set off with a smile. "It's time to go. Rich card, let's go to Salbon." A few months ago, in Grandis, after Hailey had left, the priest following Eugene was furious upon hearing that the nation's rare animals had been hunted. How could this happen? Poaching is a serious crime. That border count dares to touch another country's protected animals. What a despicable person. Lord Eugene, what if a war breaks out because of this, causing countless deaths? The old priest, after listening, summarized what needed to be done. This is why the church is intervening under the guise of investigating the contaminated zone. They hope the punishment for these poachers will be overlooked. After hearing this, Eugene gave serious instructions for everything. Announce immediately that the church will step in to investigate this matter. Furthermore, bring the border count behind the poachers to justice. At the same time, declare the entire surrounding mountain forest, including the wildlife habitat, a restricted zone. What about those people? What on earth happened to them? I mean the poachers who saw the demonic energy spread. Hearing about those infected by the demonic energy, the old priest recounted, I haven't reported this yet. They are. The first one was completely contaminated. He tried to attack others as soon as he returned, but was killed by soldiers. As for the second one, the one who went a halt to complain, he was arrested and brought back here. He is currently being held in our parish. I heard that the one infected with demonic energy is still lucid. Eugene wanted to see him personally. I must see him. The old priest did not object after hearing this. Yes, I understand. He clenched his fist, judging to himself. This matter is related to Hailey. It's them. They must have had contact with Hailey. Now I'll soon know Hailey's whereabouts. After seeing Hailey in Selbon, Eugene had been waiting for her there. But even as he waited, Hailey never returned to Selbon. I can't forget Hailey's scornful face before she turned and left. That cold, ruthless gaze. I wanted to say that the past was just a misunderstanding. I just wanted to save you. I joined the church and became a cardinal, all just to protect you. But why? Why are you with Ryker Winter? The two of you, walking side by side as close as siblings. The more Eugene thought, the more he resented it. Ryker Winter was originally someone who hated Hailey, a beast who lived only for revenge. How did he become like that? Just as he was immersed in hatred, the priest beside him called out, "Lord Eugene, there's an urgent message from the direction of Neve. It's the area near the Holt border." The border count of Holt reported that the demonic energy seems to have spread, crossing the border and even reaching the Grandis Mountains. Therefore, he is very worried, so he reported this news. In other words, Neve has remained silent, but Holt is worried about causing damage to other countries, so they took the initiative to ask for help first. This is indeed somewhat suspicious, but the spread of demonic energy from the contaminated zone is a fatal problem for all border regions. Eugene was greatly shocked to hear the news of the demonic energy spreading. Wait, the demonic energy from the contaminated zone has spread? It has never happened in history, not even once, except for the recent encounter with Hailey in Selbon. From this, he immediately made a judgment. Hailey is in Grandis. With this thought, Eugene decided to set off for Grandis. Supervise Selbon. I will leave 2 paladins and 12 soldiers. You handle the rest. After he arrived, the people of the church greeted him. "Lord Eugene, this way." "Yes, thank you." Rango was also in the church, so he knew what was going on around him. Everything is really happening, just as that woman said. That border count was brought to justice, and the snow beast habitat was sealed off as a restricted zone. Really, those slow-moving clergymen are surprisingly fast. Even so, I'll probably only find a corpse by now. Luckily, I just came out of the Grandis church prison and killed all the trash inside. Before Hailey went back, she had made a request to him. If the church successfully captures the second poacher before he dies from the contamination, then at that time, Rango, you must protect the client's identity to the end. Seeing that the matters assigned to him were all resolved, Rango currently didn't know where to go. Where should I go now? I'll just treat this as a trip. I remember hearing that an inn in Holt sells particularly delicious food. Where was it? While trying hard to recall the location, he was happy that he remembered. I remember now. In a mountain village. It's called Selbon Village. Hailey and Winter were also on their way to Selbon. The contaminated zone is very large, and there are countless contaminated people there. In such a place, what is the probability of encountering those constantly moving people? Therefore, we will limit our search to the area around Selbon. For a full 10 days, while walking, Hailey saw the kind people who had helped her before. "Oh, you're still here. Thank goodness." The lumberjacks were still where we last met. Winter didn't expect to meet them again like this either. How lucky. It's been 3 months since we last met. I wasn't expecting anything. She seemed to have seen something strange, so they wanted this place forever. Do they have a reason to be attached to this place, near the logging area? This is the border of the contaminated zone. A little further up, there's a hill that overlooks Selbon. Maybe even if they are contaminated, they still remember their hometown. Standing before the first humans to be purified made Hailey a little nervous, so she comforted herself. "Don't be nervous. I practiced enough. I'm ready now. They will definitely be purified." So she lifted her head and greeted the zombies with a smile. "Long time no see, uncles. I'm a little late, aren't I? I've been thinking all this time whether I should purify you or not. My motto was originally to live as if I were already dead, but the more I thought about it, the more I couldn't bear to see you abandoned like this. You told me to be careful, right? If you hadn't been kind to me that day, things wouldn't have turned out this way. So let me help you." So Hailey reached out and touched the zombie she wanted to purify. A bright light appeared in an instant. "It's all right now." Restoring those contaminated people to their original state was a difficult and arduous task. All the demonic energy in their bodies had to be drawn out without leaving a single drop. She also had to be careful not to damage any part. After repeating this process 3 times, I finally succeeded in returning them to normal. After completely turning back into human form, they really couldn't believe it. I can't believe it, Miller. You're back too? How lucky. Really. Seeing all three of them finally turn back into humans made them shed tears of happiness. Thank you. Thank you so much. I've never experienced anything so terrifying in my life. Seeing the three of them finally regain their human form with her help really moved Hailey to death. I really succeeded. No one was left behind. Everyone was brought back. All these months of worry seemed to have paid off. Joy welled up, making my eyes well up. But that feeling didn't last long. The lumberjacks insisted on repaying her, leading to constant arguments. Because she didn't want them to keep following her demanding to repay her, Hailey vehemently refused. Hey, I said I don't need it. Why are you still like this? But those lumberjacks were people who repaid kindness, so they were determined to repay her. How can we let our savior leave empty-handed like this? Being followed like this, Hailey became helpless and stopped them. Why are you bringing up the law at a time like this? If it weren't for her, we would all be dead. Even if we have nothing, we want to give everything we have. Please come to my house. There are gold bars my wife saved under the kitchen floor, but she really didn't want to accept it. I'm also very rich, right, Ryker? Winter, who was called upon, spoke up, answering affirmatively. Hailey lacks everything but money, uncle. After hearing this, the uncle thought of another way. How about I give the house deed to the miss? She still insisted on not accepting it. I don't need it. How expensive houses in Selborne are. Enough, enough. We have nothing else to do now. Just help me get through the contaminated zone. Understand? Hearing this, the three of them looked at Hailey with moved and grateful eyes, miss. Then the three of them thought and still felt it was too little that we really can't. At least let us treat you to a meal. At this point, Hailey could only scream in frustration. I said, I don't need it. It would be bad for her if the villagers of Selborne saw her. We were planning to send you back quickly before dawn and leave, but they encountered an unexpected situation. What is this? Why is it like this? The houses are all empty. What on earth happened? Winter didn't know what happened either, so he opened the door of a house to investigate. Let's try to go inside. This house has been recently cared for. It's not completely abandoned. Hailey didn't understand why there wasn't a single person in this village. So where did everyone go? Disappeared in the night? Could they be locked in the temple? Is the religious trial still ongoing? But he thought it was impossible. No, that cardinal probably doesn't have that much time. But the atmosphere in the village is more terrifying than that. I'll go check the situation first. Everyone hide nearby. I'll be back soon. With so many people moving around, they're sure to attract the church's attention. We must leave this village immediately. But just as he turned to go back to the village entrance, he heard Winter screaming for Hailey to run, leaving Hailey no time to react. What's wrong? Why are you back so soon? He shouted while running. Quick, run into the contaminated zone. Seeing him all dirty and running for his life scared her. Why are you running at full speed? It's so scary, and there's blood on his face. What's that blood? Winter had no time to explain, so he grabbed Hailey's hand and pulled her into the contaminated zone. This blood isn't mine. Strange things have happened in Selborne. It seems the church is involved too. She still didn't know what exactly had happened. What strange things? Winter explained in time. A paladin turned into a monster, so the villagers are all locked in the temple. A paladin blessed by God turning into a monster is an act of sacrilege, so they have to hide it. After hearing this, Hailey felt everything was crazy. Are you crazy? If even a paladin can't be stopped, won't the villagers just become sacrifices? Right. What about that monster? Are the church's soldiers enough? He knew a little information, so he replied. It bit its fellow paladin to death, absorbed its power, and became stronger. I've already beheaded it. Everyone in the church saw it. Run. After hearing this, Hailey could only exclaim and complain to the heavens. Oh my God, why is my life so bitter? But you must have killed it, right? Winter seemed to be reassuring her. It's probably dead. I nearly cut its neck in two. Hearing this, she reminded him, then what's that chasing us now? A paladin infected with demonic energy was chasing the lumberjack uncles, scaring them to tears. Seeing it still alive, Winter's face turned pale. Why is it still alive? Being asked this, Hailey retorted in frustration. How should I know? You said you already killed it. So he unhesitatingly ran forward, wanting to stop the contaminated paladin again. Everyone follow Hailey and run into the contaminated zone. Hearing this command, the uncles hurriedly replied, Yes, yes, Sir Knight. When it stopped, it deftly reattached its own neck with its hands, shocking Winter. Its neck reattached. It's really a monster. If that's the case, then we have to think of another way. Before that, let's cut off its head again. When she saw its neck being cut off once more for some reason, Hailey didn't run but stopped to cheer. "Nice one, teammate," which made Winter, sweating profusely, curse. "I told you to run far away." There was nothing more he could say to her. When it lost its head, it still tried to swing its sword upwards. All right, if it's not the head. Winter rushed over and blocked a sword strike. Then he knocked the sword away and then stabbed it in the chest. As soon as he stabbed it, it was quickly defeated. The light in its eyes gradually dimmed. So maybe the heart is the answer. Then it went out completely. After seeing it destroyed, Hailey walked over to observe. Winter asked in front of her, "What is it, Hailey? It feels familiar, right?" She quickly got confirmation that that's right. The demonic energy was hidden in its heart. Compared to just residing in a human body, this amount of demonic energy is too much. And that was the heart of a paladin, a place that should have contained divine power. Divine power is an innate power present from birth. This is why the church takes in children who show signs of awakening divine power from a young age to raise and teach them. Among them, only the particularly outstanding and powerful children are chosen to be paladins. However, from the heart of a paladin that should have been full of divine power, demonic energy poured out. From these things, Hailey could immediately judge. So it was the church that forcibly implanted the demonic energy. "Look at those bastards." She seemed to have thought of something and shouted, "Richguard." Then she began to worry about the lives of the people here. Those villagers of Selbon. If this continues, their lives will be even harder, right? Those bastards from the church. To cover this up, they're planning to wipe Selbon off the map, right? Based on this question and analysis, Winter thought it was very likely to happen. Probably thinking about the difficult life the villagers were about to lead made Hailey make a decision. What a hassle. There's no choice. Immediately after, Selbon fell into chaos. This was a natural course of events. Not long ago, a religious trial was held in the village, but now that paladin has turned into a monster and massacred people. What impact this will have on Selbon is still unknown, but I believe people must always be prepared for the worst. Tragedy. After rescuing the villagers and dealing with all the guarding knights, Winter came to report, "Hailey, 2 paladins are dead. The other soldiers have all run away. So what's your plan?" Faced with this question, she hesitated. Well, I do have a plan, but it would be better if just one more person could help. While thinking about finding more help, she happened to see, "Oh my God, what is this? I thought I'd never have to see him again. I didn't expect to meet him so soon." So Hailey unhesitatingly asked Winter to bring Rango over. Bring that guy over. He was brought over just like that. Rango questioned angrily, "Hey, what's going on? We cooperated for a short time. This is too violent." Being questioned like this, she didn't care and instead asked about his whereabouts. "That you're the one. Why are you loitering in a place like this?" But Rango wouldn't back down and was even more defiant. "I should be the one saying that. You're the ones who have no reason to be here. After you left, the church people flooded into Grandis, causing me to lose all my customers. I couldn't help it. It's hard to make a living, so I followed you all the way here. I was planning to live quietly for a while. Who knew a monster would pop up, and then I got locked in the temple." Hailey didn't care how hard his life was and just asked, "I happen to have nothing to do either, so this is a coincidence. I need you to find someone." Rango refused. "Why should I do that?" But when Hailey took out a bag of gold, he was immediately subdued. "Who am I looking for?" "My demon Marchioness." She quickly said the name of the person she needed to find. "It's Eugene Widemark, a young cardinal of the church." As soon as Rango heard the name, he knew his whereabouts. If it's him, he's probably in Grandis now. "I fled from him to here 2 months ago." Hailey was uncomfortable with this timeline. 2 months ago? That's exactly when I last went to the market. Did he follow me all the way there? Rango provided the information and, after taking a gold coin from the bag, exclaimed, "Oh, a 100-year-old gold coin. This is worth quite a bit. Are you aware you're giving it back to me?" Marchioness. She didn't want to talk to him anymore and just urged loudly, "Since you've been paid, go to Grandis quickly. The sooner the better. Tell him what happened in Selbon and say that I want to meet him in Salbin's logging area in a week. Come alone. Don't bring anyone. That will be the last chance to talk to Hailey Marin. If you miss it, you'll never see a trace of me again." Back in the past, Hailey had sought Eugene's help. "Just let me hide at your place for a few days. As soon as my magic power recovers, I'll leave far away. Just let me stay for a few days, Eugene." 2 winters ago, when Hailey was being hunted for poisoning the King of Holt, she found my home. Seeing her come here for lodging, Eugene teased, "Where's your lover? Your soulmate? Are you just going to keep running, begging them to spare your life?" Hearing these nagging words made Hailey Hailey curse angrily. Get out of the way. I didn't come here to listen to your sermon. He didn't want her to keep hiding like this either, so he offered a solution. Hailey, are you just going to keep running away like this? I'll announce everything. It's okay. You just need to stand before the court and admit it. The magician Hailey was just a puppet in the hands of Cyril and Bendishin. The one who massacred the entire village. The one who killed Bendishin's legal heir. The one who poisoned the king of Holt. None of it was you. It was all Michelin and his mother. But when she heard these words, Hailey shouted angrily, "Shut up, don't meddle in my affairs. I can handle it myself." Eugene didn't think her love-addled brain could handle anything. Do you think they'll be grateful to you? Repay you? They'll probably just use you and then throw you away like trash. Hailey quickly affirmed before his questioning. Everything she did was not for a reward. I'm not doing this to be rewarded. What will happen when the truth comes out? At least I need self-satisfaction. I sacrifice for it. I don't want to be someone who is used and then thrown away like trash. Even though she knew in her heart that she had been betrayed and abandoned, Hailey refused to admit it. Please. Eugene still wanted to make Hailey understand everything. Hailey, you could die because of this. If you take on all the danger to protect them and then die, what am I, the one who is supposed to protect you, supposed to do? He thought that if he just cried, Hailey would soften and listen to him. In front of his tears, Hailey always softened. So Eugene pleaded, crying, "If you die, how am I supposed to live? Don't you care what will happen to me then?" Just like every time, she would surely hug him and comfort him as if everything was fine. That's right, this time it will go my way, pretending he couldn't win. But what he didn't expect was that Hailey was very firm in her decision this time, that I'd rather die. I'm not asking you to understand me. I never asked you to. I just asked you to let me hide for a few days. Realizing he could no longer sway Hailey, Eugene's heart sank. How cruel. Hailey, you've abandoned me after all. With this thought, he insisted on not letting her stay and bluntly threw her out. Get out. Even if you get hunted down after you leave, or get caught and put on trial, that's your business. Being thrown out like this by someone she considered family was unacceptable to Hailey. Eugene, you can't do this. You're my family. But then he broke her heart once more. Family? No. You know full well that I love you, Hailey. Even when you said you loved Cyril Vandixen. Even when you said you made a vow with Mitchell and Holt. I still loved you. But you abandoned me and threw yourself into another man's arms. Now you're even planning to die for them. But it was you who betrayed me first. Hailey still tried to salvage everything that don't be like this. You're the only one I can rely on. We used to see each other as ourselves, able to rely on each other at any time. But now everything is lost. As he decided to clarify everything, Eugene bluntly opened the door and drove Hailey away. Never come back. Go find a man you love and rely on him. I, who have read the original story, know very well how much Eugene regrets that day and how paranoid and selfish his feelings are. As for Hailey, until the very end, she could not understand that madness. In Hailey's heart, Eugene was always just a little puppy that needed to be taken care of. Since he was a puppy, he couldn't be responsible, nor could he make mistakes. All faults belonged to the owner. But unfortunately, I don't think so. Her little puppy has now grown up into a fine man. It's time for him to repay the favor of being raised. With that in mind, Hailey shouted loudly from above, loud enough for Eugene to hear. It seems you've forgotten the terms of the deal. Let me remind you, Eugene Widemark. I said that if you want to talk to me, you must climb up alone and leave the priest you've been serving behind. Hearing this, his face went blank in an instant, and even the priest serving Rango was confused. A priest? Then, to prove his identity, he shouted towards Hailey, It's me, Rango the Snow Beast." Seeing him caught just like that, she was bewildered. "What, it's you?" Rango quickly explained the situation. "I've been taken hostage by the Cardinal. Save me, Demon Marquis." Seeing him talk so much, Eugene ignored him and shoved Rango to the ground. "Ugh, be gentle." Hailey looked down at him, easily subdued by Eugene, and said to Rango with contempt, "Your skills have deteriorated too much to be caught by a cardinal who only knows how to flip through the Bible." My goodness, being looked down upon like this. Rango tried to defend himself. It's not like that. But not letting the two say any more, Eugene quickly stepped forward. "I waited for you here on purpose, because the poacher locked in the basement was killed by an assassin. I figured someone must be interfering behind the scenes." He reached out to Hailey and then hugged her tightly, expressing how much he missed her. I missed you, Hailey. Being held like this, Hailey got goosebumps and she dodged away. Why is it like this? This is disgusting. Let go of me. She could only scream silently in her heart. This guy, I'm not your Hailey. Winter, too, seemed unable to stand the sight of the two embracing any longer, and he rushed over and grabbed Eugene's clothes. What is this, Eugene Widemark? Don't you understand the point of our conversation? His expression quickly darkened. Standing before him was Ryker Winter. Seeing the apparent hostility between the two, Rango's curiosity was piqued, wanting to gossip. What's wrong? What's the relationship between those two? A clergyman who serves God hugging a demon marquis. Not wanting to complicate things further, Hailey made a request to Winter. All right, Raykart, take Rango away from here. Being asked this, Rango was confused. What? Why me? I'll stay here quietly. After seeing Winter take Rango away, Hailey turned and warned Eugene, you're in my way, stay away from me. And, Eugene, don't touch my body again without my permission. When it comes to obsession, you're more human than Raykart. Perhaps you'll arbitrarily want to go back to our past relationship, and perhaps I need to say it as coldly and decisively as possible. But before she could speak, Eugene spoke first, begging, give me a chance to apologize. Hearing this request, Hailey was bewildered. What? He didn't hesitate to recount with an extremely pitiful expression. I've regretted what happened that day countless times. That's why I've been looking for you, because I was sure that you must still be alive, no matter what. If I leave the clergy or bring Cyril Bendition and Mitchell whole before you, will you forgive me? If you want, should I kill them and bring them back? As long as you're willing, I'll do anything. Hailey hadn't expected Eugene to have such a submissive side. What is this? He's more obedient than I imagined. But in the end, I'm not the real Hailey, so what's the use? So she spoke, not wanting to bring up the past again. Hey, Eugene, I didn't call you here to reminisce. He was still stubbornly trying to get Hailey's forgiveness. If that's the case, until you forgive me. But then she suddenly spoke. But there's one more thing you must do for me. As expected, Rango had already clearly relayed the situation in Selbon to Eugene. Thanks to him, I just needed to add the explanation that the person involved needed to know. A heart that should have been filled with holy power was possessed by demonic energy, a monster created by the Order. If Eugene is involved in this. As she recounted, Eugene's expression changed rapidly, and he immediately affirmed with certainty, I knew nothing about it, Hailey. Hearing this affirmation, Hailey no longer doubted him. Then Eugene really has nothing to do with this. If so, he probably doesn't trust me, who just became a cardinal. From her words, Eugene quickly deduced one thing. Hailey, if what you're saying is true, then the Order might even burn down Selbon to cover this up. She didn't hide it and admitted, that's right, I know. This is what you must do, Eugene. You must make it impossible for the Order to touch the villagers of Selbon. You must announce that the mastermind behind this incident is Marquis Marin. You are to say that the demon Hailey created this evil incident. Many people witnessed me manipulating demonic energy, and the Order, in order to cover up the truth, will also support your claim. Eugene truly couldn't do it, and he quickly objected. I object. That will only damage your reputation further, Hailey. Why do you always? Before he could finish, she scolded him. You idiot, what reputation do I have left? Was what you said about wanting to apologize just empty words? My bad reputation will spread even further. But as long as the truth isn't revealed, the Order won't risk annihilating Selbon. In the end, he had to give in to Hailey. All right, but as promised, I also came here alone, so you have to give me a chance to speak. She didn't refuse and quickly agreed. Fine, what do you want to say? Do you want to talk about how you used me to become a cardinal and then abandoned me? Or about how you stole my magic and had them throw me into the contaminated zone? Being misunderstood about everything like this made it impossible for Eugene not to clarify, and he began to plead, please, Hailey, those are all misunderstandings. I want to explain them clearly. I did it for you, to protect you. If you no longer had magic, people would no longer fear and hunt you. Hailey truly couldn't understand Eugene's thinking. What? Before she could finish, he cut in to explain everything he did to protect her from death. When the Three Kingdoms wanted to execute you, I alone risked my life to persuade the Order. Don't execute her. It's better to send her to the contaminated zone. Because I knew you wouldn't die in the contaminated zone. Hailey was speechless after hearing this. My God, what on earth is he talking about? Hailey, you fool. Is this how you trust me? The only family who loves and cherishes you? Eugene wanted to finish his sentence, as long as you were alive in there. But he was interrupted by Hailey. So, back then you were protecting me? As long as I was alive? Hey, wake up. Do you have any idea what you've done? For Hailey, I once thought I had everything, but it all turned out to be a lie. Only magic was the sole means of protecting me, the only power in this world that was truly mine. And yet, Eugene stole that magic from Hailey. So what if I was called a demon? That was the power that protected me. Eugene still stubbornly believed he did the right thing, but that power killed people. Cyril Bendition, Michelle Lon Holt, you used magic to kill people multiple times, claiming it was to get rid of those scumbags. I had no choice. I had to pay that price because I needed to stop those who wanted to burn you at the stake. After hearing everything, Hailey just found it ridiculous. Really? Then she quickly brought up the past. Eugene, have you forgotten how you became a cardinal? I was the one who made you a cardinal. I caused floods, spread plagues, and committed murders, and you stepped forward, hailed as a saint of miracles. Admit it, you betrayed me because your love wasn't returned. Don't lie and say it was all to protect me. He couldn't take those words and broke down. There were several times Hailey wanted to tell him everything. I just want to tell you everything honestly. Your real Hailey already died in Marin Castle. She was consumed by hatred and betrayal and chose death. You thought you knew Hailey better than anyone. You thought she could survive in the contaminated zone, but how could you not know that she couldn't bear that loneliness and deep sorrow? Realizing his mistake, Eugene quickly grabbed the corner of her clothes and begged, I was wrong, Hailey. I will apologize 100 times, 1,000 times, until I'm forgiven. If you can forgive me, I'll wait even if it takes 10 years. Hailey really didn't want to talk about this anymore. Hey, stop saying such harsh things. But he stubbornly knelt before her. If you want me to kneel, I'll kneel. If you want my life, I'll give you that too. Hailey was annoyed by this pestering and shouted, Enough. I don't need anything. Let go. What terrible things is this guy saying? Get a grip. You're not a 5-year-old. You're an adult. Why are you so pathetic? Will the world end without me? But Eugene still couldn't let go of his feelings for Hailey and begged, Don't abandon me. The more she listened, the more she wanted to scold him, as if lecturing a child. Don't you have any independence, self-reliance, or self-respect? What have you been doing all these years, you idiot? How are you going to survive in this harsh world? Winter, hearing her scolding nearby, he came over to check on her out of concern, but when Eugene started using a man's tears to persuade Hailey, he was quickly left speechless. Hailey, don't be like this. From now on, I won't be greedy anymore. Let's be a family again, okay? I'll do everything you ask. Faced with Eugene's tears, she too was speechless. This novel is so bad, just making these male leads handsome for no reason. Now I understand why Hailey was so helpless against this man's tears. But Eugene is not my family. I'm not the one who relied on him to ease the loneliness in the cold orphanage. That Hailey who killed, did evil, and died, I have become a stranger with no grudges or ties to Eugene. Therefore, Hailey, as herself and not the original Hailey, spoke up to erase everything. All right, I don't hate you, and I don't resent you, so don't worry. Even after saying all this, he still wouldn't let her go and asked in confusion, What do you mean, don't worry? How can I? Faced with this question, she calmly asserted, Don't worry, you will soon meet the love of the century. The more he listened, the more bewildered he became. Hailey couldn't help but start spouting nonsense again. Anyway, among the 3 male leads, you're the least terrible one. So I'm telling you, you'll become a woman's 3rd husband. Although jealousy will make you suffer, accept it because that is your destiny. Winter heard Hailey's nonsense and felt helpless. She's spouting nonsense again. Although Eugene seemed to have a hard time accepting my casual words, after everything was discussed, he still accepted the first proposal. Eugene left soon after, not forgetting to leave some instructions before he went. I plan to stay in Selbon for a while. If you need my help, come find me anytime. Since there are no paladin corpses, the investigation will be limited, but I will prevent another heresy trial from happening here. With his help, Hailey was also grateful. Okay, I'll leave it to you. At this point, Eugene was still worried about something. If rumors spread that you are purifying and taking in contaminated people, the Order will set up even more elaborate traps to hunt you. But she didn't care about those things and assured him that's fine. But the loggers will be dragged away again. He nodded without hesitation, indicating it was possible. So Hailey decided to take the loggers with her. Then I'll take them with me. Suddenly, Eugene looked at Hailey with eyes increasingly full of love and sighed. Marin Castle. It seems like a good place to live. At this sigh, she also felt a bit proud, thinking that half of that was true. Well, I guess you could say that now. Marin Castle, a place where one couldn't go anywhere as they pleased, let alone have abundant material wealth, sometimes not even having bread for the next day. It was just a place for social outcasts to hide, a place no one would willingly step into to live. But it housed criminals awaiting execution, wanted fugitives, heretics, and ghosts, with the exception of a few people like this. When the villagers of Selbon were brought back to Marin Castle, they quickly adapted to this place. Everyone this side has been cleaned up. All the clothes have been hung out to dry. The Lord only has a few sets of clothes, so it was done quickly. There's still a lot to do for cooking. Annie, can you help us? Fatima was happy to see people willing to help and replied, "It would be great if you could help. 2 people are enough for the smoking area. Can 2 others go help me with the pickling?" Hearing her instructions, those Annies quickly started working. "We understand, Fatima." Witnessing all this, Hailey was confused. Why? Why does the number of freeloaders keep increasing like this? I didn't initially plan to accept them as people of the domain. I just wanted to help the loggers' families and let those who lost their homes move to a safer place. But 3 days ago, at the largest checkpoint, Hailey was shocked when Winter recounted everything. "What? We can't get in? Why? Haven't all the paladins Eugene brought already left Selbon?" Faced with this question, he began to explain. A top-secret document from the Order was stolen, causing chaos in the capital, and all the paladins from the headquarters have been dispatched. Hearing this, Hailey quickly realized, a stolen document? Could it be that? Rango also appeared and confirmed. The one the Demon Marquis had me steal. Hearing confirmation that the document was in her hands, she thought irritably, as expected. Summarizing Rykar's report from his reconnaissance, illegally entering Grandis is completely impossible in the near future. At this moment, Hailey's expression was extremely grim, and she was at a loss. This is bad. I was planning to leave everyone here and go back to the castle myself, but now I can't take everyone back to Selbon. If it's exposed that they returned from the contaminated zone, I don't know what the Order would do to them. The more she thought, the more conflicted she became, grabbing her own hair. Why did things turn out this way? The loggers heard everything and spoke up. Lord, where should we go? Looking at them, they looked truly pitiful. This made it impossible for Hailey to abandon them, and she blamed herself. Such is life. So she quickly made a decision. First, let's go back to my castle. And just like that, the loggers and their families became refugees temporarily residing in Marin Castle. But no matter how you look at it, they all plan to live here permanently, that's for sure. Hailey didn't know how to solve this and just squatted on the ground to hide. Otherwise, why would they be doing such difficult things without being asked? We don't have enough food to feed more people. Thinking of this, she felt very uncomfortable. Winter passed by, saw her looking dejected about it, and quickly comforted her. It's okay. Just happily accept their goodwill. Just as you extended a helping hand to them, they just want to repay your kindness with kindness. Suddenly, Hailey was surprised to find that he seemed to have matured a lot today. Why is he speaking so correctly today? Actually, I understand too. When everyone was brought to this place, they happily reunited with Fatima. Fatima, I'm so glad to see you so healthy. After being taken by the Order, I couldn't find you and was very worried. Seeing her relatives and neighbors were all safe, Fatima was very happy. Thanks to the Lord, I'm doing well. Auntie, have you gotten too thin? Hearing this, the Annie said, "Sigh, I couldn't help it. How could I eat when my husband was being abused like that?" Afterwards, her mood quickly became emotional, wanting to repay Hailey. The Lord saved our husbands' lives. We can't just sit around and eat for free, right? That's right, let me help. Give me any clothes that need washing. After that, the aunties discussed among themselves. Then who will do the cleaning? Is there a well or a spring here? Seeing more people helping, Fatima felt much more relieved. Then, Annie, please help me make some preserved food. The more Hailey thought about it, the more it didn't sit right with her. I know they're really grateful to me, and I know they're not doing this hoping for repayment. But I'm annoyed that this guy was right. Ryker, at least you're more awkward than me in social relationships, right? Meanwhile, an elf was cleverly charming a human. The dryad looked pitiful. I don't know anything about farming. Human bread crops are too hard to take care of. The Annie generously praised him. Not at all, elf. It's amazing that you can grow such plump strawberries in such hard, barren soil. Being praised like this, the boy became even more excited. Really? That a good job? The Annie firmly affirmed. Very good. Excellent. Then she quickly grabbed a handful of soil to observe and feel it. It's just that the soil of this castle isn't suitable for farming. There's a lot of sand here and low humidity, and on the other side, it's hard to draw water. Maybe it's better to farm outside the castle. Elf, you said you have seeds, right? Let's sow the seeds together. I'll help as much as I can. And so, the hands of the newcomers began to touch every corner of Marin Castle. New fields were opened up on more fertile land, and Marin Castle, which had been abandoned for over 100 years, gradually became tidy. That's right, I have to admit, they've brought good changes to Marin Castle. But what about them? They're still young. With young children, is this a suitable place for them to settle down? This castle was originally just for me to live in seclusion, a safe place of my own. How can I guarantee their future? Seeing those uncles, coming here to help repair Marin Castle, Hailey couldn't understand. What are you all doing here? Hearing her question, the uncle spoke up and answered, "This is the window to the Lord's room. The wind blew all night last night, making it rattle all night long. We plan to fix the castle first, and then build our own houses to live in." Hearing that everyone wanted to stay, Hailey vehemently objected. "Everyone's talking about building houses. Do you think I'll just stand by and watch you put down roots here? As soon as you have a place to live, I'll make you leave immediately." But the uncle didn't care and laughed happily. No matter what you say, we're not going anywhere. If we go out, we'll have to spend all day hiding from the Order's pursuit. If we have to live like that, we'd rather put down roots for a lifetime by the side of our Savior. It's too lonely for the Lord to live alone. It's much more lively and fun to live with our families. In the end, she was moved by these words. Opening the door, she couldn't help but be secretly moved. The window that used to make a creepy creaking sound every time it was opened, now opened smoothly and lightly, without any noise. Although Hailey didn't support everyone staying here, she was also very grateful. "Everyone has worked hard, thank you. My room is fixed. Now go fix your own places to live." The uncles saw her shy expression as she thanked them and teased her. "Oh, my lord, what are you saying? There's nothing to be shy about." Fatima, who was also present, affirmed her earlier words. "See, I told you so." While talking with everyone, Winter suddenly shouted from below, "Hailey, come down for a moment. Building houses is a good thing, but there is a more urgent construction plan. I plan to build a bridge on the cliff, a bridge that connects directly to the border." In the bustling streets of Grandis, Rango was currently sitting sullenly in a corner, gloomily munching on food. Damn it, I really shouldn't have gotten involved with that unlucky woman. And yet I woke up and accidentally took her money. Those naive logger families don't know what kind of person Hailey Marin is, so they easily look at her with sparkling eyes and readily accept her favors. But for someone like me who lives in the shadows, her name is one that must be carved into one's bones, never to be forgotten. The rumors in reality were indeed somewhat different. At that time, Hailey was leading the group of loggers, and seeing him following behind, she warned him, "Stop following me." Hearing that warning of dismissal, Rango roared back, "I don't want to follow you either. From now on, if I accidentally run into you again, I'll refuse." Hearing that she wanted to commission another task, he said, "So, by the way, before you leave, are you willing to take a job?" As soon as he heard there was more money for a task, he immediately changed his attitude. "What kind of shady mission are you assigning this time? How much is the pay?" Faced with his greedy expression, Hailey quickly quoted a price. 5 gold coins, 10 times that on success. The thought of the mission he was assigned at that time, which forced him to live so stiflingly, made Rango feel uneasy all over. At the time, the Marquis only said to investigate, but didn't say it had to be done secretly. If that's the case, it would be quite interesting to blow things up. Thinking of this, he threw away the apple he had finished eating. Then he grinned and made a decision. All right, in that case, that woman just wait and see. At that time, the mission Hailey gave Rango was to find the female protagonist of this original novel, who might be in Grandis. If so, it's best to stay far away. Pink hair, a cute face like a peach. When he was given a mission to find someone, he was still very confused. But she didn't answer any of his questions, just said, "Because I've already done everything she was supposed to do. I'm perfectly clear on it." Rango still didn't understand what everything she was supposed to do meant, but Asta, the missing princess of Casnutra, should I use her? In Casnutra, for a long time, the royal family was left with only one child. The king was supposed to have a son and a daughter, but he had to endure the tragedy of losing his younger daughter. That day, the little princess secretly slipped out of the palace to see a festival and then never returned. The king lived in guilt and remorse for a full 12 years. On the other side, Asta was angry after receiving news of the widespread lockdown. Unbelievable. The capital is locked down and controlled so strictly. I don't understand what the Order is thinking. They're going too far. She is Asta, the princess of Casnutra. Cyril heard this and gave his own assessment. If he were a thief skilled enough to steal a top-secret document, he would have surely left here long ago. The Order must be hiding something related to the theft. He is Cyril Bendixson, the heir of the Bendixson family. The outskirts of the capital of Grandis are currently under lockdown. The reason the two appeared here stemmed from an incident that occurred not long ago, which was the excessive poaching of snow beasts manipulated by the border count Holt. This matter almost triggered a conflict between Holt and the neighboring country. To resolve the trouble, the Princess of Casnutra personally went to Grandis in secret. But by the time she set foot here, the problem had already been handled by someone calling herself the Demon Marquis. Currently, Asta is completely stuck in place. Because I kept this trip a secret from my family, I was supposed to go back early, but it's worrying when this capital will be unsealed. He heard this and smiled, offering a suggestion. If necessary, I can take you away from here anytime. If you have any difficulties, please let me know. Asta was truly grateful to Cyril for this offer. Thank you, Cyril. Just then, a servant came in from outside to report, "Young master, someone from your family has arrived. The family wishes to see you." Hearing that his family had come for him, he flew into a rage. Damn it. Then he quickly got up to meet the person sent by his family. He said he didn't care, but in the end, "Sorry, I have to leave in the middle of our conversation." Seeing that Cyril's expression didn't seem very happy, Asta spoke up to affirm, "Cyril, just as you said, if you need help, please let me know." Although he received the offer of help, he didn't need it and left. "It's all right. You don't have to do anything for me. Just being by Asta's side like this is enough for me. The anxiety and pain I've felt my whole life because of my status seem to become meaningless when I'm with her. I'll be going then, Asta." His words just now truly moved her, and she called out, "Cyril," but unable to help him. Asta's heart was filled with all sorts of worries. I can understand the sorrow he carries in his heart. Cyril must also have many regrets about his own origins, because I was once like that myself. The label of an orphan felt like it would follow me for my entire life. Those days without a warm family like others, I could only rely on myself to live. But now everything has changed. I have been able to forget that painful time because I have my dear family whom I've found again and gentle, sincere friends. The next day, she and her servant came to a luxurious and elegant place. As soon as the servant found a seat, she quickly called Asta over. "Miss, over here. I saved a good spot. But the restaurant has been a bit noisy since a while ago. Should we eat outside instead?" She didn't seem to mind the noise and quickly sat down, refusing. "It's fine. This level of noise is still tolerable." But after sitting down, she heard a loud voice from the side. No, that person, that's not just luck. The young heir of the Bendixson family is truly no ordinary person. Of humble birth, a despised, illegitimate son his whole life. Yet he seized the position of heir in the blink of an eye. He used a woman as bait to take down the legitimate eldest son, and even swept away Duke Winter. In the end, he even sent that woman to the guillotine, framing her as a criminal. The person opposite him listened and added, "It's also thanks to his skills that he could subdue such a terrifying woman." I also had the chance to see that young master from afar, and indeed, that face is enough to make young girls fall for him and cling to him. As famous as Hailey was, how could she do something like that? Because she was lacking a man. It was time for her to get her comeuppance. Seeing that Asta seemed to be paying attention to the story the two men were discussing, the servant quietly reminded her, "Miss, please don't pay it too much mind. I heard that the young master of Bendixson did his best to stop her, but that sorceress had already sold her soul to the devil. There was no other way." Although she was told not to mind, she was still very curious about the person in the rumors. "But that person named Hailey, is she dead?" Hearing her question, the servant couldn't help but feel confused. Yes, of course. No one had ever come out of the contaminated zone alive, and if she was still alive, the rumor that she was the devil's daughter might be true. After hearing these words, Asta was quickly convinced, well, maybe it's true. At this time, Rango also walked into the dining hall and heard everything. All suspicions always start with the smallest rumors, and it seems the money was well spent. In the contaminated Malin Forest, Hailey selected a location according to the requirements and standards, a safe zone with the same altitude and terrain sufficient for a carriage to pass through. In the end, the shortest route was this one path, a bridge. Is it necessary to build it, even if we have to bear the risk of enemy infiltration. Winter also knew the danger of building the bridge, but for the sake of everyone's food problem, he decided to build it anyway. The bridge can be destroyed if necessary, and our real threat now is not the order, but the food problem. You haven't forgotten that the population has tripled, have you? Are you planning to sit and wait for the crops to ripen and let the children starve? Reminded of this, Hailey felt criticized and retorted loudly. I know. You mean it's hard to find food supplies now, right? Although there are still a few villages nearby, we need a large amount of supplies, and if we can't find enough food, there's only one way to go. We must head to the next capital city. So the best option is Casamatura to the south, although the terrain is treacherous and separated by a flooded river. If we can overcome this weakness, it is the most suitable country for exchanging goods. After choosing the location to build the bridge, Hailey spoke up and decided, all right, let's build the bridge. And so, the decision for the band of monsters to build a new bridge was settled. Seeing this place grow stronger and stronger, Dryad couldn't help but shed tears of emotion. In the past, when it was just the two of us, we cried ourselves to sleep every night, and I once thought, am I going to take care of Miss Hailey until only a skeleton is left? Being told that, Hailey couldn't help but shout, hey, get it straight, I was the one taking care of you. Really, being spoken to like that, the boy didn't care at all. Just because I was born as an elf in the contaminated zone, my life has been too hard, and the only person I met was a reclusive, isolated person. Not to mention that terrible past, having once followed a demon and then becoming a criminal in the eyes of humans. But now our lives are never short of meat and butter. I really have no more regrets. I will be attached to this place for the rest of my life. Seeing Dryad so content, she quickly cut him off. You can't just be satisfied with this. Have you ever heard of beef bourguignon? It seems this child has only lived in this forest, so he had never heard the name at all. What is that? I've never heard of it before. At this point, Hailey, with her vast knowledge, told him that it was a very, very delicious food, beef stewed with butter and tomatoes. Just hearing the simple description made the boy drool. Just listening to it makes my mouth water. I must try it once from today on. That will be my wish. With just a few words, Hailey quickly placated the boy. After this trip is over, we'll have Fatima make that dish, so you have to watch the house well. The boy was also very proud and guaranteed with confidence. Just leave it to me. Raykart and I have decided to go out again. We need to get more food to last until the crops are harvested, because we also have to buy material for the loggers to build the bridge. And most importantly, Caddy wants to eat bellflower roots. If I can't even take care of that, how can I be fit to be a lord? A few days passed like that, and perhaps because it was our second time, we arrived at Grandis much more smoothly than before. As soon as we reached the gate, they asked for our names. Your names are Zeus and Hera, right? Then they checked the pass before letting us in. Pass checked, you may enter. If there was anything different from last time, as soon as she entered the city, Hailey was overjoyed. Thank you. You've worked hard. Let's go, Hera. Winter heard and quickly followed. Yes, Zeus. This time we came in legally with forged identities. We borrowed the names of Greek gods as aliases. At first I wanted to be Hera, but at that time, the two of them argued endlessly over a name. Hera must be me, you be Zeus. Winter stubbornly refused that name. I prefer the name Hera, you be Zeus. When forging the identities, Raykart was strangely stubborn, complicating things. Let's split up now. I'm not good at picking ingredients, so you're in charge of the food shops. Hearing this, Winter asked curiously, so are you going to carry the iron nails and ropes back by yourself? As soon as she heard she had to carry so many things herself, she no longer wanted to split up. It's better if we go together. Just then, on a stuffy summer day, a strong wind suddenly blew across the silent sky of Grandis. And with that gust of wind, a huge creature appeared, cutting through the sky. It was a large bird. It was the one I was familiar with, the one that appeared on the cover of the original novel. That was the spirit bird, Ventus. As soon as Hailey saw it, she couldn't help but widen her eyes. Oh my God, that bird appearing here means the female protagonist is here too. Pink hair, a beautiful face, just as described. Before reading Hailey's side story, she was my favorite female protagonist, with a pure nature. Is she really here? I told you I didn't want to see any main characters again. Although she thought this, her face was filled with a longing to see the original female protagonist. Seeing that she hadn't caught up for a while, Winter reminded her, "Why aren't you coming, Zeus?" Suddenly afraid that she would encounter danger, Hailey grabbed him tightly and asked, "Hey, there's a very kind person who only brings me harm. If that person is is walking right in front of you. What would you do? This made him unable to understand. What are you suddenly talking about? No matter what, Hailey didn't know how to explain the situation. No, I mean, just at that moment, an incomprehensible voice rang out. So you were here, you evil witch. As soon as it saw her, its eyes immediately lit up. Hailey couldn't believe it. What is this? Why is that bird? Why is it rushing straight over here? The bird that appeared out of nowhere looked at Hailey with bright eyes and took aim at her. Evil witch, die at the hands of Ventus. Seeing it suddenly rush towards her, Hailey panicked even more. What is this? Why is it rushing over here? The bird was still taking aim and declared, I will not forgive you. Being so scared, she quickly hid behind Winter, shouted, hey, then pointed at Asta who was standing there and made a request. Quickly make that girl faint. If she loses consciousness, that bird will disappear. Venus heard this and stuttered in surprise. What? It seemed Hailey couldn't wait and kept urging, hurry up, the spirit's weakness is the contractor. But Asta still had something to say, so she stopped him. Wait, let's talk first. She was quickly knocked unconscious by Winter, causing it to shout in confusion, Asta, you cowards. As soon as the words were out, it quickly disappeared. After knocking her down, Winter slung her over his shoulder, turned and asked Hailey, is that all right? Let's go, Zeus, run. Seeing him run off carrying Asta, she felt confused. Wait, why are you taking her away like that? Winter, realizing the situation around them, quickly explained, we're too conspicuous in the crowd. Let's run first. Meanwhile, the people who had just witnessed the scene kept shouting for the guards. Kidnapping. Guards! Someone's being dragged away. The troublesome matter had really gotten out of hand. What should we do? We've kidnapped the female protagonist. Winter looked at the unconscious Asta on the chair and tiredly made a decision. If we kill this girl and put the body in a coffin, won't that be the end of it? But he was fiercely stopped by Hailey. Hey, you idiot, why would you kill her? Who would do that to someone? If you follow the original novel, she's still an important girl to you. When asked for the reason, Winter quickly gave a justifiable one, but she attacked you, didn't she? Knowing he was right, Hailey still tried to explain it another way. To be precise, it wasn't this girl who attacked me, but that spirit bird. Upon hearing this, Winter finally came to his senses. So, I just attacked an innocent civilian? Seeing that expression on him for the first time, Hailey was also speechless. Oh, it's rare to see him look so confused. It seems he really is a young master from a noble family. Even so, she patiently explained the relationship between Asta and the bird. It's not completely unrelated. This girl is the one who made a contract with the spirit king Ventus. Hearing that the bird was a spirit, Winter was even more confused. But why would a spirit attack you? Based on what she knew from the book, Hailey came to a conclusion. Spirits are naturally averse to those who are tainted with demonic energy. Speaking of the Spirit King, perhaps he sensed the layers of demonic energy accumulated within me. Spirits are rigid and lack flexibility. Perhaps from now on, he will rush towards me with a belly full of anger whenever he sees me. The more Winter listened, the more he felt that the best solution was still to kill Asta. Then wouldn't it be better to kill her? Hearing him talk about death with such a calm face, Hailey panicked even more. Hey, this girl is a princess after all, the missing princess of Casanatura. He didn't expect her to know her true identity and was surprised. You even know that? Not wanting any accident to befall Asta at Winter's hands, Hailey spoke up and declared, touching her is tantamount to starting a war. Seeing Hailey, a demon, have compassion made him even more unable to understand. You're a demon, Marquis. How can a villainess do this? She didn't care what kind of nature a demon should have. She just acted according to her conscience. That's just a name you people call me, but thanks to it, I got the chance to meet Asta. Perhaps it's because I once thought, I wish I could be loved like her too. I liked Asta more than the 4 male leads. Seeing her in reality, she's even more beautiful than I imagined. The more she looked closely at Asta's face, the more she liked this face. I'm so jealous. If only I could enter her body. Just as she woke up, she saw a strange woman appear before her eyes. Startled, but thankfully Winter quickly pulled her away, stopped that perverted behavior at once, Hailey. Asta hadn't yet recovered from the appearance of these 2 people. Who are you? He also didn't want her to cause trouble that would be difficult to handle. So he quickly soothed her, calm down, I won't hurt you. If you summon the spirit again, it will cause even more chaos. So put that thought aside for now. At this point, Asta was curious about the motives of these two people. Who on earth are you? Why did you kidnap me? Faced with this question, Hailey introduced herself. I am the Marquis of Malin, and I am just a subordinate. Looking at Asta's innocent face, she couldn't help but think, even having just woken up, her face is still beautiful, with an expression of not knowing anything. That foolish, righteous, and lovely girl. Suddenly, Hailey's expression turned serious. The reason I kidnapped you is... At that time, Asta was respected by the people, shaped into the hero of the three kingdoms, the spirit user of peace, the hero of the three kingdoms, the eternal princess Asta. According to the original novel, Asta's name had now spread throughout the continent. She was the wise princess who had stopped the conflict between Knight and Holt. She was the only spirit user who could control a powerful spirit and defeat demons. With these titles, she was supposed to become a figure revered by the whole world, but all of this was stopped by me. So at least I have to help her once. This most important event, the event that will turn Asta into a saintess, is about to happen. So Hailey whispered the words she had prepared in advance in Asta's ear. In early autumn this year, a demon will appear in the Casanatura forest. If delayed, he will be able to fully manifest his complete form. You shouldn't be here at this time. Save the world. That is your mission. While she is maintaining peace, I will be hiding in the castle. Receiving this affirmation, she was a little confused. What does that mean? After saying everything, Hailey didn't linger. The reason I kidnapped you is to tell you this. Saintess Asta, go and annihilate the demon. Watching her run off like that, Asta still had questions. Marquis, wait, please wait. But she quickly disappeared. Don't leave like that, telling me to become a saintess, to save the world. All these vague and suspicious words. Asta quickly recalled Hailey's previous expression and couldn't believe it. That fairy tale-like innocent tone, those indifferent eyes. It's hard to believe she's a malicious kidnapper. As she was deep in thought, someone came in from outside and asked curiously, "Who's there? Why are you here?" Seeing someone enter, Asta wanted to explain, but she only saw the priest covering his face and reminding her, "This is an abandoned cemetery. A lady like you shouldn't come to this place. Go back quickly." She heard it was an abandoned cemetery and was curious. So the priest quickly explained, "Yes, usually priests who have been excommunicated by the church take on this job. We are responsible for looking after the unclaimed graves. But who opened the coffin lid like this? Oh my, there are even traces of someone having rested here." Hearing about this priest's work, she couldn't help but praise him. "You're doing a very good thing, Father." Then she blankly stated the reason she was here. "Actually, I was kidnapped, and when I woke up, I found myself in this cemetery." The priest was astonished to hear she had been kidnapped. Oh my goodness. So the earlier commotion was the group that kidnapped the lady. "It's late today. You should go to the court tomorrow morning to report it." Receiving the priest's reminder, Asta was very grateful and made a request. "I wasn't harmed in any way, so it's all right, but could you leave me out?" The priest didn't think it was an excessive request and readily agreed. "Of course, I will escort you to the gate." She was very grateful for the friendly help. "Thank you very much, Father." But the priest didn't think it was a big deal and said with a smile, "To serve in the name of God, that is a matter of course." After that, Asta followed the priest out. As she walked, she looked around and couldn't stop marveling in her heart. You look after a desolate cemetery that no one cares for, you must be a very good person. To become a priest at such a young age, you must have dedicated yourself to the church since you were a child. With these thoughts, Asta quickly struck up a conversation with the priest. "If you don't mind, may I ask why you ended up like this? I heard the church doesn't arbitrarily excommunicate its own priests." Faced with this question, the priest didn't hide anything and explained with a laugh, "Haha, I don't remember doing anything shameful before God. It's just that I once intended to expose and condemn. So when I was excommunicated, I was also stripped of my name. I couldn't resist alone, so I could only stay in this cemetery and pray to God." She heard these words and couldn't believe it. Impossible. Countless questions began to arise in her heart. What is the church hiding behind the scenes? Even if this young priest's words are false, the church's recent actions are indeed suspicious. For some reason, they suddenly sealed off Grandis. Merchants were trapped and suffered heavy losses. They had to choose to offer a large sum of money to the church to obtain a pass. This danger is no different from a gamble. If I'm with this person, maybe I can find a way to resolve my doubts about the church. With this thought, Asta quickly introduced herself to the priest. "Father, I am the princess of Casanatura. I cannot reveal my identity, so I cannot cross the border, but must return to my homeland as soon as possible." Hearing that her identity was a princess, the priest was so shocked he was speechless. You're a princess? At this point, Asta proposed a solution. If you help me leave this sealed-off Grandis, I will find a way for the Casamatura Church to restore your qualifications. Please come with me, Father. But the priest didn't seem to believe that his humble self could be of any help. Impossible. Oh my, but what can I do for a princess? Faced with that self-doubt, Asta quickly stated her purpose. At least there must be one person who dares to speak the truth. Wouldn't it be better if that person is the two of us? And at this moment, Rango finally became a member of the protagonist party, just like in the original novel. The two of them wandered around the city for a long time and still didn't buy anything, so they were very frustrated. In the end, we didn't buy any of the things we needed. Winter also knew how bored Hailey was, but he had to be patient. The shops are all closed. What can we do? It's late. Let's rest for a day and act tomorrow. At this time, he had time to recall what she had said to Asta back then. Hailey, the original plan wasn't to kidnap that princess, so why did you say things like go save the world? Faced with Winter's confusion, Hailey quickly made up an excuse to brush it off. That was just improvisation. What was I supposed to say? A mad bird flew out of nowhere to kill me, so I just had to make something up. Besides, Asta still has to be proposed to by me, Shalon, and then become a saintess. Just thinking about it excites me. As they were walking, Winter suddenly stopped, making Hailey feel confused. What's wrong? Why did you suddenly stop? Is there something there? But she quickly realized one thing. If Asta is in Grandis, then I should have guessed the guy is here too. The man Hailey once loved, Cyril Benditian. As soon as they met, both sides drew their swords and rushed at each other to fight. This made Hailey, who was standing behind, witness the scene in fear. Why did they draw their swords as soon as they met? Could it be? I remember now, the two of them were originally enemies, right? And I was the one who carried out that operation. Why did they have to run into each other at this particular time? There should be a limit to bad luck. Meanwhile, Cyril's attendant quickly ran over. I'll help you, young master. Over here, Hailey quickly hid in a corner, thinking maybe he hasn't noticed I'm here, right? He's fighting well enough on his own. I have to slip away. If I accidentally use magic in the center of the capital, I'll become an enemy of the three kingdoms and be beheaded immediately. Winter unhesitatingly sent Cyril's attendant flying, then opened his mouth to taunt him. So the filthy bastard of the Benediction family is here, looking for a new woman to cling to again? Being publicly humiliated like this, he roared in anger. Losers talk a lot of nonsense. You failed to die honorably on the battlefield, and now all that's grown is your mouth. But these words didn't touch Winter at all, instead making him even more contemptuous. What right do you have to talk about honor? Without a woman to use, you can't do anything. I heard you still haven't taken over the Benediction family, right? You slaughtered our family to gain merit, but in the end, you're nothing more than this. Being spoken to like this, Cyril could only grit his teeth and roar. So you're planning to avenge your family now? Saying he wanted to avenge Hailey, who caused trouble everywhere. She's now a masterless dog. And now you remember me? Being dragged into this without doing anything made Hailey even angrier. What masterless dog? Winter seemed to see things clearly too, so he could judge everything. What do you hope for? That I'm still seeking revenge in the wrong place? I heard you're following that evil witch, right? Being slandered like this to her face left Hailey speechless. Hey, I'm right here. That evil witch is right here. He suddenly had some questions. Hey, what did you use to bewitch the witch Hailey? That face or that body? If bewitching and controlling people is called black magic, then what should the things you do be called? Dirty tricks? Does the princess of Casamatura know what kind of person you are? Having everything exposed left Cyril so ashamed that he rushed towards Ryker Winter. The attendant following him knew he was thoroughly provoked and spoke up to remind him, please don't fall for his provocation, young master. Hailey, who heard everything from behind, was also surprised. He's been poking at Cyril's inferiority complex. Cyril was originally a calm and rational person. At this time, he should have listened to his bodyguard and backed off. Cyril could no longer bear it and rushed to attack Dai. This also made her quickly remember one thing. I forgot, because Ryker has been as obedient as a retriever lately. Maybe because the other party was royalty, he generously let a parasite like you go. This guy was originally like a ferocious dog. The more she watched this fight, the more excited she became, cheering for Winter. Well done, my subordinate, win. As she was hiding and watching, she turned around and also saw that all the people around had gathered to watch the spectacle. Is it a fight? Has there been a murder? This startled Hailey. Look, when did so many people get here? Could it be? Just then a person in the crowd quickly recognized him. Oh my, that figure, I think I've seen it somewhere. Isn't that the armed man who kidnapped the little girl in the market during the day? After being accused, Hailey still wanted to explain. It's a misunderstanding. I've already let her go, haven't I? But those people didn't listen at all, insisting, that's right, that girl is an accomplice too. I saw it clearly. Seeing that things had gotten too big, no, I can't have this. So she quickly grabbed a scarf to cover her face and quietly reminded Ryker, now is not the time. If we're late, we won't be able to escape. Let's go quickly. Winter still refused to give up, saying in a low voice, leave this to me. You go back first. Seeing him refuse to go with her, Hailey still wanted to pull him. You idiot. If you kill them here, you'll die too. Aren't you coming with me? Thinking Hailey was still hung up on Cyril, Winter wanted to say something, but she interrupted him sternly and pulled him along. We're going together. I can't do it alone. Who's going to pull the carriage? Are you really going to do this? Because of that plea, Winter's heart softened, and he pulled the scarf on her face a little deeper. Then he gently picked her up, not forgetting to instruct, hold on tight, we're running. Seeing the two of them escape, the people standing and watching quickly shouted, catch them, catch them. The kidnappers are running away. Soldiers, over here. Watching Winter leave, just like that, left Cyril unable to understand. What's going on? Suddenly leaving just like that? After the Winter family was destroyed by the Benediction family, the sole survivor of the family was Ryker Winter. Rykar's last known move was disappearing after seeking revenge on Hailey. Who was that woman just now? All the people close to him are already dead. After escaping the pursuit of the Grandis soldiers, the two of us crossed the mountains into Holt last night. The two of them were always being sneaky like this, which Winter couldn't stand, blaming Hailey. Thanks to someone, we now have the reputation of kidnappers and can't even go to the market. She also helplessly thought of a way. If only we could get a carriage here and leave. Afterward, Hailey retorted loudly, am I the only one causing trouble? Even if we accidentally ran into the family's sworn enemy in an alley, how could we just jump straight into a life or death duel like that? Hearing this, Winter said calmly, I didn't kill him anyway. Hearing this, Hailey was really curious. Come to think of it, why didn't you kill him? At first, you were clearly furious, as if you were about to kill him right away. Finally, he revealed the reason in his heart. I heard you once loved him. The more Hailey listened, the less she understood. What? Who loved who? Then she quickly remembered what the old Hailey had said. Ah, the man I once loved was Cyril Bendixon, right? What a ridiculous reason. I did say that once. Realizing that she had dug this pit for herself, she could only accept it. I used to love him, right? But why did Hailey fall in love with Cyril? If it was about gentleness, Eugene would be better. If it was about status, the Crown Prince of Holt would surely be superior. But Hailey chose Cyril, a man with a cold personality, extremely strict and a perfectionist, born as an illegitimate child with many deep traumas and inferiority complexes. He was indeed handsome, but was it just because of his face? I am both Hailey and not Hailey, so I can't fully understand Hailey's taste, so I can only say this. So from here, Hailey opened her mouth to deny that she had any lingering feelings for Cyril. But I don't now. I don't love anyone anymore. My ideal type is the 1,000-year-old caddy. Winter was even happier to hear this affirmation. You're really just like me. And from this moment on, he made a decision. Then the next time we meet, I won't let him off so easily. Hailey didn't care what Winter would do to Cyril, so she was indifferent. Do as you please. Let's go to the market. After searching for a while, he found a rather sturdy rope for building the bridge. I found a pretty good rope. She was confused to hear that a rope would be used to build a bridge. You mean you're going to build a bridge with this? Faced with this question, he answered calmly, I'll check the durability and then do it myself. Seeing Winter being so perfect, even at bridge building, she had to look at him in a new light. Is there anything you can't do? It's strange. I thought you were spoiled since you were a child and couldn't do anything. After loading all the things needed for the kitchen onto the carriage, we returned to the castle. The dish that Hailey and Dryad had been looking forward to was finally ready, and they were extremely satisfied. It's so delicious. I've never eaten anything this delicious in my life. You can't just call this dish butter and tomato stewed beef. It has to have a more special name to be worthy of it. Fatima heard this and thought for a moment, then I'll call it the Cursed Demon's Magical Butter and Tomato Stewed Beef. This name left Hailey speechless. More important than Fatima's naming ability was the absolutely maddeningly delicious taste. From that day on, the people of the fief and I pushed civilization forward together. As summer ended and autumn began, A sturdy, large wooden bridge was built over the Devil's Bridge Canyon. It was the only wooden bridge connecting the Marlin Fief and Casnatura, and it was sturdy enough for carriages to pass. Dryad saw that the bridge was well built, but the name was too scary. Lady Hailey, that name sounds a bit too heretical. I'm afraid the order will come knocking. Hearing this, Hailey asked a question. Katie, who left us this peaceful land before this territory existed? To this question, the boy answered immediately without hesitation. The first Marquis of Marlin, and that was the reason she gave the bridge this name. That's right, that person was originally a worshipper of demons. Even if we cannot inherit that will, we should at least show respect. This still left Dryad unable to fully accept it. Does it really have to be this way? She didn't care about the boy's thoughts and told him to look at everyone. Look, everyone is so happy. At the inauguration ceremony of the Devil's Bridge, everyone in the city of Marlin was immersed in a festive atmosphere. Seeing how happy everyone was, Dryad also hurried to join the fun. I'm going too. I want to go congratulate them too. Seeing the bridge everyone had built with their own hands and their optimistic faces, Hailey couldn't help but sigh. They truly are extraordinary people. Everyone thought it would take at least a year to complete. I don't understand how they did it so quickly. Just as she was leisurely sipping her tea, Winter appeared from somewhere, carrying an axe, asking Hailey to look here. Hailey obediently looked up. Look at what? But unexpectedly, he used that axe to chop down a tree, leaving her utterly astonished. He's crazy. Is he really human? She already knew he was strong, but she never expected he could sever such a thick piece of wood with a single axe blow. Faced with Winter's strength, Hailey was completely intimidated, stammering out a compliment. Actually, from the first time I saw you, I felt a sense of familiarity. My first impression was very good. Although she praised him with her words, in her heart, all she could do was scream that he was a terrifying guy. Winter let her know about his body's current situation. It wasn't like this a while ago. Recently, my body has started to change. Hearing this, Hailey couldn't help but be surprised. A change? He suddenly stated the reason he was getting stronger. Being contaminated by demonic energy, then purified, then contaminated again, then purified again. By repeating this process, my body has gradually grown stronger. Hearing that it was because of demonic energy, Hailey couldn't help but think, you get stronger for being contaminated by demonic energy? It means I've really gotten stronger. To discuss everything more clearly, Winter quickly sat down next to her and recounted the events in detail. I meant to tell you from the beginning, but the changes were so small that I forgot. I just thought it was because I trained diligently every day, but after talking with the lumberjacks. But she still seemed unable to believe it. No, that makes no sense. Fearing that he would turn into a demon, she grabbed his face to get a closer look at everything. Come closer. Is Raykart going to end up as a half-human, half-demon? Is this damn novel going to follow the original plot no matter what I do? Wait, if that's the case, will I still die in the end? But upon seeing all the signs on Winter, Hailey tried to calm herself down. There are no traces of hostile demonic energy. His ears haven't become pointed and no horns have grown. It's just a normal human body. After concluding that Winter showed no signs of turning into a demon, she breathed a sigh of relief. That's such a relief. He suddenly asked, what's wrong? Really? She quickly made up a reason for her actions. It's something. But she only saw Winter looking at her, as if she were a pervert. Why are you touching my body so closely, like a pervert? Being called a pervert made Hailey retort angrily. That's rich. What did I touch you? It's because you were showing off your muscles so much that I just had to touch them. But he quickly provided evidence. You were touching me all over, even under my clothes. In the end, she couldn't say the real reason, so she was extremely frustrated in her heart. Should I have just told him I was checking if his body was demonizing? Really, it's impossible not to sigh in this situation. So after getting that information, Hailey also went to ask the lumberjacks about him getting stronger. She then received the following answer. I haven't become a knight who slays enemies with a sword like him. It's just that chopping trees has gotten easier, and lifting heavy things is a little easier too. She wanted more information for her research, so she asked carefully, are there no physical changes and no signs of increased violent tendencies? The old man heard this and answered honestly. Other than getting stronger, there are no other problems at all. It was worth escaping death once, right? After asking about everything, Hailey ended the conversation. All right, the meeting is over. The old man heard this and quickly left. Yes, my lord. I'll take my leave then. After listening to Rickard's story and interviewing the lumberjacks, I found that they all had similar experiences. So it's true. In the process of being contaminated by demonic energy, the body is strengthened. Recalling the name of the contaminated paladin from that day, that guy could still move even after his neck was severed, and a large amount of demonic energy was drawn from his heart. It looked similar to ordinary demonic energy, but it was also different. It spun loosely and then condensed. That paladin's heart was a mold that someone had deliberately enlarged in that space. An incomplete core intervened, and a monster was created from it. The flow of demonic energy was compressed. If this is how demons are created, shape the demonic energy into a sphere, then repeat the process of compressing and rotating it, getting smaller and smaller, stronger and stronger. Not the disorganized core of that monster. In that moment, I could create something more complete. The massive demonic energy I was directly spinning then gained centrifugal force and began to spin on its own, sucking in the surrounding demonic energy. Seeing everything go far beyond her control left Hailey unable to stop it. Wait, oh no, I can't control it. I have to stop it. Thinking this, she comforted herself. Slowly, slowed down the rotation, pushed back the influx of demonic energy. After that, Hailey used both hands to block the mass of demonic energy, getting exhausted with each attempt. Panting, now in my hands, the demonic energy equivalent to the entire flow within a 100-meter radius was tightly compressed. A core quickly appeared. It was this very demonic energy core that turned the paladin of Selvon into a monster. In another city, it was the season when the golden rice paddies were ripe. This is enough. The farmer's trade capital. Asta had heeded Hailey's words and come here to verify them. In the early autumn of Kasmatura, a demon will appear in the flood forest. Although she didn't specify the location, only mentioning the words flood forest. The territory of Kasnatura was mainly vast plains. Although there were many forests, large and small, there was only one place called the flood forest. It was a vast primeval forest that stretched from Holt through the contaminated lands, all the way to the edge of Kasnatura. If that person's words were true, then the demon would surely appear there. The handmaiden following beside her was also delighted at the sight of such beautiful golden rice fields. The golden rice fields are so beautiful, Your Highness. If only young Master Bendixson were here too. She felt the handmaiden's words made sense too. Yes, if Cyril could see this sight, he would surely be very happy. Suddenly, the handmaiden began to actively play matchmaker for the two. If you two saw this sight together, your relationship would surely deepen. Before the handmaidens could act to set them up, Asta was embarrassed. What are you talking about? There's no such relationship between Cyril and me. But the handmaiden didn't think so. Who's here? Just me, Your Highness, and the father, right? Seeing the handmaiden's incorrect form of address, Asta quickly reminded her of the proper way to address him. Honestly, you should be calling him priest. After scolding the handmaiden, she immediately turned around and felt sorry for Lango. I'm sorry. Did I make you feel awkward? But to think a demon would appear in a place like this, it's still hard to believe. But he didn't think so. Please don't worry. You also don't need to pay too much mind to the words of that kidnapper. Although Lango had said that much, Asta still decided to trust her intuition. But she didn't seem like the type to lie. Speaking of which, she suddenly became curious. Priest, do you know the name Merlin? Before this question, Lango quickly calmed himself and replied, of course, for someone from the Order. How could one not know that name? A tall fortress stands in the center of the contaminated lands. Isn't that the name of the demon who ruled those lands 100 years ago? And that is also why I am here. Going back a few months, he had received a request from Hailey. Find out about that fake paladin we saw in Selvon. I mean, why would the Order create a monster like that? Hearing this, Lango put on a foolish act. I just have to investigate in my own way to find out, right? This annoyed Hailey. What is this guy saying something so obvious for? At that time, based on this flimsy mission request, Lango decided she didn't tell me to investigate secretly. In that case, it should be fun to blow things up. Not long ago, the names that came out of the young cardinal's mouth were extremely resonant. Cyril Bendixson, Michelle Lonholt. That person said that because of that trash, she killed someone elsewhere. In other words, don't they all owe the Marquis a favor? So my using the princess is entirely my intention, because she is close to Cyril Bendixson. To effectively obtain this information, I must make direct contact with the person himself. But ironically, at this very moment, both she and I are here under the Marquis's orders. It feels like we're dancing in the palm of the Marquis's hand. If, as prophesied, the demon really appears, and she really defeats the demon, then isn't staying by that woman's side the safest place to be in the coming storm? There is no reason not to share the good news of the demonic energy core created with my newly upgraded abilities with my precious Katie. After Hailey shared her information with Dryad, she was met with a blank look from the boy. Lady Hailey, did you just say you created a demonic energy core? Then Dryad immediately got angry and shouted nonstop. Huh, what's the meaning of calling a busy elf over just to say this nonsense? Do you know how hard farming is? Lady Hailey probably just plays around in the castle all day, so she wouldn't understand. Seeing the boy not understand how important this was and acting this way really hurt Hailey's heart. What? Don't you know how amazing this is? Is that why you're talking like that? She couldn't help but lash out. You're so ungrateful. I called you because I thought that since I've leveled up, maybe you can meet your people now. Have you forgotten how long I searched in this forest to find your people? Going back a few months, Dryad had led Hailey to search for his people. This time for sure, Lady Hailey. My people used to be gathered almost entirely in this region. My parents, the chief, and my older brothers too. Katie once said that when these lands began to be contaminated, he had just been born, a tiny red elf. So he had always believed that those noble elves who had lived longer than him must still be somewhere in the world. Even so, he didn't find anyone. But when he arrived, the boy saw no elves and was disappointed. Everyone, they were definitely here. So Hailey now confidently assured Dryad, now that I'm strong enough to even create a demonic energy core, who knows, maybe I can find them again. But the boy seemed to have already believed that all his people were dead. No, my people are all dead. To search everywhere like that, and now suddenly believe they're alive, is just ridiculous. Even so, thank you for thinking of my family, and thank you for saving me. If it weren't for Lady Hailey, I might still be trapped in that river's whirlpool. Hailey was surprised to hear about a whirlpool in the river for the first time. A whirlpool? There's a whirlpool in the river? According to the mechanism I understood when I created the demonic energy core, demonic energy is influenced by the environment, repeating a process of rotation and contraction. The original novel never explained how evil was born or why they appeared. There's only a story that one day they suddenly crawled out of the contaminated lands. Thinking of this, she quickly came to a conclusion. If that's the case, can demons be born naturally? These words made Dryad remind her helplessly, Lady Hailey, am I a demon? Hearing Dryad misunderstand her meaning, Hailey quickly defended herself. What? No way. How could you be an evil spirit? Even so, the boy wanted to know what he was. Please tell me. I must know what I am. Seeing Dryad doubt himself, Hailey stammered, trying to defend herself. No, that's not what I meant. But then she only saw the boy with a serious expression, pleading sincerely. Please, this is a really important question for me. Seeing that expression that wanted to know the whole truth, Hailey no longer hesitated. It seems my Katie must be much stronger than I thought. So, based on her own judgment, Hailey deduced. Based on my speculation, you're like a half-finished elf in the process of becoming a demon. A demonic energy core has been spinning in that whirlpool for hundreds of years, slowly turning you into a demon. But thanks to it, you didn't die, and luckily I found you in time and saved you before you completely turned into a demon. After hearing everything, Dryad couldn't accept it. Impossible. I still believe that in this place full of demons, at least I am still intact. She had already told half the truth, so she couldn't conveniently hide it anymore, and spoke up. How is that possible? You're half finished. Half, meaning half elf, half demon. Just like Raykart in the original story. Speaking of which, she suddenly took out a core to show the boy. But, Katie, what does this look like? Being asked, Dryad also observed it seriously. What is this? It looks like a booger, but it gives off an ominous aura. Hailey couldn't wait either, smiling as she wanted the boy to use it. You have a good eye. This is the demonic energy core I said I created myself. With this, I can make you a half-finished demon whole. In other words, turn you into a farming demon, the likes of which history has never seen. But Dryad firmly refused and threw away the thing in his hand. Get that evil thing away from me. Unexpectedly, the core fell into a flower pot, leaving both of them speechless. Hailey could only scream in her heart. The The flower pot. My rosemary. The rosemary pot that I just recently found in the newly clear garden and dug up with my own hands. The demonic energy core flickered for a moment, burrowed in, and disappeared. But this was just the beginning of a very small misfortune. In a shabby house, a wife asked her husband, "Husband, how was it? Did it sell for a better price this time?" Faced with that question, the husband could only apologize. "I'm sorry. This is all that's left after buying grain." They said because the produce was grown near the contaminated zone, the price isn't even half. Hearing this, the wife couldn't help but complain to the heavens. "Oh, my heavens. Why is it like this time and time again?" The result of all our blood and sweat is just this. Because she saw how little money there was, the wife couldn't help but want to earn more. "No, you rest." She was stopped by her husband. "Dear," but the wife was determined to go digging no matter what. "Before sunset, I'll go gather some more herbs." The farmer, couple living next to the contaminated zone near Neve, only hoped for a slightly better life. If we keep planting and selling like this, even if we do it for a lifetime, we'll never be able to leave the border of the contaminated zone. The expensive land near Neve, we can't even dream of it. But if we could just get away from this ugly land, even just a little bit. The old farm wife gritted her teeth, swinging her arms to dig for herbs underground. Just a little more work, save a little more, and we can leave this place. But because she lost her footing and slipped, falling into a corner of the canyon where the wind swirled, she encountered that thing. When the wife saw what was before her, she was terrified. No. But because her ankle was injured, she couldn't escape. The next day, in front of the city gates of Neve, the husband went to find his wife. Seeing his wife completely turned into a demon, he pleaded, "Please save me. Please save my wife." Seeing the pitiful husband come for help, the guards also ran over worriedly and asked, "Dre, what happened? Why are you so badly hurt?" Faced with that concern, the husband quickly explained, "Sir, a demon has devoured my wife's body." "Priest, no, we must get the knights here at once." "Where are you? Please save my wife, please." The other farmers who heard this became worried. Dre's wife got contaminated. Not contaminated, it's a demon. If she were just contaminated, Dre would have recognized it immediately, right? Even an old woman nearby spoke up. "I told you not to live near the contaminated zone." Although everyone sympathized with this neighbor, they were afraid the demonic energy would spread to them. At that time, all they did was stand far away, tootang their tongues. It was then that Asta appeared in this place and went forward to help the husband up. "Dre, please stand up. Leave your wife to me. Go and treat your wounds quickly." Seeing her, the husband couldn't help but wonder, Who are you?" And then received an introduction. "I am Princess Asta of Casnatura. I will go to the order and ask the cardinal for help. He will surely exorcise the demon residing in your wife's body." Hearing that his wife could be saved, the husband couldn't help but shed tears. Sob, "Thank you, your highness. Thank you, really, thank you so much." Over at the order, after Asta had explained everything and asked the cardinal for help, the answer she got was, "Your highness means to say, you wish to borrow the order's paladins to eliminate the demon that just appeared in the flood zone, correct?" This person was Cardinal Mephius. Seeing that he didn't fully understand her purpose, Asta added other reasons to persuade him, not just to eliminate it. "I want to subdue the demon without taking the life of the possessed citizen. If we have the paladins, those who are called the shield of God, combined with the spirits of God, it will be possible. Please help me, Cardinal." Hearing this, Mephius smiled and skillfully refused. "Your highness underestimates the power of demons. Not long ago, a demon broke out in the Holt region. Although it was just an unstable individual, the order also suffered heavy losses. Moreover, the power of each demon is different. To ask for a live capture when the whole situation is not yet clear, now is a time that calls for more observation." Asta couldn't accept just watching when something could be done. But while we sit and watch, people will have to die. In the face of these persuasive words full of humanity, he thought calmly. Sacrifices are unavoidable. If we make a reckless move and the princess ends up in danger, we'll be in trouble too. Until the matter is resolved, please stay in our parish. Asta couldn't bear to let the people face the demon like that, so she stood up and declared, "I am Princess Asta of Casnatura. I cannot stand by and watch my citizens be harmed. If the order will not help, I will go and eliminate the demon myself." Hearing this, Mephius didn't stop her at all. "If that is the princess's wish, then it can't be helped. As you wish. Although it's an emergency, I will pass the word to the Lord to allow the princess entry and exit from the city. I hope the princess can achieve her wish soon. On one side, near the contaminated zone, crows flew all over the sky, making people scatter in fear. Help me, Mom. The soldiers present also quickly evacuated everyone. Do not hide in your houses. Leave the village at once and go to Neve to request protection. After the evacuation, the soldiers were soon frightened by the gods. Please protect us from evil. Before the soldiers' eyes was a dangerous demon. In the castle of the Lord of Neve, a subordinate who received this news reported to his superior, "My lord, the number of refugees from the Flood Forest region has already surpassed 100. The lord couldn't believe the news. What are you talking about? What about the scouts? What about the soldiers sent to scout? Being asked, the subordinate couldn't help but stammer. That matter, and then quickly gave the true situation, including them and the army that went to support. All of them were completely wiped out. Seeing that everyone he sent out had been annihilated, left the Lord unable to accept it. How could this be? What in the world is the temple doing? If a demon has risen, shouldn't those with divine power be stepping up? The subordinate quickly reported back on that question. The thing is, there was contact from the temple's side. Amidst the cheers of the people, Asta had already set out to eliminate the monster. Long live Princess Asta. Long live. Please return safely, Your Highness. Please protect Neve from the demon. Seeing the people all come out to send her off and wish her well, she said to the bird Ventus, "Can you show yourself and reassure the people?" It agreed quickly without hesitation. Of course, contractor. After that, the bird quickly grew larger and said to all present, "Oh, humans, I am here. You need not fear any longer. Eliminating demons is my pleasure and my mission. I, Ventus, will personally guide Asta to a great victory." Seeing the king of wind spirits appear, the people cheered even more happily. Long live Ventus, the king of wind spirits. Long live Princess Asta, the treasure of Casnatura. The princess's name was already engraved in the hearts of the people of Neve gathered in front of the city gate. And in a hidden corner of the road, echoing with cheers, completely different from the lively atmosphere outside, there were several people with a strange atmosphere. At this time, Hailey and Winter were also here, following Asta. Well then, shall we try following her? But Hailey didn't share his thoughts. Or let's run away. Hearing this, Winter was speechless. What? Zeus. Hailey was also confused. Hey, Hera, what are you talking about? And so, the two stared at each other blankly. Huh? You once said to leave the task of protecting peace to others, and that we should go eat stew. And the other person had tacitly agreed. Why were they arguing here? After all, the reason they were doing this could be summarized in 3 scenes. Before that, a lumberjack had spoken up. "My lord, we have to go see how strong the Order's exorcism skills are." Hearing this, Hailey quickly agreed to go see. "Okay, let's go prepare the carriage." After that, the two quickly went into the city, but were stopped. What? It's locked down again? Why do I run into this scene every time I go out to buy something? Is a lockdown a joke to you people? And at this time, Asta had already announced to the people and set out to eliminate the demon. "I am Princess Asta Rosa of Casnatura. I will definitely eliminate the demon in return." Hailey finally remembered the timeline. Alright, this is exactly when the demon appears. End of summary. Hailey, busy with shopping, had completely forgotten the timeline in the original story. Worried about what trouble the demon might cause, Winter wanted to follow. We can't let the demon run rampant. If you extract the demonic energy core, the problem will be solved. On the other hand, Hailey wouldn't accept that risk. But if our identities are discovered, we'll be beheaded immediately. Just let Asta eliminate it. Because they couldn't agree, Winter had already set off on his own. "Then I'll go by myself." She was stopped again by Hailey. "No way. The event where the protagonist gains the title of Saintess will disappear. Didn't you see Asta's terrifying spirit bird? If I go with you, won't it just be more troublesome?" Winter really didn't understand why Hailey trusted Asta more than him. "Why do you trust that princess more than me?" But she only got a nonsensical answer. "Because this world has an invincible law called the protagonist's halo." He found these words boring and ignored them. "What nonsense are you spouting again?" Suddenly, Hailey began to think about the problem seriously. That's right, maybe for Raykart, that was indeed a concept that was a bit too foreign. Just as I was thinking about how to explain this problem properly, just as she was thinking, Lango's voice came from somewhere. "Oh, some familiar faces here." As soon as she heard it, she stopped involuntarily. Huh, this voice. When she turned around, she saw Lango appear in a priest's robe and greet her. "Marquis, what are you doing here?" After a flattering remark, seeing the plan proceed as she had intended, Hailey had to pay even more attention, even cleverly leaking information about the order to plant a seed of doubt in her heart. As expected of Lango, he really has sharp intuition. The title Snow Beast wasn't given for nothing. After this subjugation, Asta will surely become a saintess. If we can stay by the saintess's side, it won't be long before we can enter the Order's main headquarters. I once felt guilty thinking that because of me, the connection with Lango was severed. As expected, this world always arranges for the protagonist to get help. But everything was still flowing along the tracks, approaching the original story. I feel relieved, just as I was thinking that everything was proceeding according to the correct plot of the book. I was asked by Lango. But I just heard that the Marquis's subordinate also wants to participate in this subjugation. Is it all right for him to join? As for you, Marquis, perhaps you should sneak into the temple with me. The list of personnel who were thrown into the contaminated lands must still be kept in the Aniv parish. Don't you want that list? Not wanting to get too close to Rango, Hailey quickly pushed his face away. All right, you go with Asta. Winter seemed to agree with what she had just said. That's right. You still have your duties as a priest, so just follow the princess. The location of the list has been confirmed. Hailey and I will be in charge of stealing it. Hearing this instruction, Rango felt that everything seemed to be in order. It sounds reasonable, but can the two of you pull it off? Without my help, can you two sneak into the temple without being discovered? Faced with this question, Hailey adjusted her hat and assured him, you don't have to worry about that. Besides, that place is about to become an empty temple anyway, so there's no need for Rango to get directly involved. At the Anif temple, a priest, after receiving the report, informed Mephius the princess has really walked out of the city gates all by herself. What should we do, Your Eminence? If the princess can really defeat it on her own. Upon hearing this, he simply thought it was impossible for Asta to defeat that monster. If that were possible, we wouldn't have stood by and done nothing. The princess will pay with her life for her arrogance in thinking she can handle the monster alone. Just as he was speaking, another priest burst in frantically. Cardinal Mephistopheles. The cardinal heard him and immediately reprimanded. Insolence. What's the matter that has you in such a panic? That priest quickly explained the current situation. Cyril Bendishin and the knights of that family have joined the princess's side. Lord Anif has also ordered his soldiers to follow the princess. This was something Mephisto had not anticipated. The priest, now at a loss, asked, Your Eminence, if this continues, only our order will gain a reputation for staying silent. He hadn't expected that everyone would side with Asta. I thought she was just a reckless brat. How gravely mistaken I was. But Mephisto ordered loudly, Gather all the holy knights. Prepare to depart immediately. And the place they were heading to was not the Order's temple. The two went together and were surprised to see how unusually quiet the space was. It's really quiet. Just as I expected, it's a secret chamber in the cemetery. Winter was also surprised to see not a single soul around. I didn't expect them to mobilize their entire force, leaving no one behind. Hailey took off her hat at this moment, a look of arrogance on her face. Without the holy knights, it's not difficult to avoid the eyes and ears of the priests. This made him really curious. How did you know the temple would be empty? Faced with this question, Hailey didn't hide the reason she knew about it. The princess publicly announced her name, cast Natura, and is leading an army to exterminate the monster. If the Order just stands by and watches, what will the world think? Of course they have to follow. At the very least, they have to kneel and pray in unison. Even so, Winter was still worried. Will that work? Hailey thought for a moment, but if we rush to follow, who knows if we'll just be rebuffed. But she couldn't be bothered with that now, so she urged, all right, let's keep moving for now. Afterward, they passed through the resting place of deceased priests and holy knights, those who dedicated their lives to the Order with sincere faith. This isn't a treasury of gold and silver, but a place where truly special documents are hidden. The problem is, the location of the list we need to find is in a rather special place. Winter quickly shone a light on a wall, reading the epitaph on it. As a true believer who served the church faithfully and dedicated his life to dispelling the darkness of heresy, Bishop Aquifer rests here. The list Rango stole from Grandis is behind the name of the person who wrote it. As soon as the words were spoken, the door opened, revealing a dark tunnel leading underground. It's open. Let's go down. The two went down together, and Winter looked around the dungeon with his light. I thought these were top secret documents, so there would be guards and tight security. I didn't expect we have to go this deep to where death row inmates are held. It's convenient that there are no guards, but I'm getting goosebumps all over. Even Hailey was spooked by the atmosphere here. That's why I said. Suddenly, a gurgling sound came from within, scaring her even more, and she grabbed onto Winter tightly. What was that sound just now? It's very familiar, even friendly, right? He seemed to have discovered something and immediately demanded, "Stay back, Hailey." Then, as they went deeper into the dungeon, they saw that contaminated people had been left in this place, and they were once holy knights. Among them, that person was, it turned out to be an old knight who had previously led Hailey on the road into the contaminated forest. "Hey, don't talk to her. She's cursed." Not understanding why he was here, she started a conversation. "Mister, why are you here?" Hearing Hailey greet the old knight, Winter asked curiously, "An acquaintance?" She didn't hide it and admitted it right away. "Yes, he's the one who kindly took me to the contaminated lands. Thanks to them, I also had the experience of having my entire carriage thrown into an abyss." He understood as soon as he heard. This old knight seemed to have held a high title before, so he was once in a high position, but now he's ended up like this. Hailey didn't feel much sympathy and could only sigh. It's really karma. I like to say that, but it looks like he failed while trying to create a counterfeit. Hearing this, Winter had an idea. If it's a counterfeit, could it be that someone intentionally caused him to be gradually contaminated? Just like the Holy Knight we met in Selborne who turned into a monster. If the infusion of demonic power into the heart fails, they become like this, a zombie wandering at their own doorstep. Even trying to lure him with that method won't work. That old-fashioned mister was always glaring, wary that his subordinates might be bewitched by an evil witch. But when the soldiers spat and cursed at me, he was the only one who stepped up to stop them. It was precisely because of that kindness that Hailey had to hesitate. What should I do? According to the original story, they are to become the Order's secret and be buried. Just a failed experiment on the Order's path forward. Actually, I'm no agent of justice. I could just pretend I don't know. But thinking back to those people who earnestly completed their tasks last time, like those carpenters, it's highly likely these holy knights were also wrongly accused. This is also the reason why I'm looking for this list. Therefore, we're trying to determine who the culprits are and who the wrongly accused victims are in order to purify everything. And because of this, Hailey made a bold decision. Well then, let's give it a try. Over on Asta's side, when she reached the place with the monster, she quickly descended into the rice paddies and instructed the elf king Denny's, "Don't mind me. Focus on subduing the monster." It heard the instruction and quickly complied. "Understood, Asta." Cyril also flew up from behind to support Asta. "I'll take care of the rear." Hearing that he wanted to contribute, she said gratefully, "Thank you, Cyril." The monster extermination operation on the Inif Plains proceeded under the command of Princess Asta. The elite forces succeeded in subduing the monster just over 3 hours after deployment. Princess Asta had requested the monks to perform an exorcism ritual to save the woman possessed by the monster. But after the monster was exhausted, it was killed at the hands of the Anif soldiers and the Holy Knights. The monster has been eliminated, just like in the original story. Seeing his wife completely killed, the husband was devastated. "No, please don't leave me. How can I live in this world without you? I would have rather died at your hands back then." Seeing that scene, Cyril couldn't help but worry for Asta. After witnessing the scene, Asta immediately shed tears and blamed herself. It's all my fault. If I could have foreseen the high morale of the Inif people and the hatred of those who lost their comrades. This morning I promised Ray. I said the cardinal would exorcise the monster from his wife, and if he did, she could return to a normal life. He immediately comforted her from the side. That's something no one could have done. Whether it was you or the cardinal, the result would have been the same. The same goes for anyone else who was present. That night, Hailey appeared by the side of the woman who had turned into a monster, blaming herself. This woman who was destined to become a monster and cause a massacre. Perhaps I could have saved that pitiful fate. What if I had been there? Regret is impossible, because I chose to make Asta the protagonist. Now I can only free the remaining body from the demonic power. I hope you can go to a good place. Suddenly, Rango appeared and spoke. "You look like a mess." Hearing that voice, Hailey also turned to look. "What's with the lecture? Why does it sound so familiar?" He was concerned about Hailey in an extremely odd way. "I don't know if I can offer any words of comfort. Seeing you so unusually downcast, I couldn't just walk by and ignore it." Seeing Rango, her eyes quickly lit up. "Rango, I was just feeling down about the bad news. It seems it's my turn to hear some good news now. After that, he reported the situation. The monster that appeared in Anif has been nicknamed the Lawless One in the Flood. The catacombs have collapsed, and a criminal has escaped from them. Hearing this, Hailey couldn't help but be happy. Yay! None of this is surprising. In short, Asta immediately became a shining star, right? Rango affirmed that's right. People have already started praising her, calling her a saintess. Anyway, thanks to this, the Marchioness's ex-lover also received a blessing. Not wanting to be associated with Cyril anymore, she reminded him, what ex-lover? It's best not to use that term anymore. Hearing this, he quickly replied, all right, noted. Then Rango reported more about Cyril's situation. Those family servants of the Benedictions who used to look down on him for being an illegitimate child have now turned their backs on the head of the family and sided with the heir, Cyril. Hearing this news, she couldn't help but exclaim, so fast. Looking at the current situation, he immediately concluded, if we want to change our position, this time is the most important. Seeing everything progress according to the original story made Hailey very satisfied. Good, very good. Everything is progressing just like the original story. Hearing her satisfaction with this news, Rango was confused. What's so good about it? Faced with this question, she immediately explained, well, everything Asta does is cute. Even after knowing the reason, he still didn't understand what she was thinking. I really can't understand what's so good about that for the current girlfriend of an ex-lover. Hearing him mention the ex-lover, Hailey felt uncomfortable and reminded him, hey, I told you to stop calling him an ex-lover. To be more precise, it's someone I couldn't help but like. Hearing this, Rango was taken aback. What? But he didn't care anymore. Anyway, pay me the messenger fee for this. I also gave you the location information found in the list. Suddenly, she stood up and asked, all right, but you like Asta too, right? But he was met with his fierce opposition. What nonsense are you spouting? That's not true. But Hailey didn't believe him and teased, don't deny it. Everyone knows you follow her because you like her. This guy, I didn't expect him to be such a lovelorn person. Being labeled as such, Rango uncomfortably snatched the money pouch from her hand. Really? I told you it's not true. He had denied it that much, but she was still very persistent. Haha, you're getting shy. It's like this in the original story too. You fall in love with Asta and then follow her around. Seeing Hailey continuously tease him, Rango quickly stated his ideal type. My ideal type is a realistic, strong, and generous woman. Following that princess is just to make use of her status and abilities. I like the kind of person who, if I give her 1 gold coin, won't just be happy about it, but will turn that 1 gold coin into 10 times the happiness to give back to me. The more Hailey listened, the happier she became. The more you deny it, the more it seems true. Finally, unable to deny it any longer, Rango shyly concluded, damn it, no, I said no. If I had to compare, I'd rather choose the Marchioness. Hearing that he would choose her, Hailey blinked her eyes and teased me, but all she got in return was a lament as he covered his head and arms. Oh my God, my eyes, my eyes. This quickly soured her mood. This terrible guy. When Rango took his hand away from his eyes, 2 black tear streaks ran down his face, and he blamed everything on Hailey. I knew it. I knew the Marchioness would find a way to get me one day, but I didn't expect it to be like this, using me like a fool, right? The more scared you are, the more you act like this, right? But the Marchioness keeps labeling me, saying my business relationship is impure. Being teased again made Hailey angrily shoo him away. Shut up. You obviously like Asta. Now disappear. Disappear immediately. You said you came to comfort me, but you only ended up confusing me more. I heard that in this situation, one of the Order's 5 cardinals has died. The priests at the time were even cheering for each other. Only God can dispel this terrible omen. We will offer prayers unceasingly until they eliminate the monster and return safely. But I heard he was just sitting in a safe place praying and ended up dying unluckily. But that's fine too. Dying in prayer. He must have gone to a good place. Thanks to that incident, most of the residents of Casnatura were saved. Although several neighboring villages were razed to the ground, villages can be rebuilt. Unlike the original story, the number of civilian casualties remained in the single digits, which is simply unbelievable. It's truly fortunate. The fact that I accidentally kidnapped Asta turned out to be an unexpected stroke of luck. Meanwhile, Rango over here was happily tossing the money pouch up and down, then whistling cheerfully. As expected, my Marchioness is such a generous person. Getting what you're paid for, that's only natural. In front of the new master, I shouldn't show this greedy face of mine. As he was putting the money into his bag, he suddenly noticed something. Oh, at that moment, a few people appeared in the alley, heading for a place. What are those beggars doing at the new master's place? That cloak looks like the kind holy knights usually wear. As he thought about it, he came up with an idea. Then he approached to ask the two people their purpose. Are those criminals who escaped from the temple actually holy knights? What do you want from our princess? Oh no, our saintess.